टीम के लिए नहीं गया, इस प्लेयर के लिए नहीं गया। अगर वीक 2 भी उतना ही बढ़िया जाता, ये आंकड़ा हमें और ज्यादा आगे जाता हुआ दिखाई दे सकता था। बट इसमें कहीं ना कहीं आप एक चीज और समझेंगे और जानेंगे कि अक्षत, उनका भी रोल इस पूरे टीम में कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा। गॉब्लिन अक्षत साथ में जब खेलते हैं तब आप देखें उनकी टीम कितना बढ़िया करके जाती है। हमने अक्षत को वो सैनहॉक के मैच में 1v2 करते हुए देखा है ओआर को, क्या बढ़िया प्रदर्शन उनका था। बट गॉब्लिन नो डाउट एमवीपी की रेस में फिलहाल के लिए सबसे टॉप पे हमें दिखाई जरूर दे रहे हैं, बट हाँ बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स का भरपूर सपोर्ट।
वेल डेफिनेटली अक्षत इज द अनसंग हीरो राइट नाउ, और हम सब अभी फिलहाल उनकी जिस तरीके से चर्चाएं कर रहे हैं, ऑब्वियसली ही डिजर्व्स इट। बट एट द सेम टाइम एक्सपी, अगर हम बात करें टीम 7C के प्लेयर्स की, चाहे हम बात करें सारंग की, बात करें स्प्रे गॉड की, इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंसेस सिर्फ लास्ट वीक में आया। तो क्या लगता है आपको एज एन एनालिस्ट की क्या उन्होंने सच में अपनी सारी स्ट्रैटेजीज छुपा के रखी और आखिरी दिन दे जस्ट एक्सप्लोडेड, या फिर फाइनली उनको वो जो कॉन्फिडेंस था और सिनर्जी थी वो मिली जो वो वीक 3 में आके परफॉर्म कर पाए?
I think synergy and confidence तो था ही इनमें, because again they're old boys, they're veterans of the game, और उन्होंने बहुत कुछ हमको दिखाया in the past. लेकिन ऐसे लग रहा था in week 3 someone lit a fire under their belly, right? That guys go and get the job done, and that is what they did. Sarang went on a little bit of a rampage. Spray God went on a little bit of a rampage, and what I feel is it wasn't tactics. They were just taking the fights. They were taking the fight straight to the enemy's gates, and well, if you want to get something in the BMPS, that is what you need to do.
Exactly. I just want to know your views as well for like overall, अगर हम 7C की बात करें, कुछ अगर आपके व्यूज हो उनके ऊपर तो।
7C का पहले से ही हम प्रदर्शन बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा देखते हुए आ रहे हैं, बट वो आप कहते हैं ना कि आखिरी दिन पे ही वो सारी चीजें अगर हमेशा रिपीट हो रही हैं तो बाकी सारे दिन पे आने वाले जो मैचेस हैं उस पर भी चांसेस ज्यादा हैं कि जो आपका प्रदर्शन है वो कुछ उसी तरीके से हो, जैसे हमने 7C को पहले भी खेलते हुए देखा है। लास्ट डे पे वो आते हैं, कमबैक करते हैं और बहुत अच्छी पोजीशनिंग लेके जाते हैं, बट आपको बहुत अच्छी पोजीशनिंग की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको वो पहला पायदान चाहिए। उसके लिए आपको चारों दिन कंसिस्टेंट रहना पड़ेगा। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली 7C वो सीख चुकी होगी, और अब ये PS का जो फाइनल चल रहा है most probably चारों दिन consistent रहेंगे.
Well, undoubtedly, I think consistency is the key. Yes,
oh, absolutely. Just to add to Maisie's point, I mean, 7C Esports, 8th position, 8th position, 7th position. This is what they were at the end of week 3. And even the points were pretty similar, 133, 125, 132. So they have the consistency. Lekin pehle, in my opinion, what I thought was they were playing a little bit safer. ठीक है, एंड में जाकर जब उन्होंने फाइट्स लेना शुरू करी, when they started finishing everything, तब I think that little confidence that you talked about came in. So again, what Maisie said, these next 4 days, they have to be firing on all cylinders right from the beginning.
Well, ये वाली चीज हमें बिल्कुल देखने को मिली। और साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात करें, थोड़ा पहले चलते हैं, इतिहास में चलते हैं, अगर हम बात करें BGIS की, हमें कुछ नाम दिखे, हमें कुछ चेहरे दिखे जो आज जाकर के उन्होंने और बड़ा नाम बनाया, बड़ी बड़ी और के साथ वो जुड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर भी हमें कुछ ऐसे नाम, कुछ ऐसे चेहरे जरूर से दिखो जिन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित किया हमको। अगर हम बात करें स्क्रीम की, बात करें टैंगो की, लाइक दीज आर दोज प्लेयर्स जिन्होंने यहाँ पर आकर के ये प्रूव किया कि यस दे हैव इट इन देम, एंड जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने परफॉर्म किया, स्पेशली इफ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्क्रीम फ्रॉम ब्रिक ब्रदर्स, जिस प्रकार का उनका गेम प्ले रहा है। ज़ेन ओपी की बात करें, 1v4 जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स को करा था, वो हम बिल्कुल भी नहीं भूल पाएंगे। चलेंगे हम स्पॉटलाइट की तरफ इन सारी प्लेयर्स की, बट अगेन मैं आप दोनों से जरूर से जानना चाहूंगा, स्टार्टिंग विद यू मेजी, कि कितना जरूरी और कितना इंपॉर्टेंट यहां पर परफॉर्म करना और ये इस प्लेयर को कितना आगे तक लेके जा सकता है?
मैं कहूंगा स्क्रीम का 73 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले जरूर है, बट मैं बिल्कुल भी ये चीज से सहमत नहीं रहूंगा कि ये इनके अकेले के हैं। जिस तरीके से हमने इनके साथ साथ को हेलगॉड को खेलते हुए देखा है, क्या बढ़िया सपोर्ट रहता है स्क्रीम के साथ साथ वो जो 4 खिलाड़ी और रहते हैं। बट एक और चीज बिग ब्रदर में नोटिस करने वाली चीज ये रहेगी कि हेलगॉड जो बहुत ज्यादा पहले हमें टॉप 20 MVP की लिस्ट में देखने को मिल रहे थे, अचानक से उनको सब्स्टिट्यूट किया जाता है और उनके बगल में कोई और आता है और खेलता है। और स्क्रीम को हम देखते हैं कि जो वीक 2 था उतना बढ़िया उनका प्रदर्शन नहीं चला। वीक 3 जब आया, थोड़ी बहुत झलके उन्होंने वापस दिखाई, बट उस लय में नहीं आ पाए जिस तरीके से हमने उनको वीक 1 में देखा था।
बिल्कुल पूरी तरीके से वो चीज देखने को मिली, और मेरे ख्याल से वो कहते हैं ना कि एक दूसरे को पुश करना और साथ में चलना, कुछ सिनर्जी, जैसे हम डेडली डुओस की बात करते हैं, वो चीज देखने को मिलती है। एंड स्क्रीम की हम बात ही कर ही रहे हैं तो क्यों ना हम फियर्स के ऊपर जाएं। एक और खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स को ही कोइंसिडेंटली एक बढ़िया 1v4 किया था, दैट वाज द मैप ऑफ सैनहॉक। व्हाट आर योर व्यूज ऑन फियर्स? बिकॉज अभी तक हम उनको बोल रहे थे कि एक अंडररेटेड प्लेयर है, बट वो आए, उन्होंने यहाँ पर दिखाया कि यस आई हैव इट इन मी, एंड जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने प्रदर्शन दिखाया, जिस प्रकार से फिनिशेस निकाले, क्लच निकाले, आई थिंक ही इज वन ऑफ द लाइक मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट प्लेयर टू look forward to in this particular tournament.
I mean, 78 finishes in 48 games is no small feat, right? I mean, Fierce lives up to his name. He had a fierce gameplay, and वो गए, उन्होंने fights ली. In fact, he was instrumental in Team XO's success as well, right? Because he was one of the front runners for getting all the job done. They have to look at the damage. I mean, he was basically there in every single fight, and with the survival time of 2023, we know that. I mean, he was one of the boys who pretty much बिल्कुल अंत तक जिंदा रहते थे. and that is something that you need in one of your team members.
या अनडाउटेडली साथ ही साथ आप ये भी देखिए कि वो जो सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट है वो भी इतना अच्छा खातिर अगर आप असॉल्ट करें, बिकॉज हम यूजुअली देखते हैं कि वो प्लेयर जो आगे जाता है, फाइट्स लेता है, सबसे पहला प्लेयर बनते हैं कई बार जो पिक होते हुए नजर आते हैं, बट उसके बावजूद फियर्स का एक काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया गेम प्ले। अपोलो को हम नहीं भूल सकते। आई डोंट नो मेरे दिमाग में नाम कैसे आ रहे हैं, बट यस अपोलो इज जरूर से वन ऑफ द प्लेयर जिनको हमें देखना चाहिए आगे, क्योंकि अभी के लिए जिस प्रकार का हमें एमजी और अपोलो दोनों का ही परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिल रहा है, काफी ज्यादा वो बेहतरीन। एंड मैं बस जानना चाहूंगा कि स्पेशली आपकी मेजी, आप जब भी प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं, आप निग्मा गैलेक्सी को कभी भी नहीं भूलते जब हम आपस में बात कर रहे होते हैं, क्या अलग है इस खिलाड़ी में?
प्रेडिक्शंस की आप बात कर ही रहते हैं। अपोलो एक खिलाड़ी जिनको मैं टॉप 20 के एमवीपी लिस्ट में देख रहा था, मैं अचानक से आज देखता हूं, मुझे लगा हाँ अपोलो थे तो सही, बट फिलहाल के लिए वो टॉप 20 जो एमवीपी लिस्ट था उससे वो बाहर हो गए। फिनिशर्स उन्होंने बहुत निकाले। जो 20th प्लेस पे प्लेयर है उसके पास भी 47 फिनिशर्स है, इनके पास भी 47 फिनिशर्स है, बट कहीं ना कहीं जो सर्वाइवल टाइम है इनका थोड़ा कम रह गया, जो डैमेज है इनका थोड़ा उस खिलाड़ी से कम रह गया। बट ये और साथ में एमजे, जिस तरीके से ये दोनों खिलाड़ी ने निग्मा गैलेक्सी को इतना आगे किया है, बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन। एक टाइम पे अपोलो को आप देखेंगे कि अपनी टीम से कितना आगे वो रहते हैं। नो डाउट एमजे जिस तरीके से 5-6 फिनिशर्स वो हर एक मैच में कोशिश करते हैं कि निकाल के जाएं, हर बार वो निकालते भी हैं, बट स्टिल अपोलो को आप भूल नहीं सकते, एक बेहतर खिलाड़ी। और मैं मानता हूं कि अभी जब एमवीपी की रेस आएगी कहीं ना कहीं वो आगे होंगे।
बेहतर एक शब्द का आपने इस्तेमाल करा जो बस मैंने ऐसे ही पकड़ लिया। बट साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात करें टीम 7C के प्लेयर्स की, सारंग एक ऐसा नाम जहां बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स, सारी टीम जो है वो वीक 1 वीक 2 में परफॉर्म करते हुए आ रही थी, एक खिलाड़ी आता है जो वीक 3 में आता है, तहलका मचाता है, 20 फिनिश चिकन डिनर इनकी जो टीम है वो लेकर के जाती है। लाइक he's just unstoppable.
Unstoppable. I mean, the entire team of 7C Esports was unstoppable in week 3. And again, हम बात कर रहे थे पहले, consistency तो थी उनकी गेम प्ले के अंदर. But the last week, these two boys just shot up, right? Because एक दो games में Spray God is taking 8 finishes, एक दो games में Sarang is doing the same. So again, coming back to the point I made earlier, right? They basically went for the fights, and there you have it. 71 finishes is what he ended up with. But have a look at the assists too. They have that little cohesion in their team.
अनडाउटेडली वो चीज हमको देखने को मिलती है, एंड इट्स व्हाट मेक अ टीम, राइट? की बट सर्वाइवल टाइम आप देखिए मात्र 17 मिनट 36 सेकंड का हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। इतने कम वक्त में 71 फिनिशेस निकाले अमेजिंग।
बिल्कुल, और नो डाउट 7C की जो स्क्वाड थी वो पिछले 2 वीक में किस तरीके का उनका गेम प्ले था, ये दर्शाता है कि आपने आखिरी वीक में बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया खेला, बट बाकी जो 2 वीक थे आपका उतना बढ़िया नहीं गया। पर इनके साथ साथ हमने बात करी थी स्प्रे गॉड की भी, किस तरीके से वो खेलते हैं। सारंग खैर उस मैच में निकाल के गए थे, स्प्रे गॉड उससे पहले वाले मैच में निकाल के गए थे, तो मिला जुला प्रदर्शन दोनों ही प्लेयर के द्वारा देखने को मिला। और बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर थे काम उनका था सपोर्ट का, बेहतर किया गया।
देखिए मेरे ख्याल से जब प्लेयर्स अपना नाम लिखते हैं ना, कई बार कभी कभी थोड़ा अजीब भी लगता है कि जो उनका क्वालिटी है उसके थोड़ा अपोजिट नाम आता है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम बिग ब्रदर्स के स्क्रीम की बात करें, ही जस्ट स्क्रीम्स, जिस प्रकार से वो फिनिशेस निकालते हैं एग्जैक्टली विद अ गन। एंड अगर हम बात करें स्प्रे गॉड की, वेल आई हैव टू एडमिट दैट ही इज द गॉड ऑफ स्पेस। जिस प्रकार से हम इतने एक्यूरेट स्प्रेस देखते हैं, चाहे मूविंग व्हीकल के ऊपर ट्रेसिंग की बात हो या फिर एक जगह से काफी लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस पे वो स्प्रेस देने की बात हो, आई थिंक यू टू आर वेरी इंप्रेस्ड विद दिस लैड।
Oh, absolutely, and I love the fact that उन्होंने अपने नाम बिल्कुल अच्छे चुने हुए हैं, because of course like you mentioned, his accuracy, his precision, his instincts were on display, and well, he does have God at the end, and he does like spraying all that lead, and there you have it. I mean 64 finishes for himself, and that's quite a nice hairstyle he has as well.
Well, मेजी आप बोल रहे थे कि आप अपने बालों के साथ कुछ चेंजेस करने की कोशिश
मैं नहीं, Spiro.
Oh, Spiro. Well, he can also
I want
go
to
ahead
see
with
Maisie with some blonde hair though.
well, Maisie likes blonde hairs, but well, not here, but again यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें स्प्रे गॉड के परफॉर्मेंस की, 11 हेडशॉट्स उन्होंने दिए, एंड अगेन आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज्ड एट ऑल। सर्वाइवल टाइम 17 मिनट 23 सेकंड का। वैसे कितना ज्यादा क्रूशियल ये रहता है। सर्वाइवल टाइम वी ऑल नो इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट स्पेशली व्हेन इट्स अबाउट द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स वी आर हैविंग ओनली 24 मैचेस, सर्वाइवल टाइम कितना जरूरी है?
देखिए, अगर आप पूरे ओवरऑल टीम का सर्वाइवल टाइम देखते हैं, और अगर आप एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे लेके चलिए, एक टीम है जो 16 मिनट मात्र केवल सरवाइव कर रही है, हम फाइट ही देखते हैं कि 18 मिनट के बाद चालू हो रही है। चलिए, आपने 16 मिनट तक तो सरवाइव कर लिया, आपने फिनिशर्स निकालने हैं, बहुत बढ़िया, बट वो जो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है वो 16 मिनट में तो नहीं आने वाले, क्योंकि 16 की 16 टीमें वहां पे सर्वाइव कर रही होती हैं। तो आपको देखना ये है कि जितना भी प्लेयर आपका है वो सर्वाइव अगर ज्यादा देर तक करता है, आपके पास चांसेस ज्यादा हैं कि चारों प्लेयर आखिरी तक सर्वाइव करें, वरना चिकन डिनर उनके पास निकले।
चलिए, जब हम सर्वाइवल की बात कर ही रहे हैं तो क्यों ना एक बार 7C के ऊपर भी चला जाए। जिस प्रकार से उनका परफॉर्मेंस हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, जिस प्रकार से उनका गेम स्टाइल हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, अनडाउटेडली लास्ट वीक का परफॉर्मेंस वाज द बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस इन अ वे, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने खेला है। बट एक्सपेरिमेंट कहीं ना इफ आई एम लुकिंग एट द पॉजिटिव साइड ऑफ 7C, मुझको ये समझ में आता है कि अगर वो टीम लास्ट वीक में आकर के इतनी सारी धुआंधार टीम्स के सामने जो अंडर प्रेशर हैं एंड दे आर ऑल्सो हैविंग द सेम स्पिरिट टू गो अहेड एंड टेक आउट दैट विनर चिकन डिनर, अगर उनके सामने वो आकर के 20 फिनिशेस निकाल रहे हैं, वो भी बिल्कुल आसानी से हर एक 4v4 की फाइट जीत रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ये दिखाता है कि वो जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो है, जो गन पार है वो है, और वो जब भी चाहें तब कम बैक कर सकते हैं।
जैसे अभी मेजी ने कहा था दैट इट्स पोजीशन पॉइंट्स उनको नहीं मिले, राइट? 160 समथिंग पोजीशन पॉइंट्स बट 220 finishes. I think week 3 में they finally just cracked their knuckles, let a bit loose. They were like, all right, we'll show you what we've got. But again, it's a big organization. There's a lot of pressure on them, and I think they might take it thoda sa aram se abhi. They might take it a bit easy. But again, like you mentioned, they have the gun game, and I think we're going to see something similar today.
Well, we are in Hyderabad right now, तो हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के ऊपर भी थोड़ी चर्चा कर ही ली जाती है, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से हम देख रहे हैं, मेरी स्पेशली ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि वो कंसिस्टेंट तो हैं, बट वो 5वें 6ठे 7वें पायदान इसी के बीच में घूम रहे हैं। कुछ फ्लैशी गेम स्टाइल नहीं दिखाया जिसके लिए जाने जाते हैं हैदराबाद हाइड्रास। स्पेशली मैंटी की बात करें, मैक्सी की बात करें, आपको क्या लगता है कुछ स्ट्रेटजीज चुरा के छुपा के रखी हुई हैं और वो ट्रॉफी के ऊपर उनकी नजर है शायद?
देखिए, हमारी क्लास में एक बच्चा जरूर होता था जो पूरे साल भर दिखाता नहीं था कि वो कर रहा है, वो पढ़ भी रहा है, वो निकाल के जाएगा, वो पास भी होगा। पता चलता था आखिरी में रिजल्ट आ रहा है और वो सबसे टॉप पे हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास मुझे लगता है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो गलती उन्होंने बीजीआईएस में करी थी कि बहुत फ्लैशी खेलने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मिरामार में बहुत बढ़िया खेला, पर अगर आप अभी का देखोगे पूरा बीएमओसी निकल गया। पीएस की अगर हम बात कर लें, मिरामार में 1-2 चिकन उन्होंने निकाला है, उसके बाद एंगल में नॉर्मल गेम, कोई फ्लैशी मूव नहीं, स्ट्राइकर
exactly.
वो एक खिलाड़ी, उसको उन्होंने प्रॉपर तरीके से यूज भी नहीं किया। उसका जो सर्वाइवल गेम हमने देखा था वो पूरा पीएस निकल गया, पूरा लीग स्टेजेस था वो निकल गया, फाइनल्स बाकी हैं। अब वो स्ट्राइकर आएंगे, वो जो सर्वाइवल है वो उनको दिला के जाएंगे 110%, और साथ में मैंटी उनको भी देखना बाकी रहेगा।
वही मैं बस यही पॉइंट बोलने वाला था। हमने मैंटी को देखा नहीं था इन वीक 1 एंड वीक 2। वीक 3 वाज व्हेन ही केम, बिकॉज़ अगेन जैसे आपने बात की थी अबाउट द सब्स्टिट्यूट्स, राइट? मे बी वो सिनर्जी बैठ नहीं रही थी, जम नहीं रही थी। सॉरी फॉर दैट, आई एम लर्निंग आल्सो, आई लव माय लिटिल हिंदी लेसन्स ओवर हियर। लेकिन वही मैंटी जब आया वीक 3 के अंदर, ही स्टिल हैड एन अमेजिंग गेम विद हिज टीममेट्स, एंड like you said, maybe they have a few tricks up their sleeve.
Well, बिल्कुल सही आपने चीज बताई, और जब आप इतनी ज्ञान की वर्षा कर रहे हो तो एक और सवाल मेरा बनता है आपसे, वो रहेगा टीम ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स के द्वारा। इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन कि टीम ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें, वीक 3 में एक भी चिकन डिनर उनका आया नहीं, जो परफॉर्मेंस था वो बिल्कुल भी अच्छा देखने को नहीं मिला। अब वो जो प्रेशर वहां से आया है, ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में कितना टिक सकता है?
I don't think it's pressure, ठीक है, because एक तो they were at the top, उनकी lead जो थी was just phenomenal, right? It was insurmountable. लेकिन I think they were just taking it easy, because they have a lot of plays in their playbook, which they might just come up with, and if you think about it, उनको कुछ करने की जरूरत भी नहीं थी, लेकिन बस हाँ, वो एक chicken dinner अगर और होता, double digits में अगर वो उनके पास होते, that would have been something else. But again, they're still at the top, and oh boy, let's see if they are going to do something like they did in the past, and because when they come to the main stage, to the grand stage, that's when the pressure actually builds up.
Well, that's true, and साथ ही साथ ओआर के अगर नंबर ऑफ चिकन्स की बात करें, मुझे मेरे केमिस्ट्री के मार्क्स याद आ जाते हैं। खैर वो सब तो पुरानी बातें, उसको छोड़ते हैं। बट टॉकिंग टू यू मेजी, ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस हाइड्रा, एक काफी तड़कता भड़कता जो टॉपिक है वो चल रहा है अभी, स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू ड्रॉप क्लैश। क्या कहना है आपके कि किसके पास ज्यादा बेहतर चांस है वहां पे?
देखिए, एक चीज जरूर मैं कहूंगा कि मुझे नहीं लगता है ऐसा भी कुछ होने वाला है। एक वर्ड होता है बहुत हम ज्यादा यूज करते हैं, प्रचार और प्रसार करने का एक तरीका। मुझे लगता है फिलहाल के लिए हाइड्रा और जी के बीच में बस यही चीज है, प्रचार और प्रसार अपनी टीम का किया जा रहा है। ऑडियंस है कम से कम जाने कि हाँ ये टीम है जो खेल रही है, और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मुझे लगता है कि सब जो सुलह सपाटा है वो हो चुका होगा और आराम से अपने अपने ड्रॉप पे वो चले जाएंगे जहां पे भी उनका जाने का मन करे। अगर वो यासनाया भी जा रहे हैं, आधा यासनाया आप ले लो, आधा पे हम खुश हैं, फिर उसके बाद जो रोटेशन है वो हम आराम से करेंगे।
बिल्कुल, और मैं बस ऐसे ही बताना चाहूंगा कि एक और बात ऐसी निकल के आई थी कि ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स वर ट्राइंग टू चेंज देयर ड्रॉप लोकेशन टू जॉर्जो, तो फिर लोग बोल रहे थे कि हाइड्रा नाम जो है उससे थोड़ी दिक्कत जरूर थे। बट अगेन अगर हम बात करें जो फाइनल्स है वो आ चुके हैं, आई हैव टू सेट लाइक ऐसे, क्योंकि आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर दिस। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स यहाँ पर आ चुका है, हम देख रहे हैं टीम्स काफी बढ़िया परफॉर्म करने वाली है, मोमेंटम, कॉन्फिडेंस, सब चीज की बात कर ली। 2 करोड़ रुपीज आर एट स्टेक, द बिगेस्ट प्राइस पूल एवर इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स। प्रेडिक्शन आपकी, कौन रह सकती है टॉप 4 टीम्स अगर हम बात करें जो विजेता सेकंड, थर्ड और फोर्थ पे देखने को मिल सकते हैं इस पूरे इवेंट के एंड में?
You're going to put me on the spot right now, huh?
चलिए आप फिर मुझे एक टीम का नाम बता दीजिए।
एक टीम वेल अगर हम अपने स्टैट्स फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स देखें तो ऑब्वियसली नाम तो ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स आएगा, लेकिन जैसे हमने बात की थी हैदराबाद हाइड्रास में कुछ तो खास है. लेट्स सी इफ दे कैन एक्चुअली पुट द pedal to the metal and get the job done again. Like you said, no flashy gameplays is what they need, so I'm probably going to go for Hyderabad Hydras.
Hyderabad Hydras. What about you?
Nigma Galaxy.
Well, straight and clear, I am very sorry to the owners of Nigma Galaxy because we all know that Mezi का प्रोडक्शन काफी ज्यादा खूबसूरत था, बट अभी मैं आप लोग से थोड़ा खफा भी हूं क्योंकि आपने मेरा प्रोडक्शन नहीं पूछा.
आपका
बता ही दीजिए, वैसे जरूरत हो नहीं, कोई सुन भी नहीं रहा. बता दीजिए.
अब तो आंकी आप अपना प्रोडक्शन बताइए हमें.
Please my boy, thank you so much XP मुझे ये जगह देने के लिए. But what I feel like is again, I feel like कि team OR Esports have got a very fair chance to be at the top of the table, and I'll give my views as well because Jelly का जो idling है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया, बट क्या वो जो मोमेंटम है वो आगे लेकर के जा पाएंगे, ये एक बड़ा सवाल रहने वाला है. मेरे ख्याल से जो जनता है वो पूरी तरीके से पम्प्ड अप है. जो ट्रॉफी रिवील है वो भी हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलने वाला है. थैंक यू सो मच एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड साथ ही में मेजी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस पूरी कन्वर्सेशन में हमारा साथ देने के लिए. एंड अगेन काफी सारी चीजें जो है उसका खुलासा भी हमें देखने को मिला, काफी सारी चीजें जो है वो क्लियर भी करी गई. बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि जो जनता है, जो आप लोग हैं, वो भी पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का लुफ्त उठाने के लिए. तो फिर देर किस बात की, चलेंगे सीधे हम यहां से अभी के लिए प्री मैच सेगमेंट्स की तरफ और देखेंगे उस चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी को. बट एक छोटा सा सवाल, क्या आप लोगों ने वो ट्रॉफी अभी तक देखी है?
देखी तो सही, बट बताने के इस वक्त मूड में नहीं. जैसे ही आएगा तुरंत देखेंगे, और इन्होंने तुरंत ही बता दिया कि कैसा है वो ट्रॉफी.
बिल्कुल, काफी ज्यादा भारी भरकम और चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी. चलेंगे सीधे उसकी तरफ और उसके बाद आज के दिन का पहला मुकाबला इरैंगल के वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में.
We are in it to realize our dreams, to kindle our passion for the game, to tend to our spirit of adventure, to fortify our emotions, to prove that we are the best through our actions. We are in it for all. We are in it to win. We are in it to be crowned the new champions. And our next song is the top.
The world is full of stories and few are meant to be told. And here we are with a tale that is going to change it all. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to day number 1 of the grand finals of iQOO Battleground Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. And here we are, joining along with me is going to be Arka. How excited are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm pretty excited, right? Finally, we have come down to the final 24 matches of this tournament, which is going to be rewriting history altogether, making sure who's going to be taking home that biggest chunk of the 2 crore rupees. I mean, that's the biggest prize pool in India itself, the whole of esports history.
Of course, we are talking about the whooping 2 crores on the line, right? And new champions are going to be etched in forever. Last time we did have in the iQOO BGIS, it was Highlights Gaming. But this time we are pursued some for a new champion all along. And well, the first game itself, it's going to be the map of Erangel.
Yep.
Now, we've been hearing a lot of those dramas going on social media about teams drop clashing. What are your thoughts on that?
I do believe that everybody wants to play it safe, right? Because that will be the best key for success, making sure that, from the get-go, you have done all the heavy lifting so that later stages you can actually play for placement points. That did happen in the previous round,
Yeah.
Everything is example. Everything is already set. So you just need to follow the footsteps of success, and I think you'll reach there peacefully.
We hope so. We hope so. Because the first game is going to be very important, right?
Yep.
You need to get yourself on that driver's seat, get that momentum rolling in your favor. And we have few teams that are already contending for the top spot in the league stages. We, of course, did have OR Esports with a huge lead, followed by Seoul, EXO. We all know that.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to ask you about the teams that did scrape a way through into the grand finals. What is your thought on teams like that? Let's talk about Team Kinetic. Let's talk about Esports Wala WSF and INS.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point, actually. You know, if I want to, the first team which I want to speak about is WSF, right? Esports Wala WSF. That team, the final two maps they played like their life depended on it, and that was the best part of it all. And I do believe that, you know, most of these teams which actually do this consider that as their final moment of the game in every single map every single game they play. I do believe that they'll be on the top.
We do. The first game, of course, we've been talking about. I think I have a hunch, right? It's going to be a little slow paced, right? Teams are going to be playing seriously. A lot of teams have been talking about the strategies, right? When you talk about that, few of the teams do approach that centralish way. Few of them we've seen approaching through the edges. Now, according to you, how do you think the first game should be?
I think it should be as safe as possible for few teams, whereas the aggressors are going to be aggressors. So if you know how to defend your compound, if you know how to defend the place you're holding, I think you're good enough. And I do believe in the fourth or the fifth circle is where all the action is going to come out, and calm before the storm is what we'll be looking out for.
But before we start things off, of course, a huge shout out to our sponsors, iQOO, and they have a wonderful video telling you how to slay a dragon. The iQOO Neo 6, the device that we've all been talking about, all been hyping it along so long. And well, this is for you, ladies and gentlemen. The entire grand finals, all the players are going to be playing from this bad beauty. So you might want to check yourself out if you want to also get into the bandwagon of esports. But now, coming back to discussion that we are having, it is, of course, the first game, right? Erangel. We did discuss about the teams that did, you know, manage to scratch their way through the top 16. And there are a few teams around the midst, right? This is where I have to ask you about teams like FS Esports, R Esports, who have been playing primarily on the behalf of their position points that they have attained. But do you think the same strategy is going to work in the grand finals as well?
No, I don't think so. It's going to work out. And that's my personal opinion, because when they had to make their way from the fourth week to, you know, into the BMPS, I'm specifically speaking about BMOC, where they had just 4 days. It's the same scenario coming in again. And if you're only playing for placement points and not getting those finish points, somewhere in the bottom you're going to be affected. And let's not forget, there were teams like Blind who got eliminated because of this very reason, where they didn't dare to go and to get one finish for themselves, and due to which they couldn't cross the line.
Well, let bygones be bygones. But something for you guys we do have is, of course, the merch giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about those cool t-shirts and those sippers that come along with it. And we're talking about 50 of them being given away. Along with that, the iQOO Neo 6. 10 of them are up for the grabs. You might want to check the pinned chat and click on the link, fill it up. And if you're lucky, 10 lucky winners by the end of the evening will have one of these in the pockets.
Now, since you were telling about the teams, right, there are two teams which is still in my mind. It's lingering around. One is going to be the side of Team INS, and the other one is going to be the side of FS Esports, you know.
Okay.
Because I really want to know what is your take on these two teams, because they have a very different play style altogether. Do you think they're going to stick on to the same play style in the finals itself?
Hoping so, because you know what they've been trying to do. If you talk about FS, they have been primarily contesting for the center of the circle, and most of the times it has worked out. But for INS, we've been talking about them. They are the wild horses inside this tournament, and that is the kind of a storyline that they have also built up for themselves. The way they played in the final day, I was baffled for a moment as in what is happening, what are they doing? And Crazy Soul, I think he is definitely one of the players that not just us but everybody is watching out for.
Now, for me, the other player is going to be Billion, right, from INS, because if he does one good $1 billion gameplay coming in from his side, support his IGL, support his, you know, Assault perfectly, I think Team INS are going to be unstoppable force when it comes to this tournament. And there are a few other teams, right? Like, again, we're going to be falling back to that fray of the top contenders who have been called the obvious contenders for the finals, right? OR, Team Soul, and we have GE also coming into the picture, Hydra coming into the picture. What is one thing you would see, you feel is going to be something which they have to look out for? For example, is it the aggression coming in from the bottom teams, or is it just that, the gameplay is already an open book?
I mean, it primarily comes down to how the circle is forming, right? There are certain circles that favor certain teams, right?
Yeah.
If we do have an OR circle somewhere around the centers, let's say, I think they are going to be the prime competitors to win that one. But if you're talking about the edges, this is where we also have teams like Nigma Galaxy also coming into the fray. And talking about teams like Global Esports and Hydra, we do know that something is cooking, right? We have heard all the banters happening over social media, everybody wanting to get the better hold of Yasnaya Poliana, but it could all be thrown out of the window, right? It just could be, for building up the hype, get some social media engagement, or else, when it comes down to getting the trophy, I'm pretty sure they would want to take things a little slow.
Now, in case they go in for the same publicity stunt, I strongly feel they're going to pay a very, very hefty price, because ultimately it's all four men standing in the final circle. That has been the highest rate of success until now.
Yeah.
Yes, in the map of Erangel, your expectations on the first map itself?
I mean, the time has come. It's arrived and it's here upon us, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to get into the map of Erangel, and which is going to be, filled with the pastured green grasses. But in a few moments, it's going to be turning red with blood, with all the despair out of all these teams around. And here we have a glimpse of the buggy. I believe this is somewhere around the fields of Katka that we do have. But I'm really excited about how the first circle is going to be. Is it going to be something quite similar to what we have witnessed during the league stages of the iQOO BMPS, or is it going to be something entirely different? Because that really does come up with the grand finals. We have a slight change. Now, we've witnessed a lot of circles around, let's say, the Gatka areas and towards the eastern side as well, around the snake compounds. But I would love to start things off with a southern one. What about you?
Even me, right? I really want a military base where the circle is going to go to the dead corner of the military base, where a little bit of a water and a land, kind of skirmish takes place, and the final moments are going to be so exciting. I also would want a completely water circle as well, where it's not going to, obviously, to start off the grand final with something like a water circle, I think would be perfect for this tournament.
Sinister thoughts there coming out from the Sun incarnate, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, this is cool. We do have a lot of teams competing around these areas, right? We do have FS, we've got Kinetic, we've got OR, or maybe possibly Global Esports. We do not know. Anything can possibly happen. There have also been a few rumors that they might head away towards even the Western Georgia Pole cities, right? Everything comes down to the flight path trajectory, and by all means, let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight path trajectory is all the way from the southern side towards Georgia Pole, a little bit inclined towards the western side. Oh boy, I'm excited.
Oh yes, and look at what's happening on the bottom of the screen. Every single player is going to be playing with that beauty in hand. That's iQOO Neo 6, one of the best of the beasts you need to play in the finals itself. So coming back, completely western circle, least expected from these players for sure. So teams going towards the side of Yasnaya, Stolba, Milta Power or Novo will have a long journey up ahead and waiting for the circle to be favoring them.
Oh yeah, me too. I really hope the circle goes a little bit towards the eastern side, not a southern side. I've already changed my mind, Zarka. But talking about the teams in front of us, well, we've got a keen eye on Global Esports, because they are the ones who are going to be causing all that ruckus throughout the lobby. So Hyderabad, the Hydras, no doubts whatsoever, they are heading towards the Western Georgios. We might have a few teams heading towards Pachinki, considering it's up for grabs since Team Blind is not going to be playing with us. Autobotz heading towards Primorsk. Nothing changed. Even the same can be said for Team Soul. But yes, Arka, our wishes have been granted. It is going to be a Western Georgia Pole City fight, possibly out between Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras.
Now, let's see whether that's going to take place, right? But we can see that, this fight might get a little bit elongated, but look, considering the position of each of these players. But let's not forget the side of Nigma Galaxy as well, right? They're flying in towards the side of Zarki. They're going to have the right kind of farming and then coming back to check out the commotion. And in case they can get one or two finishes here and there, they'll be looking out to pick that up as quickly as possible.
So this is where they must be kicking themselves in the foot, right? Especially they tend to drop a little bit around those Milta Power areas around the eastern sides. Now, had they taken this drop early on and not resorted to Zaki, maybe the circle could have really favored them. Now, talking about circles and team really benefiting from it, I think Team EXO and Team 7C are few of those teams that would love this particular circle. However, those important areas would of course be those intersecting points, right? The bridges that we're talking about, where Team RE are up to a really wild split.
Now, this is one thing you would want to do, right? When you're jumping and you look out for parachutes around you, you understand that nobody's coming into the military base. That is where you tend to take such kinds of, I wouldn't say it's a risky moves, but moves which are actually required for the game. But ultimately, I was expecting a little bit of a fight between Team EXO as well as BB, because they landed almost next to one another to go towards the side of farm. But let's not forget to see on the screens right now, it's going to be Team OR, considered as one of the strongest contenders in this game. It's going to be something to watch out for.
The favorites to win it all, Team OR Esports, right? We've seen how good these lads are. But week 3 of the iQOO BMPS league stages did not really speak in volumes about how they can perform, right? Aditya was the top fragger before that, just to be overtaken by Goblin. So that is something that he has to put in mind. He needs to rack up all those finish points in order to make sure that he ends out as the top finisher. And we do have prizes even for that. Now, talking about OR Esports, I mean, they're all down. They're all comfortable, looking handy dandy. Everything is perfect for them. But what I'm talking about is those early rotations. Now, when you talk about early rotations, Hydra officials are yet to make it to Yasnaya Polyana.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be an issue, right? It's almost inside the circle. So in case they have to make it inside the circle, all they have to do is just take a little bit of a nudge down south and they'll be making it inside. But for me, the early rotation which might come in from the side of Team Soul or ABZ is something to watch out for, because the western side of the map that is specifically inside the circle is kind of having a linear, right? We have 7C, we have Kinetic, we have the side of INS just waiting it out. They'll have the right kind of, guns for themselves. So in case any team tries to, pass through them, they'll be looking out for those early finishes. Now, Shelter, Prison, Mansion and Milta Power still to be taken for themselves. Let's see which of these teams will be heading there.
Oh, it's going to be such a bloodfest, right? Especially from what we can see on the minimap feed. We really thought we were going to witness some action between Hyderabad Hydras and Global Esports, but that could be all into a disarray, because I think we do have Esports Wala WSF also into the mix. Now, a lot of teams have changed those things over, right? If you talk about Puchinki, that is something that I really felt was going to be the drop location for Esports Wala WSF, which eventually has been taken over by 7C. Now, they have never really practiced the Puchinki rotation before. Now, are they comfortable with that? That's a big question.
No, somewhere I feel that, looking at the kind of firepower they have, in case there be a retaliation during the rotations, they might take it head on, right? The way Sarang is playing, the way Spray God has come back to his complete momentum. So I strongly feel that it's not going to be easy to restrict them from inside the circle or the next circle they'll be wanting to rotate into. But at the same time, if they become that mountain dead to the center of the circle, holding a very good spot, I think they're going to be the next unstoppable force and the team to look out for.
Oh, of course, they can be. That is again a cause of concern for me. But taking a look at things in front of us, Hyderabad Hydras, Esports Wala WSF. Now, Hyderabad Hydras might have never really dreamt about Esports Wala WSF coming and hitting their cities, right? Now, it's a huge place. The only concern for me is the vehicles, right? Especially when you've got two teams coming down. Loot is the last issue that these teams face, right? They get their guns, they get all the first aids that they need, but the vehicles, something that has to be really looked out for. And from what we can see, even on our mini-map, none of them have control over it. It's a little bit of a panic going on, who might be that team? Is it Global Esports? Is it somebody else entirely? Because this is something that did come out of the syllabus.
Now, this is one thing on mind, and the second thing on mind is who will be choosing to go in for a late rotation and eventually have to play a hefty price, because ultimately we can see in case they have to make a rotation, probably towards the side of shooting range is going to be there in every player's mind, right? In every IGL's mind that nobody's going to be coming to the northern side of the map, so let's go in for a rotation via there. But look at what's happening inside the circle on the northern side. We have more than 5 teams holding the corners of the circle, so it's going to be very hard for teams to break the defense and then make it inside the circle.
I mean, indeed, it is going to be. Now, we've got to talk about the other teams as well, right? Big Brother Esports, as a matter of fact, has been one of those teams that did impress us in week number 1, I believe. Week number 2 was one of those weeks we did not get to see their Sanhok games, hence we did witness a fall. But week number 3 was sort of okayish. Week 1 was all about Scream and his heroics, right? But week number 2 is where we saw maybe the other players like Zen OP, Hellgod really picking up pace. Now, this is the team that every esports fan is looking out for. Team Soul. Now you talk about Goblin, Hector, Omega, and Akshat. They've been such a good squad, right? When it comes to having a perfect, well-balanced team, Team Soul is definitely one of them.
Now, I want to see a clash between BB and Team Soul, right? Because eventually BB have evolved themselves throughout the tournament, as we can see that they're pretty much close to one another. I know that's the dead center of the circle. You know, they'll have thoughts in their mind. Should we send a player across to the other island just in case there's going to be a rotation, a circle shift over the course of time towards the southern side of the map? But still, let's not forget that these two know this terrain very, very well. Team Soul from a very long time have been the strongest forte, is exactly where they're standing. But BB's on the other side. Since that they're home, the farm has been their home, this fight will be something to watch out for.
You know, I have a slight feeling in my guts, right? I really feel this is going to head somewhere around those snake buildings. And you remember that game, right?
Yep.
The one game where Retribution RTR, I believe, managed to secure the chicken dinner in the league stages of the iQOO BMPS. Team Soul, they were on fire. Hyderabad Hydras, they were on a whole different level, right? But this is where Hyderabad Hydras have finally managed to get all their vehicles. The same goes for Esports Wala WSF. Now, we're going to witness a rather late rotation into the circle by Esports Wala WSF, which is not really the way they did play around the entire league stages. So, few teams are trying out different strats. For Team Soul, it's the same old hold the center. This is something that I anticipated, and the same even can be said for teams like FS.
Now, this is one thing which I love the most. Like, this is a strategy which everybody have used before. So, everything is an open book. So, everybody will know how to counter-strategize on the strategy which has already come up. And who's going to be successful will be the next big thing. As the circle, you know, it just shrinks within itself, still favoring the side of Team Soul and BB, as the next drop happening towards the side of military base is where my eyes going to go move.
This is where, you know, I'm also in pursuit for where the boys of INS are. Because ideally, if you know them, they kind of want to take the centers, and in these circles, they usually go for those snake towers. But here they are, blocking the bridge. But a team in front of us, Nigma Galaxy. We've been talking about them, Apollo being one of the players that was a recent addition, and ever since he's joined, I think Enigma Galaxy have been playing really well. But if you talk about their top fragger, it has to be MJ, one of the veterans into the scene. We have witnessed him, you know, playing and gaining accolades over the different titles as well. And here he is to prove his mettle as to how he can perform. And Enigma Galaxy have always been sort of a surprise package, and we expect nothing less even today.
One other thing which I love the most about this finals is everybody are playing with the same device, right? So there's not going to be complaints telling that, you know, there was a little bit of a you know, havoc in my device and all those things, because everybody are put under the same, you know, parapet wall. They're going to sit over there, try to face off one another, and we have to see which are those teams who have just made themselves a big name like BB. How much are they going to conquer this? Because ultimately, the new pros are the teams which have been working on different devices here and there, whereas the pros themselves, they've always on the higher end of devices, right?
And I'm pretty sure it's nothing less over here as well, right? The iQOO Neo 6 is specifically catered for all you esports enthusiasts. And, well, I mean, ensuring to see some really good action coming along our way in no time. And for now, you talk about Big Brother Esports, the somewhere stationed around the coastal lines, right? Around those areas, the barn houses, as Team Enigma might just get caught while they're trying to rotate around. It is going to be the boys from Team FS Esports, and they did fire a few bullets, but it's all right. They're safe.
The circle at this point of time still playing with the minds of all these players, right? Look at that. Enigma still going in for the same kind of rotation. Probably they've thought that, you know, the circle might form into the specific buildings which you already told before, the snake buildings, and that is where they're heading towards to. And I also feel that, you know, Team Soul and everybody will also be heading over there. Look at that. Team Soul already present in that very building which we were speaking about. This is one of those fights to watch out for. Enigma versus Team Soul. But will that take place?
I mean, we don't know, because Goblin is already taking his strides, right? All coiled up, just ready to strike once the moment hits. But look at Omega. Now, now, look at his position, right? He's way far from his back. Now, I'm starting to wonder if that's a contingency plan, but hold on. Akshat does have the players of Team EXO spotted out. Now, whenever we've seen circles like this, it has really not panned out the way Team EXO wanted to be. Now, Hector, he's moving around the map. I think Team Soul is still, you know, in two minds about where they really want to station themselves, and could be a cause for concern.
Now, Avi on the other side starts to get tagged, and the information is going to be relayed telling that there's another team close by. So, guys, just better watch out in all different directions. As now, Nigma Galaxy coming in from a late rotation, as we can see that they're going to be going off that blue marker on the name list itself. But let's see how much that is going to favor them, because immediately, with few seconds to come, there's going to be the next circle forming up, which will be predicting most of the fate of these teams, and that is going to be to the dead center yet again. It's going to be two teams having the best spot in the house. One is going to be Team Soul, and the other one is going to be Enigma.
The circle again imploding on itself, and now we've been talking about this. This is where Team Soul, they need to recuperate, right? They need to reorient themselves, get themselves back together. And Evo was getting a little bit of shots from the backlines, I believe was from Team Soul, but it's all right. It's all safe and sound. But now is the moment where the other teams also might come and strike in. You have the boys from 7C playing around the Potato Hills. Now they're also starting to rotate in, and we might get to see a little bit of those shots being fired with another team that's right beside them. But as we speak, Hyderabad, Hydras trying to get into a certain place, maybe a compound for themselves, and FS Esports thwart them off from their territory.
Now, this is the first time ever we'll be seeing a circle in which all 16 teams are still alive with 64 men standing. And just imagine what's going to be the finish feed as one another starts to take off. But at the same time, let's not forget FS Esports is still trying to hold that high ground for themselves, thinking that, you know, just in case the circle comes this way, we'll know exactly what to do. But also, somewhere I feel this one position which they're holding can be a little vulnerable for them.
Oh yeah, because of Global Esports just coming from the northern side. They could spot them over, and we know how notorious Global Esports is at this point, right? Searching for blood, trying to get a few finishes to their name. As ladies and gentlemen, it is already 14 minutes inside the game, and not even a single knock has taken place yet. But anything can change. It all comes down, I believe, to the next circle shift. That's where we get to see that first curveball. And we have a slight idea of where the circle is going to head out. And that is where teams will be contesting for the center.
Now, I just hope it comes out to the complete open where everybody will have to rely on the vehicles, and I hope they have the right kind of resources as well, because smokes is going to be something which you need to have the highest with a circle like this. Again, looking to the eastern side of the map, we have HHR Esports, Nigma Galaxy, Team FS, all of those teams who tend to play for placement points. And on the western side of the map, we have the side of Team Enigma, Soul, 7C and GE, which eventually tend to go for an offensive battle. So which of these ones will actually take it off and be the first one to press the trigger? We'll be looking out for that.
Oh, it's really ludicrous, right? Look at the shift coming in from GE, right? The kind of a split that they're up to. Mania on the Potato Hills. Joker, he's floating around. Might collide against the players of FS, as Ronnie is also trying to push in from a different direction. We might have our first piece of action inside the game. And, well, as you did say, do we have any knocks already?
Yes, we had the first one coming in from the side of Hydra, where we said that, you know, the eastern side of the map have the silent assassins. Eventually have started off to take it to the enemy's face as our Esports Fern person gets taken down. And I do believe this is the right time to press your triggers, because eventually you're going to keep your enemies at bay and have that, you know, confidence for yourself as the circle shifts away, favoring 3 different teams at this point of time. 4 to be specific. One is going to be 7C's Team Kinetic, Enigma, as well as the side of Team Soul, as Autobotz also have a hard compound for themselves.
This is where OR Esports, they're going to be on the move. 7C, they do have the dead center to themselves, and they have to defend the spot with all their might and life. As INS, somewhere scurrying around the edges, they might want to close in. Kinetic is going to be their next target, as Parv has also managed to knock out Manti from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, one of the players that did come in as late in week number 3, and he has been brilliant ever since. But what are we witnessing, Arka? Billion being taken down courtesy to the play zone.
No, I don't know what's happening in the port camp, right? But right now, looking at what's happening on the screens, we can witness that Team Hydra doesn't want to hold back, even though it's a circle. They're not going to prioritize that. But eventually, Kinetic falls out with a little bit of a HP, as Steve Goblin is going to be the first person to pull out the first blood in this game.
Nothing less expected from the top fragger in the iQOO BMPS, as he might be going in for the second one as the cavalry does alive. And maybe Jadu can also be spotted out in the open. Goblin is aware of that, but has been taken down by his teammate Hector, as Avi decides to go after Hero. And our Esports, they are in shambles.
Now, they walked into the jaws of death, right? It's obvious they're going to get churned. This is not the kind of rotation they would have been looking out for, but let's not forget to see on the other side, HS versus the side of GE. Both of them them late into the circle. Finally, lock horns with one another, and HH at this point of time, a little bit of an advantage for them because they have all 4 men still in, as GA has already lost one for themselves.
It's a 4 circle. You have to make your decisions right if you are really opting for the revive. And GE, of course, have lost out on Knuckle, one of their primary assaulters out here, and that is a reason to be worrying about. But Manya, he's been by far the best player from this team, leading the entire team by example and not by force. But look at Ronnie. He's got his crosshair set. The moment he opens up on his ADS, he's not going to spot anything at all. But this is where the worries of, or the troubles of Hyderabad Hydras are not yet over. They need to search for a compound, or they need to search for a place where they can take some safe haven for themselves. But Manti, look at him. His vehicle is burning. Vehicles are flipping. Welcome to day number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
As Joker is going to be the one spraying against the side of Maxi and puts him down. Eventually, a follow-up grenade is something we'll be looking out for, because ultimately from far away, there's going to be tags coming in, and eventually, enemy is going to be the friend, and that is something which I'll be looking out for.
Oh, it's getting so much more exciting. INS, of course, having lost out on a billion, they certainly cannot accept to let go of Joker, as Cream decides to push over, has been thwarted off by the players of Team Soul as Goblin lies down, as Omega needs to reposition himself. It is going to be Zen OP trying to apply a little bit of a damage, but now he's up for a healing.
Now Scream out of the game. There's going to be a lot of responsibilities on the shoulders of Team BB's Zen OP. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Hellgod at this point of time is cooking up grenade to perfection, as Hector almost got taken down. Could this be the game for Soul to watch out for? For the side of BB, another grenade comes in, perfectly planned, perfect projectile coming in. The follow-up is also coming in. Could this be the one to finish them off? No.
It's just not them. It's also Nigma Galaxy joining the fray. Of course, Wixky is going to get that crucial revive out there, but Akshat also goes down, curtsy to that grenade, and Hellgod, that's not going to deter him from not trying to push in. Indeed, he goes in. He wants those finishes for himself, but Hector, with all his life, needs to get the best player on board, as Goblin and Omega both out of picture. Hellgod has no idea of the healing happening. The moment he enters into the washroom, does get a few glimpses, but no, indeed, also gets taken away.
Now, this was a point where he could have heard that gunshots coming in from the side of Hector, but eventually has to pay a hefty price for not being too cautious of his surroundings, as Nigma Galaxy is going to get control of one compound, which is pretty much required for them, as the circle shifts away to the northern side of the map, favoring the side of OR and GE. This is a fight to watch out for, because the next praise for the side of Team Soul is going to be Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, of course it could be, as MJ, look at him. He's making those moves. He wants to get in up close and personal. He knows the players of Team Soul are injured, are already bleeding, already 2-man less. Now, the moment MJ just strikes in, does want to make a few punches in order to not let go of his movements. The sound's not being given away, but this nade could change it all. Has it ricocheted enough? No, a little bit of a damage done on Hector. Needs to patch himself up, but now has an idea of someone that is about to enter inside their compound.
Now, on the other side, 7Cs at this point of time, challenged by the side of Kinetic, as Hydra wants to come and do the third party. Look at the cavalry coming in. It's going to be Dynamite, Jackson, Legend, and Power all coming in together to pick up all these finishes which have been fought out over here. Kinetic BO is going to be the last man standing at 7Cs. Hit the ground and under.
Oh, they definitely do, but look at BO. The lonesome survivor on the backlines. We have Savitar. He can also play a spoil spot to the party, but now he's kept himself aloof from it. He's waiting for these two teams to battle it out, as Legend has finally managed to knock out Bio and will take his life out, as Hydra somehow are alive, as Nigma Galaxy Apollo on a 1v1 skirmish alongside Akshat will get taken down, as Akshat, being the hero for Team Soul for the umpteenth time, and saves them from the precipice of death.
Now, this is what I said, the next prey rather than the hunters for the side of Team Soul, because confidently with 2 men standing, show to us yet again why they're one of the teams to watch out for. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, way far away. I just don't see him anywhere on the map. I don't know whether they've been taken off, but at this point of time, Dynamite is going to be spraying the best of what he can, as Jackson from the outside kind of knows the information of the new T coming in. That's going to be the side of WSF. They have 2 men standing as of now, a 1v2 situation, as Jackson is going to be hitting the ground, knows the location, but finally, Savitar's grenade is going to put an end for him and his team.
I'm wondering how many players of 7C are alive at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. We are already running out of breath, and here goes the circle shift and lands into the laps of the players of OR Esports. Now, Esports Wala, WSF, they did some bizarre things. They went for a different rotation altogether and still somehow have managed to keep their players alive. But for 7C, I believe it's just that lonesome player, maybe Savitar, who's got 4 finishes already to his name, but he needs to get some position in order to give them a good start to the evening. But for now, Joker, he's got his eyes set on Savitar, trying to explode those doors, but in turn gets taken down from elsewhere.
Now this is the clutch which we were looking out for, right? Akshat, look at that, using that stairs perfectly to his advantage, where his legs were only visible, and eventually goes in and strike exactly when required. The final player is where he's going to go in for a reload, come back, wait for him to make the mistake. Once he's visible, sprays it perfectly and clears them off. A 1v4, amazing one coming in. Even though they've gone out on the 11th position, 9 finishes for themselves.
Obviously, a start that all the Soul fans would have wanted. A little bit more of those position points. Well, but we're not going to complain for now, as OR Esports a very promising position, and they know that they have got the boys from INS. All they need to do is get a few more grenades being tossed over in that particular direction, and it is going to be all kaboom, as Aditya, he has his eyes entirely focused on the players of Global Esports, who might strike in any single moment. But INS, one after the other, they're starting to bleed, just sandwiched between two teams, helpless as they get thwarted out of the lobby. It is all again down to Crazy Soul.
Now let's see whether he'll be able to do something crazy, right? Because the last man standing will have a lot of pressure, and that is something very hard to cope up in a circle like this, as Karan also gets taken down. Aru on a different spree altogether. Look at him taking down one player after another. Jelly on the other side already got 3 finishes for himself. 8 finishes coming in from the side of Team OR, looking the strongest with the best position in the lobby right now.
Oh, indeed, they have, right? The only competitors I really feel are going to be the boys from Global Esports. They've got a little bit of a room and space to work around with, but not this lad, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy Soul, he's out in the open. It's the smokes that is saving him till now, but for how long is the big question, because any given moment, the other players can also strike in. Any given moment, OR can overstep just a little bit and ensure that finish to his name. Or maybe it could be the boys from Global Esports, but they're on a whole different spree altogether, now deciding to enter in from the southern side, as Invader with a sliver of HP is still alive.
Now Manya on the other side starts off with the grenade, as Aditya is still not stopping. The next target for them is going to be the side of WSF, as they're taking players down one after another. The teamwork, the composure, the best of the IGL, which we thought would be for the tournament, is all proving themselves, as Invader is going to be the next man with the projectile of the grenade. Pretty far away, but we're going to be coming into the process, getting taken down from the hands of Aditya, as Atanki will be pushing forward. No, it's going to be Aditya yet again pushing forward, because eventually they want all these finish points inside the lobby.
Oh, certainly they do. Karan needs to get that rest back up, but look at OR Esports. They're playing with fire. They need to get inside the circle, have a really good spread, and this is where Global Esports find that perfect opportunity and enter inside the zone at the right nick of time. But for OR Esports, it is going to be a monumental task. The big question is, can they do it, Arka?
I just hope they can, right? Because that's the most important thing for them at this point of time. After so much of hard work, after placing themselves perfectly, the least thing they would want is an error against the side of Team GE. They're weakest at this point of time with just 3 men standing. So they have the man advantage as well. All they have to do is hold their ground, as one last player from the side of WSF. Again, this team is proving as to why they crawl their way inside the circle, inside the finale itself, as the last man, Karan, will be looking out for some more finishes in his name.
Manya, switching to the first perspective, they try to lob a grenade, but that goes stray, as Jelly, he's got to watch out for these 3 dogs out there, right? The moment they step in, he's going to be done for, but he's going to be relentless. He's going to keep on trying, as Aru does have the better of that compound, but Karan, he is going to be a little bit sneaky. He's not going to make all those movements for now, as Atanki doing the right thing, entering inside a vehicle, does have a smoke, give him cover, wants to get a better vision at where the players of Global Esports are, and still it has no clue of their exact location.
Now Jelly on the other side, right? This is where resources come into play as well, as if they can loft in proper grenades towards the side of smokes, they might find 1 or 2 knocks for themselves, as Aditya at this point of time is going to be regrouping towards the side of Team OR. Karan having a very good off angle, a blind spot against the side of Team OR. If he can register just one finish for himself, which is not going to happen, as GES put an end for him, giving an opportunity for the side of Team OR to take this home completely, as all 4 men are inside the circle and spread around in this real estate, which is required for them, as Aditya will be the first person to get taken down.
A small mistake might have to be a hefty price that OR Esports might pay, but for Global Esports now it's even Stevens. It is a 3v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen, as Ronnie, he is cooking up that grenade. Is it into perfection? We're just gonna find out, and no is gonna be the answer, but hoping that Jelly has enough meds to patch himself up. As Atanki, he's gotta make the difference. He's gotta be lobbing those few grenades and has to ensure a knock for the players of OR Esports to still stand.
Now this is where the split of G is going to be coming into picture, right? In the minimap we can see Manya will be the person lurking around from the eastern side of the map, trying to play as safe as possible. As Ronnie strike against the Jelly, it's going to be a 3v3 situation again against the side of Team OR, as Atanki will be the next man in the crosshairs of all these players, as Manya still far away, looking out for the perfect time, and when he strikes, that could be the end of Team OR.
OR Esports are already cornered. Global Esports have taken the driver's seat in the game. All they need to do is find Atanki and end his misery, as there you go, get the final finish, get the first chicken dinner. Global Esports are off to a blistering start, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And what a game it has been, right? Changing your drop location, going somewhere entirely you've never been, and despite all odds, still coming out on top.
I mean, I just love the way the final moments of the game was, right? The person who was more composed, but also strategizing, having to move around in that final circle, actually got that winner chicken dinner. Whereas OR, they became even more composed. Like, that was not necessary for them, right? With the man advantage, they could have just moved around. They had vehicles for themselves. They had resources. Smokes were also there. I think they wasted a little bit of a time inside the hard cover, thinking that, you know, a little bit of a high ground will give them information, but ultimately had to pay a very hefty price.
Of course, it all started with Aditya making that move, right? Now, we did talk about it even during the cast, right? OR Esports were little late into getting inside the circle, where Global Esports had already positioned themselves pretty well. Now, this is where Aditya wanted to take the flank, right? This is where he wanted to ensure he got a little bit of a better view. The moment he did that, and he got shot from Ronnie, I believe. And that is the point where, had the players of OR Esports, the others, you know, gotten for a trade-off, could be a different story altogether. Now, the entire attention of OR Esports was to get that revive on towards their player, and that is where Jelly also opened up a little bit of an angle, right? That is where, you know, Global Esports did thread the needle and managed to secure yet another knock. 2 knocks done. Already you've got 3 players well spread out. They just went in and got that final finish, and Atanki was pretty much helpless, but regardless, OR and GE are off to such a wonderful start.
Now, one other thing which I want to put shed light on is going to be the side of Team OR not having the right kind of throwables in the final circle itself. In case Jelly had a grenade with him or a molly, the way he could have restricted that, you know, firepower coming in from the opposite side and also got a knock and struck fear in the hearts of GE would have been much, much more better. Probably Aditya would have been the right person to be leading the fight coming up front, right?
Oh, yeah.
And somewhere I feel that restricting Manya would have been one other thing which they wanted to do.
Oh, they should have. But nobody really anticipated this. We really thought that Global Esports, they will be out for shenanigans, but here they are coming in like wild horses, managed to absolutely cause rampage throughout the entire lobby with decent amount of finishes, have gotten that chicken dinner. That puts them at the first spot. OR Esports, nothing too shabby, nothing to worry about. Still a second position finish with at least around 9 to 10 finishes to their name. That is also acceptable, right? It's something like not for what happened with teams like Team EXO, another team we were really thinking that could be off to a really good start, but clearly wasn't the case. And again, you know, these circles really do not help them.
Now, 3 teams which are coming in my head right now. One is going to be the side of 7C, one is going to be Team Soul, and the other one is going to be the side of Enigma, because all these 3 teams had a hard cover for themselves inside the circle as it was shifting towards them. But the way they were challenged over there by every other team and got taken down, not only because of the zone, but also because of the opponents. What's your thought on that?
I mean, this is where they took too much on their plates. Like I have always said, right, when you're going and contesting for the center, you have to be well prepared for this. And this is the point where, you know, Goblin had his attention elsewhere, someone else got his trade, and things went all awry for them. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the point standings and find for ourselves how this first game of Erangel really panned out for all these teams, as of course it is going to be Global Esports at the very top, 27 points, getting the driver's seat and being one of the favorites right now for winning that 75 lakh rupees. But right next after are going to be the players of OR Esports. What really comes as a surprise for me is going to be Esports Wala WSF. Now this team, we did not expect them to be on the third spot.
Now they play for position points and exactly when required. Before that, they tried to get to finish points. 3 is what they attained, and then after that, they understood, all of my players are getting down. Karan is going to be the last man, yet again performing for the team, waiting it out in the corners of the circle, being that slithering snake. But ultimately, few other things to watch out for is the kind of finish points which, other peoples have raked up. For example, side of Team Soul, 9 finish points, and this is what happens when you have the right kind of finish points for yourself.
And, with so many players getting so many finishes, I'm in a mix to, call out the iQOO MVP, but I'm pretty sure our production has it all figured out for us. Let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP of this game was. Could be someone from Global, maybe Ronnie, from what I can feel at this point with the kind of finishes that he accrued for his team. Maybe could be someone else, maybe from Team Soul, but I think when it comes down to the survival time, I think it will, of course, go to Ronnie. I believe he did manage to get 6 finishes to his name, and I'm sure he's going to be the one who's going to be the perfect recipient for the same. But talking about the other teams, Arka, in this particular game, one of the team that needs to be pointed out has to be Hyderabad Hydras.
Yep, because eventually they were going in for a late rotation from the corners of the circle. They really didn't know exactly when to make it inside the circle after the 5th shift towards the side of Team OR, and that is when they got into skirmishes. No, it's going to be the side of GE Joker who did the little bit of a damage here and there, but eventually 4 finishes is what he got with 728 with the highest survival time of 25.52. Obviously the last man standing, and with him is going to be Ronnie with 400 damage. Clinical as it could be.
Of course, I mean, it did come down to the damage numbers, right? Joker doing all the heavy lifting, but Ronnie gets a few points off from the finish. But talking about Atanki, again, one of those players that we've been talking about, has always made sure that he's sort of alive even till the very end, right? Being the Akshat for Team OR, but it's looking all blue, right? We've got Hector also finally stepping up in the grand finals, right? At very crucial moments where Team Soul was just on the cusp of getting eliminated. He comes in and delivers some important finishes. Not just that, also those important revives on Akshat and Omega.
Exactly. Now looking at the side of match summary, we're going to be seeing a very beautiful number, 71-71 when it comes to healing, which I love to watch every single time. But 8 grenade finishes out of nowhere because of all those close calls coming in. I did not concentrate much on these grenades, but ultimately 8 grenade finishes is something which is standing out for me.
Oh, of course. I mean, since it was sort of an urban circle, we had a few compounds in the mix. I think a majority of them did come in that Nigma Galaxy Team Soul fight. Even we had the players of BB charge in. It was an absolute slaughterhouse, right? One particular compound. Not just that, there was just another, just towards the southern side of it, where we had the players of Hydra, Kinetic, everybody just fighting for that spot itself, where I believe Savitar got the better of the things towards the end, because he was the lonesome player surviving out of 7C. Now, this is where the discussion really comes in, right? Considering this particular circle, 7C did tend to drop around Puchinki. We really felt that they would have a really good game. What went wrong with them?
The rotation, probably, because that compound which OR was holding, they just relied on the IGL, and IGL was like, no, the circle is going to come here, we're going to stick to that position. I would say that Team 7C was also playing it clever, because with that split gameplay, one trying to hold the hut and the other one inside that small compound, I do believe that was a good thing, but eventually they could face one squad. But there were like 2 squads which came in back to back, and the third one also eventually was WSF. So it's hard for you to guard a compound when 3 to 4 teams are coming into the fray.
But there was one team, right? One team doing really weird things inside the lobby. It has to be our Esports. Initially, we find them rotating from down below. They went up all the way towards the top side, above those snake compounds. They had that little bit of a higher ground. But they decided to stick to each other in that Visita. The moment they tried to come down, that is where this got shot from multiple teams. Right? It was, I think, Team Soul. It was Team Enigma. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. And that is how the entire fight really began.
Now, this is where you have to watch out for few other things. Like, you have learned the mistake in a hard way. Make sure you don't do it again, right? So, the open book, which we keep speaking about, the strategies coming in, I can see that, it's no more an open book. There are new strategies which are coming out in the picture. Not only the side of Team OR, but also from the side of Team Enigma as well.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen them go to the dead center of the circle, try to hold it from the beginning itself?
Well, I mean, we've seen that quite a lot of times, but sometimes they have managed to come out through. Sometimes, well,
exactly.
things did not go as intended. But, ladies and gentlemen, what a first game has it been, right? A perfect start to the evening, just what we expected from the grand finals. Talking about perfect things, this device in my hand is also a perfect device if you want to start off your esports journey. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys on how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Just be on the right platform at the right time is something which I would want to put out for the side of Loco, right? Because every time I go back and I look at this app, especially download it, and I get to see all these casters out there, all these streamers out there, they're putting their information, and I do believe that it's one of the most important thing for us to look out for. The homework is going to be done post-game.
Oh, the homework is definitely going to be done. And a lot of, analysts do tend to come up on Loco as well to give their insights of what really happened in game number one. But, talking about global esports, they started off with a bang, right? And let's take a look at the highlights itself and have an even better picture as to what really went on in game number one, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, for global esports, they tried something entirely different, right? They tried to take a different drop location altogether. They went towards the western Georgia Pearl, and this is where we really thought that they got those initial few momentum for themselves. We were rather late inside the circle, and after that, this is where all the fights did really begin, right? You're talking about Team Soul, you're talking about Big Brothers fighting it out, and this is where all the drama, all the chaos really begun in front of us. Nigma Galaxy wanted to join the fight, and they did come in at the right time though, but I think MJ was a little too fast to get inside, right? It was all the smokes deployed. Had he waited a little bit longer, I think things could have been different.
Yeah, obviously, there was a point of time where I felt that Team Soul was the most vulnerable in this game, and eventually a comeback story from them is something which we'll be looking out for more in this tournament. Again, this was the final moments of the game where exactly it's going to be the side of Akshat doing wonders in this game, but from here on, the way they got extinguished is also something which you have to look out for again, because ultimately they had to make it inside the circle, but this was the moment where there was a rush coming in from the side of WSF. Hydra was only numbered, and let's not forget Jackson from the outside was trying to do wonders. Ultimately, when he had the player in front of him, it went down to the trigger discipline, and also grenade coming in from the side of 7C.
And this is where Esports Wala WSF were almost in a mix. Are they going to survive? And till the end, somehow they managed to make it, right? Crazy Soul, again, being the lonesome survivor for this squad. He's done it time and again, Arka, right?
Yep.
And even in this game, did ensure he got those few position points for his team. Now, this is where I really felt OR Esports, instead of going after the players of Esports Wala WSF, could have really entered into the circle and made sure that they were the ones watching out for Global Esports. But before this, we did have Global Esports trying a few things here and there. They were on the northern side, suddenly went down south, did manage to clear off a few teams, again went inside the zone, and they were the first ones to get in. And the moment OR Esports did manage to come in, they did run out of all the utility that they wanted to use, and as a result, got picked off.
Now, one other thing which I love the most about the lone lurker, that's Imania, if I'm not wrong, was going in for a lurk. He did not go for any kind of shots. He was just going over there, giving away location of his opponents, marking them out, and the team behind who was standing over there, they were actually going in for the finishes, and that's the good thing, right? Just in case Mania would have given out his location, there would have been another finish picked up from the side of Team OR. Then again, even Steven between these two teams, a 2v2 fight, frontal battle. But still, what an amazing game it was. Just in case when we look forward for that, new stats which are going to be coming up, do not forget to point out this one thing.
I mean, I would love to. I would love to. But I think I really feel in the final few moments, right? It was Ronnie who really stood up, right? He's been silent for quite a while, and when the moment arrived, he stepped it up a notch, and he managed to get those two crucial knocks on OR. The first knock being the most important one because it is Aditya we're talking about, and OR failing to provide him cover fire. That is where the cookie crumbled for them, right? That is where the panic sort of set in. What do we do? Aru did deploy those few smokes. They wanted to go a little defensive first get Aditya back online, and then wanted to probably attack. And that is where we had the second player, the IGL himself, falling down. And that is where OR Esports realized, I guess we are done. And that is where Global Esports knew, this is our moment. This is how we need to get in. Did manage to find that knock on Aru again. And Atanki, he was left all to his lone. And that is where the push came in. And he was finished off. And that is how Global Esports got the first chicken dinner.
Now, this is where Oro, I was expecting a lot from him, right? Because there were times when he has done a 1v4 when required for the team. Rather than going and reviving Aditya, if he had just stepped up to be a little bit of that assaulter, which he actually has, I think would have been much better. But we all know, in between the tension and the IGL calling out the things, you just can't think out of the box sometimes. Better stick to the basics, because ultimately that is what has worked out for the side of Team OR in the one specific game itself. Now, done with Irangle, we're going to be moving into.
But this is where, Arka, of course, sorry to barge in. There's a discussion that I really thought was important. And this is the point where we have to talk about all the hue and chaos being in the OR Esports department, right? The moment Aditya gets knocked down, that is where he retreats. Now, Aru, his reflexes will, of course, be trying to get his assaulter online. Now, this is where Jelly was the one trying to provide cover fire. But he was open from that one side. Now, Aru, of course, could have resorted to his guns, but this is something that they were not anticipating, right? Jelly getting knocked down. And then the moment he does that, few more grenades go flying in. And OR Esports were clearly out of options, right? Even for Aru, he kind of felt helpless. What does he do? Does he go for the revive, or does he try to fight it out? Because the moment the second knock arrived, that is where they all just went pressing in. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was all the story about game number 1. As we transition into the pre-match segment, powered by Loco, and this is where Arka is going to be stepping it out just a little bit, because the big man Experiment is here. And of course, we did get to hear all those insights coming in out from the analysts out there in the prelude segment that we had just before the show begun. So XP, what a game has it been, right? Day number 1, Global Esports come out swinging, managed to get that chicken dinner. But for teams like EXO, what do you feel really went astray?
Well, first of all, thank you that you're the one who's saying that I was giving some insights, because of course you have that little analytical edge over me. But again, it was amazing, right? I mean, Team EXO, again, the transitioning into the circle was something that did kind of catch them off guard, which is something I wasn't really expecting, because you got to keep one thing in mind, right? I mean, it was pretty much near the drop spot coming in from Milta like they normally do, but boy, oh boy, I mean, the few teams in the center, Team Seoul, again, they had it all. They had 9 finishes. Again, a compound that they are comfortable with. Unfortunately, it wasn't their day. I thought OR was taking it away, but then Global Esports comes and whoosh, snatches that chicken dinner right away.
And that is something that we really love, right? Especially Global Esports coming in. You know, they've been the villains of this tournament so far. They've been slaying down teams here and there, and they're the ones creating drama over the internet. You know, they wanted to challenge Hydra, but it was a different story altogether. It was something that we really did not expect. They went over towards that Western Georgia city, and that is how things went on, and managed to get a chicken dinner.
It is, of course, how it happened, and of course none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. So before we get on with the next game, like we love saying, you know, we know how to train a dragon. Let's see how to slay one. course, we have the biggest gaming platform right here in front of us for India. It's, of course, Loco. And, well, before you start your journey over there, you better get yourself one of these bad boys, the iQOO Neo 6. And speaking of bad boys, man, I mean, this game was phenomenal. Again, we kind of anticipated that, we aren't going to see any action. Up until the 14.5 minute was when the first shots were fired and, the first body did hit the floor.
Yeah.
But again, all that chaos, like someone let slip the dogs of war at the end. And, in all that chaos, some teams crumbled. And some teams, well, they emerged victorious.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we have to talk about global esports like we did, right? The kind of rotations that they were up to the northern side. But there was one team that disappointed me, XP, was Hyderabad Hydras. Now,
They went out quick.
yeah, they did run out quick. And it was all the timing of their rotation inside the circle. Because ideally, if you remember the past matches in a similar circle like this, they kind of tend to station themselves on the northern side of where Team Soul were, on those snake compounds, right? And that is something that Team Enigma got for themselves, and they were all confused as to where to go next, and one after the other they just got picked off.
They did get picked off, and of course that is how the cookie crumbles. But we have something nice in store for all you lovely viewers, because, well, BGMI Crofton is going to be giving away a lot of this amazing merch. I'm talking about the t-shirts, and I'm talking about, of course, the bottles to beat the heat. So you better make sure you grab yourselves. All you have to do is check the links down below. And, well, that's not enough, because we are going to be giving away some iQOO Neo 6s as well.
Of course, and it is all on the comment section, right? On the chats, you have a pinned comment out there. All you've got to do is press on the link. And the moment you do that, it's pretty easy, right? You've got to fill up the details. And once you're done, there you have it. If you're lucky also, 10 winners can get one of these.
I mean, of course, we were talking about the fact that this is India's biggest tournament at this point, right?
Yes.
2 crore, but normally it's only for the players and, for the individual accolades. But this time, you all have something in store for yourselves as well. So make sure you go and grab the best of that opportunity. Now, speaking of opportunities, I love that it's Miramar next. And you and I haven't had the fortune to cast one of these games. But before we do so, we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo, as it looks like... INX's Evert is going to be coming in, and, well, Crazy Soul is going to go on, which, again, I see that little confused look on your face, because he was the last man standing. And Crazy Soul has been that crazy player who's, been instrumental for Team INS. Maybe something's not working out. Maybe they want to try something new.
What could possibly go wrong here? And you're getting Evert, a player that has never touched the Battlegrounds Pro Series yet, and suddenly he comes in the grand finals the first day, and it's Crazy Soul. Had it been any other player, had it been Shane, I would not have objected. Had it been Billion, because he was the one who got taken down from the play zone. But when you talk about Crazy Soul, you are definitely making some big risky moves, XP.
Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe Evert has been watching. He's been making his notes. He's been doing his homework. He has his insights to give as well. Because, again, we were talking in the prelude section that basically a substitute is someone who comes in to replenish the squad. Maybe right now Crazy Soul is feeling a bit too much pressure. Maybe there's a little bit of infighting going on, or something or the other. Of course, we all love doing that. In fact, Fixes and I also sometimes, have a little bit of a scuffle. But, all jokes aside, maybe he's going to bring something new to the table. Now, again, I understand your hesitation, right?
Yeah.
It is the grand finals. Maybe they've been practicing in the background.
Hopefully, because had they been doing that, they should have gotten him maybe in the week number 3. But again,
Give him a
talk
few games or
about
whatever,
week 3, they were already just crawling. They were just kind of struggling to make sure that they enter the top 16. And something of which they did manage eventually, and Crazy Soul had such an instrumental role to play, right? He's the one who gets that oomph to the squad. He's the one who does all the damage, gets those finishes to the name, does have his name in the top 20 fragger board that we have, and missing him out, I do not know if this can turn out to be the right decision, but hey, we're open.
68 finishes is what Crazy Soul had all through the last 3 weeks. And again, I'm not going to say he's probably burnt out, because, again, in the last game, he did have a good performance.
Yes.
He was the last man surviving, but INS were just in that position once again. They've got guns up ahead, they've got guns in the back, and, basically they had no way out. Still, he did manage to take out a member of Esports Walla WSF. So, again, I believe. Now, of course, this is all speculation. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe buts and ifs. He might just bring something new to the table.
Something that we've never been anticipating, something we have never seen before. And I think we would love that. But when we get into the map of Miramar, right, I think it's that one city, Los Leones, I'm talking about. Three teams. 3 teams XP are going to be clashing out over there. Team EXO, Autobotz, and Big Brothers. Now, what is your take on that?
Now, the thing is, they pretty much map the city out, right? I mean, they're comfortable with dropping on either side of the city and, making sure that they don't really collide at an earlier stage. But it all depends on where that circle is going to form, because for now, we're going to be saying bye-bye from the studio as before we take off over the deserts of Miramar.
Yeah.
Let's just have a look, because, people say that deserts are really inhospitable. However, let me tell you one thing. Miramar is, of course, one of those beautiful, beautiful places, and have a look at that. It's a beautiful day for some BGMI action.
Of course, it is a very historic day, right? As we do have it being etched in the history of Indian esports, right? The biggest prize pool whatsoever. We're talking about 2 crores on the line, and the winner takes a hefty chunk out of it, 75 lakh rupees. And global esports, boy oh boy, are off to a flying start. Now, this is where it again comes down to this particular map. Now, they've not got any clashes over here. It was just, they were picking fights knowingly with the players of Team Hydra. We hopefully think that they do not resort to such measures right now. But I think our attention is going to be entirely around that Los Leones city, because it has never happened before, right? 3 teams in one city. Are they going to be fighting it out? Are they going to be resorting to some different measures? It's all out in the open.
See, the best thing is, it is, of course, the biggest city here in Miramar, right? And like we said earlier, they try and avoid each other's positions, because one will go to the north, the other drops a bit to the southwest, and of course southeast, where you have all those massive factories and, those little ridges to play around with. That is where the third like's going. But again, it all comes down to where that first circle is going to form, because what we've seen in the past fixes is that even if the circle is not with Los Leones, if it's not even in contention, they still try and make it to the circle, but they avoid each other's little paths as well. So it's something that they've done for a long time. It's all that homework. They know exactly what the other team's going to do. And again, that is where teams have a little bit of edge. But for now, this is going to be the final time we have a look at the dunes, as the big bird is going to take to the skies. And, well, looks like we're going to be flying a little to the southeastern direction over Landriera, and of course ending at Porto Paraiso. And, oh, I love this. The match, of course, is being played on your iQOO Neo 6s. No better device out there at this moment.
Of course, there certainly isn't in the market right now. But for Team INS, well, it was a good start for them. I'm really curious as to what Evert has to offer. Which position are they going to make him play? Such a big day for this young lad to be making his debut. But for Los Leones, this is what I've been talking about. I'm going to be sounding like a broken record, but this has never happened before, right? It was always the groups, right? Group A and B, Group B and C. It was always 2 teams. Now, when you've got 3 in the mix, someone needs to back off. Now, this is where INS, they're going to be heading all the way up north, maybe towards El Pozo or towards those ruins area. We will have a few teams stationing down at El Pozo, a few at Monte Nuevo. Chumacera is up for grabs. I think that is what Global Esports have done for, because walkouts, well, they've already walked out of this tournament.
They aren't here anymore, and again, you see a lot of colors right around Los Leones. But again, the question is, where is the circle going to form? There you have it. It is going to be a bit up to the north, with San Martin pretty much near the epicenter of all the action to come. Now here's again the thing, Fixes, everyone knows where everyone is dropping, right?
Yeah.
It is pretty much common knowledge. So teams are going to be just, taking a little bit of time, and they are going to space themselves out. But speaking of global esports, looks like they're going to be landing on the eastern aspect of Chumacera, and a few early clashes might just be what we see. Now, if we're here, that's the weapon that I want for early clashes. You have your Mini 14 for some distance, and if things get up close and personal, well, boom, boom is what's going to happen. And Savitar with the Winchester, lovely gun, is taking a few pop shots at a few birds in the sky.
And hasn't really landed yet. But what is out of the ordinary is Nigma Galaxy have decided to drop on at Chumacera. Something that they ideally kind of resort to towards the Hacienda del Patron. And this time around, Global Esports, they were not anticipating this. But 7C, nothing to be really concerned about. Now, they've always been one of those teams that tends to kind of split around a little bit, get some of those loot done, and head over to the high grounds, right? Especially just beside the advertisement building in San Martin. So they're going to to resort to such measures. And what I'm excited for is what Team Soul are up to.
Let me just ask you a quick question about 7C Esports. Now, throughout the weeks, right, they've been super consistent as far as points go. However, they kind of gave precedence to the position points earlier, and then later they just let their weapons do all the talking. What do you think is going to happen in these next 4 days?
In their playing 4, they've not made any changes, right? Now, the moment they get Prince instead of Spray God, that is where we see.
I like
that
him though.
I do personally, because the moment he comes in, that is where we see a little bit of consistency, a little bit of more stable behavior. But otherwise, these are the wild dogs, right? The wild hounds, whatever you might call them, because they tend to itch in for every single fight that they want to engage in for. Now, for 7C, this is where they know that, you just have 23 games remaining. The first one did not go the way you wanted. This is where they need to play a little bit more stable.
And again, of course, looking at the circle, Los Leones. We did expect 3 teams, and looks like they are going to be sharing the city for now, but as expected, one is always going to be to the north, and the others are going to be to the southwest and the southeast. Now, Team Seoul up on your screens. And, well, 10 points from Game 1 is going to be no shabby affair. However, they are going to be vying for more. 9 finishes fixes. Again, everything was going in their favor. They had the compound for themselves, and that is something that they are good at, right? They basically love holding down the fort, and any and everything that moves in the distance, well, they love taking a few shots at it.
Oh, of course. I mean, you talk about teams. So what really fell down for them was Goblin getting eliminated pretty early, right?
And that's the domino effect.
Yes, that's the domino effect. One thing followed the other. And this is where I really liked Hector, how he held on to his horses, right? The moment the push was coming in from multiple teams, it was Big Brothers, it was Nigma Galaxy from different sides. It was, again, Omega getting knocked out and finished off. It all came down to these two lads. He ensured he got the entire compound inside the smoke. Now, none of them could really push in. The moment someone tried to do that, he outplayed every one of them, getting those few knocks, buying enough time for Akshat. Towards the end also, we witnessed a moment of brilliance coming out there from Akshat. There were 2 players knocked out of Nigma Galaxy. Both of them were trying to body block him, try to restrict his movement. But despite all odds, the lad still did come through.
Oh, he did indeed. And, of course, it was not a bad outing for that team. Now, Team XO, on the other hand, well, they didn't really have the game that they were hoping for as far as Erangel is concerned. However, let's have a look and see what's going to happen over here. And now this is something that we've seen ever so often, as the Autobotz to the north of Los Leones are going to just keep their eye on the movement as far as OR Esports is concerned, because keep in mind, OR Esports, they dropped down at Puerto Paraiso. In fact, they had a little bit of a split drop coming in because Altanki and Jelly, I'm going to say this, are miles away from the remaining 2 members, which again, if they do get caught off guard and if they are taken down in the open, oh boy, things could be a little tricky for the team that almost had the chicken dinner in the last game.
Finally, Jelly lives up to his words. Now, this is where, I tend to get into conversations with the boys. And he said, Fixes, we have a surprise for you in the finals. And here they are with a split drop, something that we haven't seen from their side before. They've never tried to pull this one off. Might have practiced in a few scrim games that they tend to engage in. But this is, more to ensure they've got a better loot, a little bit of a spread. And it comes with its own fair share of risks, right? If the players get isolated, if they get caught in the mix, they're done for.
Higher the risk, higher the reward. That is what they've been saying for centuries. And, well, I guess it does hold some precedence to it. But for now, Global Esports, your winners of the last game are going to be just traversing the deserts of Miramar. Maybe they'll stop and get a vehicle for themselves. There you have it, Knuckle gets out. But, what they did in the last game was brilliant, right? Now, OR Esports, they did have that man advantage. However, when the compound was not in the final circle, when it did kind of shift due east, what they did was what everybody does in these situations. They kind of got clumped between their vehicles and a tree, and, all those projectiles were being rained in, because looks like they have someone using those howitzers in the map, because it was almost like an artillery strike on their position.
Sure.
And then again, Global Esports, the way they wrapped around and just snuffed out their lives was brilliant. Question is, can they do it this time around? Because they're going to be coming in from the western side of the circle, maybe hit El Pozo on their way.
I think they're going to be pretty late inside the zone, right? They want to float around a little bit, search, wait for that curveball to hit, one radical shift, and that is where they might make their move. But I think I really like the rotation coming in from Team Soul. Now, we've witnessed this again for the second time. They're playing the center game.
Oh, yeah.
They want to stick to the center, not take any risks. They have a good loot around Picado, wait out for the teams that come their way, and this time all they have to look out for is taking one fight at a time and not multiple.
Speaking of fights, looks like we might just see a few shots fired early off because Team Seoul are going to get dangerously close to 7C Esports. Now, they are going to have a look that, somebody's right over there in the vicinity, and they might just go the other way. But have a look at Sarung's position right at the center. But what does catch my eye is, although we did see Global Esports taking that little western route into the circle towards La Cobreria, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be in their wake.
So this is where I'm starting to ponder if Global Esports want to get some more loot done. Because they dropped off at Chumacera, they realized there's a different squad altogether, and then they realized, let's get out of here. We've got a good start. We need to be a little bit more stable. We can afford to have one bad game. It's fine if we rotate late inside the circle because it's still the first zone. So I'm pretty sure result as they've taken a halt over there, get some good looting done, and that is how they move in. But yes, like you said, I really loved how Hyderabad Hydras are rotating in. This is something, again, we have seen them doing time and again. This is something that they've practiced, and they tend to thrive in situations as this.
Oh, they do indeed, and although they do thrive on the map of Miramar, 7C Esports, just by the name, are way out of their element because, well, there's hardly any water, but there is going to be gunfire as Sensei from Team EXO is going to be letting loose a few shots in OR Esports' direction. As again, you keep in mind, these boys are split up, but the circle is going to have a little bit of a shift to the north, and, well, the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron, is going to be where we might see some action later on. Now, Team EXO is moving in, OR Esports is moving in, Big Brothers are going to be close in the vicinity as well, and coming up behind them, it is going to be a bit problematic because the Autobotz are going to be assembling to the south.
Oh, this is looking so scary, XP. But look at Global Esports. They've got it all planned out again. The eastern area is way up for the grabs. They can take that entire water treatment area, take over the hills. They can try to rotate around from that area altogether. But even the same can be said for our Esports and Esports WSF. They're going to be sticking it around the edges a little bit. Might go for the center. I do not know if they are going to resort to such measures. But whatever it is, the southern side is what I'm really concerned about.
And of course, when you are in the maps such as Miramar, you want to have those 4x4s with them. And Egid has a nice combination of weapons as well. The M4 and the Car 98. And it looks like Hector did take a few bullets to his body. Of course, nothing to worry about at this moment. But come on, Eggy. We do see you have the 4 times. He does see a vehicle in the distance. He hits the deck because, of course, you want to have that little bit of control over your recoil. But for now, he's going to hold on and see if he can blow someone's head clean off the shoulders. And speaking of blowing something off, looks like a few shots were fired in the distance. And there you have it. The body is going to take a little damage.
Oh, yeah. And I love that about Eggy, right? He's one of those players that is really stuck on to the good old bolt action. Does believe in it. We've seen some...
My kind of guy.
Yeah, your kind of a guy, 100%. Now, this is something that Team Enigma have also done time and again. But at the same time, in trying to do something like this, hasn't really come out in a better manner for them, right? Because they've never really managed to get a chicken dinner. This split really hurts them because this is the moment where multiple teams kind of tend to stack in on Enigma, and one by one, they get isolated and then they get finished off.
Speaking of Enigma, I know that you can't really make out anything on your screens just yet, but they are going to be pretty much in the center, just west of Hacienda del Patron, and they are spread out pretty far and wide. Now, that is, again, the thing that you brought up, right?
Yeah.
Now, if they basically can fend for themselves. However, speaking of fending for themselves, I'm going to hold on to my point because it looks like shots are going to be fired. Well, I guess I can still continue. As Apollo, the Greek god himself, as bright and powerful as the sun, they're making a late rotation in. And in fact, we did see it in the south fixes. The blue zone is still where they are, but they're taking that same route that Global Esports did, as well as Hyderabad Hydras.
Of course. I think they want to play it out. Now, the one thing that they have really not taken into account is Global Esports' presence at La Cobreria, right? Now, they're anticipating that city is going to be vacant. We're going to take that eastern highway also. We could maybe enter in through that water treatment. That is what these teams are up to. Now, once they go in there, they're going to be in for a surprise.
They are going to be in for a surprise because they will suddenly realize, oh, we already have some neighbors, and they aren't going to be the friendly types. In fact, it's going to be bad neighbors, part 3, all over here again. But for now, Team Kinetic, I mean, these guys, they really did scrape through. I mean, the 16th position finished, 328 points, sharing with a couple of others, just making sure they edged past, teams like Team Blind, just because they had a few more chicken dinners is something that they want to make sure they capitalize on as well. And again, we do talk about Bajwa from Esports Walla WSF. Boy, oh boy, the games that they played, the last couple of games, in fact, at the end of week 3 were phenomenal, but you got to keep one thing in mind. His teammates Tango and Karan were pretty instrumental as well.
Oh yeah, I mean Tango being one of those players who did make his mark on the top 20 frag boards has been delivering. When we've always talked about Bajwa and Karan to be the stars of this entire team, he's really made his presence felt, and I'm gonna expect nothing less. But few shots already connecting. Tango instead needs to just step down a little bit. Will kind of get himself back into cover, into safety. But which was that team? Was it FS?
I do believe it was one of the teams just, driving past and just laying
was
down
our
a few
Esports.
shots. It was our Esports, and he did align from his vehicle and, lay down some lead in his direction. However, again, the distance is going to be a bit too much, and now the two Hydras are going to try and collide with one another, as Hyderabad Hydras, well known for their prowess and their dominance in the map of Miramar, they're going to be taking on Hydra officials at the other end. However, from behind, trouble could be coming in, because there you have it, Global Esports are coming in hard.
Now, do the boys from Hyderabad Hydras have that information, right? They've been scouring around the land. They might hear the vehicle sounds. Now, if they do, if they get caught in the mix, because if the players of Hydras decide to push in at Hyderabad Hydras, and Global Esports is one of those teams that never really tends to back out.
They don't indeed, and looks like all the teams are kind of backing away from one another, because once again, buddy, 14 minutes on the clock in Miramar, not a single body has hit the ground, and no one, was put 6 feet under. But looks like Global Esports is Ronnie. He definitely has some commotion in the distance. And you got to keep in mind, you don't get too close to the enemy in a vehicle, because, you are going to be giving those sound cues away. But Ronnie, one of the top 5 players in the last game, trying to do what he does best, just scout out and have a look if he can see any enemies. And speaking of enemies, looks like 7C Esports might set up an ambush, but it's going to be Aditya and Eggy from Enigma who are going to be fighting it out. But as Spray God is not going to be using his weapons, he does lob a grenade, because again, he needs to get in a little bit of cover.
This is where he needs support from his teammates, right? You've got one of his teammates on the eastern side, but Spray God, he's going to be relentless. He's going to be pursuing that one knock, which he might get. Has done some hefty amount of damage though, but still not a single knock.
Again, that sound of the minivan, the mini bus over there, the Scooby-Doo vehicle, as I like calling it, did kind of give it away for him. But now this is what you were talking about. His team, they do have those, bird's nest. They have that little vision from high above. And that is where people like Sauron could come in hefty. And looks like Fierce is going to be living up to his name, as Hellgod from BB is going to be taken down. Spraygod with one other grenade does, in fact, connect with a couple of the members of the opposite team. He's got to back away because, they have a similar idea in mind.
I really like the setup now from 7C. They've got their angles covered. Nigma Galaxy, they need to retreat. They're making a run for it. A perfect time for them to strike. Now here they go with the buggy. Now this is where the sprays really come in.
And there you have it, Spraygod living up to his name. He's going to let loose a few shots from that M4. Unfortunately, it's not going to connect as he had anticipated. And now he knows that he might be out in the open as well, which is, again, the presence of mind on himself. And looks like Kinetic God did not have that idea as Savatar. He's going to wait for everything to be lined up. He lets a few shots, but 7C Esports, they just let their prey slip through the fingers. However, looks like Dream is once again living a nightmare, as Legend from Hydra official just wiped him out, and the first blood finally pops up around the 16-minute mark.
So unfortunate, right? Every single time we talk about Nigma Galaxy, but we do have another fight. It is going to be between 3 teams, our Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, and of course GE.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras could be in a world of trouble, because although they have dealt with one of the members from RE who was pretty much in their buildings, they could come up from that little mountain behind them. And of course, Global Esports, they're going to be pummeling them with bullets, but looks like our Esports are making a little bit of an oopsie. They do have a Guardian Angel up top on that little mound. However, it's not going to work out in their favor, as Hyderabad Hydras, despite having 2 members knocked out, are still a 4-man squad. Oh my goodness, was that coming in from the enemy? Because if it was him, it could have been promising, but looks like it's Ronnie from the other side who's going to burn him to a crisp.
Global Esports are not going to let them leave. Now, this is the moment that they have been waiting for, right? Hyderabad Hydras are in a very dire circumstance over here. Few more grenades, and even Maxi could also fall down as well. Now, Mania, he's cooking it up. Carry and Manti have no idea what they're up to, but Kinetic really passing by. Global Esports will stop indeed. Get the knock, and they get those finishes rolling.
Well, Bayo is going to be down at 3 finishes. They've already the number that is going to be for Global Esports. And now Joker once more. In fact, there you have it. A blink and you miss situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team is going to bite the dust as Team Kinetic, looks like like they definitely lost all their potential this game.
Oh, of course. Now, even for Kinetic, they're out. We know that. But look at Team FS. Somewhere lurking on the backlines, Hyderabad Hydras at this point have managed to somehow get themselves back into the scene, right? Ace Black has been taken out, which is still fine. But how do they get themselves out of this situation? How do they deal against Global Esports?
Well, even though they have lost the ace up their sleeve, looks like they are still a three-man squad, and now from the distance they could be just, damaging a little bit HP out of Team FS Esports. Now the thing is, you did mention FS Esports. They're going to be in a little fight of their own because keep in mind, our Esports is going to be at one end, and that's what I was going to bring up. INS are going to be the ones who, from the distance, are going to lay down a few shots as K47 is brought down on his bloodied knees. Elsewhere, looks like Maxi is going to get the better of Global Esports' Joker, as this is going to be interesting. Hydra officials' position is now contested by 7C Esports.
Hydra, they're in a prime position. Few good grenades, they can get the better of the players, but Bob not resorting to provide cover fires to his teammates as those grenades keep coming over, and it's going to be Rex from the backlines who gets the knock.
Enigma, of course, these are opportunistic parasites that are like saying they're going to come in from behind and, of course, lay down all the hurt on them as Greyguard is going to be coming in the crosshairs of Parb. Now he knows his position. In fact, a grenade is going to be flung in his direction. Speaking of grenades, looks like EXO is going to bring down one of the members from Team Soul. But for now, we're going to concentrate on what's happening here. Jackson, does he know where the enemies are? Not yet, but as soon as he does just come over this little horizon, he's got to face off against Aladdin.
Oh, he indeed has to. Now, Greyguard's position has been compromised. He was up for a flank. Jackson has all that information he needs, but the grenade being flung over at his direction has caused some heavy damage, and 7C, somehow they're still holding off.
They are still holding off, but the problem is the circle has shifted away from all these teams who are still wanting to get the better of each other, as numbers are going to be dwindling. However, they are still a four-man squad now. Parb, they've got to make a decision. They have a circle in mind. They do have the advantage to, make sure they get back first and kind of gatekeep the enemy. And, well, speaking of gatekeeping the enemies, they're still going to be focusing on gatekeeping Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, yeah. They've got a lot on their plate at this particular moment. Now, Jackson, he needs to make some decision because you've also got the players of Team INS nearing by, and if Team Hydra are oblivious of that information, they could really pay a hefty price.
They could, because looks like 7C Esports are going to be coming under the fire from different directions, and it looks like one of their teammates was almost brought down to the ground. However, the question is, again, Enigma, they look good, but speaking of people looking good, Carry is not going to be looking so good as he has been taken down once again by a member from our Esports again. We did anticipate this fight still to be a little bit of a stalemate. Now, Global Esports, they still have some time, but this is where Enigma could be a little bit of a thorn in their side later on.
Hyderabad Hydras really need to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat right at this point. They're kind of stuck in a checkmate situation as Enigma Gaming are being ported over. They're being pushed over by the boys from INS. Look at Avi retreating. Can he do that at the right nick of time? Yes, he does. They still have 4 of their players alive, but right now they need to get into a good spot.
That's what they're doing right now. The retreat is going to be the right call because, again, you got to keep in mind they had a little bit of a split, and well, you are going to be stronger if you have all 4 members alive. And looks like the god Apollo has fallen down, and now Jadu has lost his magic as he just went boom, as Aditya is going to get the better of Esports while WSF. But for now, EXO up against AB. Smokes are going to be deployed, making sure they have enough vision obscured from the enemy, because Autobotz, well, they have to move in just a little bit. One good grenade thrown to perfection could be problematic as shots are going to be fired. There you have it. The enemy is right outside the gate. Immortal is going to take a little bit of shelter behind that little shelf over there. But again, I like the fact that AB's not pushing in. They are taking their time over here. And speaking of taking their time, finally, one of them is going to be brought down on his knees.
2 players down already for the Autobots. At the same time, EXO, they have lost out on their IGL. That is going to be Sensei, as the smokes have been already deployed. The revives are going to come in through, but Team EXO, they need to make some movement right from the backlines. We also do have Esports Walla WSF, who could play as spoiled party.
He could play a little bit of spoiled sport, but now Eggy, he knows exactly where Rockstar is. That grenade is going to go boom, and with that, is Rockstar going to be taken out? No, he's not for now. He does lose a little bit of HP, though. However, Enigma Eggy, he's going to make sure he just, fixes the trajectory, throws another one, as elsewhere, his teammate is going to get the better of Global Esports, and one by one, ladies and gentlemen, teams are going to be falling left, right, and center, as our Esports are going to be finally lost to all that shrapnel. And once again, looks like Autobotz, they did pick up all their members. You've got to keep one thing in mind. WSF is coming in from behind as well, and that is where it could be problematic for them.
Indeed, it could be. As the nades go flying in, Immortal does connect. As now Team EXO, they really want to make a move. But how do they, considering Esports while WSF are watching the backlines as it is? The floor has turned into lava. Team EXO just covering throughout all the floors, making sure they have all the angles checked. And there you go, Fierce in a 1v1 collision. Does come out on top, takes down Fox.
He does, almost taken down in the process itself, and now they still have a few more Autobots to deal with. The question is, do they know that they are lurking in their building at this moment? Now, they're going to give precedence to the next circle. Smokes are going to be deployed because, well, they do have to cross that little dreaded road, and now Autobots, against all hope, they had two members down once again. Wait a second, that grenade from Mr. IGL was a little bit not right, but lying over is going to go straight to the enemy, and Fierce was lucky that he wasn't taken down, but he goes in, he gets one, he gets two, in fact, after he is finally taken down. The question is, his team is going to come in and do something, because Punk, well, the blue zone is going to take you out for now.
Oh yeah, it's the only lonesome player, Immortal. Now he's out of options, clearly has to resort for the healing battle, and this is something Team EXO never really anticipated. OR Esports, they're not letting anybody pass, but right now they're also in the mix because it is Team Soul right in front of them.
Well, there you have it. Soul with one massive grenade is going to get the better of a member from Team OR, because they do have to go through this team to make it to the circle. Hector with that grenade now. Hector with another. Is it going to be good? In fact, looks like shots are going to be coming in from behind, because Adit there has been brought down as well. And I think Soul Omega, he knows it. He knows exactly where the enemy is. He's going to try and maybe launch a few grenades. And wait a second, He wasn't even looking in that direction. He was completely caught off guard, and now Omega is going to make sure he finishes what he started.
Oh, of course. Now, this is where Team Soul really are eyeing out for the big prize, right? They've got all the angles cleared, but this is where Team Hydra decided to infiltrate INS's compounds, are now having to pay a hefty price. They know the players are right out in the open. Dynamite gets shot, and so will Pop. Just waiting to beat his makers. There you go, getting deleted from the server.
I mean, you would not expect that. We're going to have to come back to that in some time, because what were they thinking? Out in the open, no vehicle, just one vehicle that, of course, did explode. But that is where Enigma, they did capitalize on it. 8 finishes for themselves, and now they're going to be looking for a few more. Now, the thing is, Team Soul, they do have a good position in the circle. Now they want to make sure they kind of have that central spot as well. They want to climb as high up to the mountain, but for now, buddy, the king of the hills is are the boys from Team Enigma Gaming.
Enigma have no idea Team Soul is right underneath them. The moment they're kind of a little bit complacent, that is where they might really strike. Now, Hector is ensuring he gets all those grenades, he gets all those molos, but no idea for him, as this lad does not figure it out. It's gone to them.
Oh, shrapnel raining down like a flag grenade on the members from Enigma Gaming. Fortunately for him, he still does have that sliver of HP, but looks like Evo's position is going to be given away. The grenade is going to go in, and Avi is still going to be secure where he is. Now, the problem is they're going to move in, man. Speaking of moving in, Hitman, well, buddy, you are going to be in a little bit of a precarious situation, because, well, that house is going to burn down all around them now. Enigma, they know that they have FS members down here. In fact, looks like Evo might just take the fight to explicit. However, I wonder if he knows that someone is lurking in the corners, because he could come out at the right time and, well, be a pawn in their backsides. Ooh.
Still alive, but right now one great grenade could spoil it all, as Jelly falls down and OR Esports get eliminated at the 5th spot. And this is where Team INS, they're getting the better out of the players of Team Soul. Omega has been taken down, but look at the coverage over the map. It's explicit, just goes in, but Evo gets that beautiful trade at the right nick of time, as Team Enigma still survive.
They do still survive, and looks like the blue zone is going to kind of force them a little bit out of their comfort zone. But now Team Soul, they do have their work cut out again. They are pretty much in the center, but Team INS, they have the high ground. However, they have a little mad disadvantage. Eva, let's see what this boy is going to bring to the table, because a lot of pressure is going to be on him. He spots out Akshat. He shoots first. Akshat is going to go down, because the AKM, well, isn't going to be shooting that many bullets as his weapon over here. And now he's going to make sure that Shane goes in and finishes what he started. Team Soul now are going to be survived by 3 members in a precarious situation, because Enigma Gaming, well, they've got to come down to the circle as well.
INS certainly have the best spot right now inside the circle, have that that high ground, have the players of Team Soul cornered. Of course, they've lost out on Akshat, but have managed to get Omega back on his feet. But the moment really comes down to the fact that can Goblin deliver where it all matters? Has spotted the players out, will lob the nade over, goes in for a spray, does not really connect, but finally does, as Avi will right now be on the knees, but the trades are also coming in soon.
The trades are coming in, but did you have a look at the way he ducked? I'm going to hold on to that for later because round now they're going to be coming under fire from Team INS, and it looks like Hector was almost brought down as well, as Goblin is going to be lost to the gods itself. Now, Team INS still in a good position. However, Enigma could do something over there, but the problem with them is they just have one man standing. But have a look at those finishes. 11 for Enigma, 7 for Team Soul, and well, 6 for Team INS, and it looks like INS, they want to get some more. And the problem is, Team Soul, they have to calm down, but Omega's position is going to be instrumental, but looks like Evert, well, he did hear something in the distance. He might just throw a grenade. It might not connect point blank as he wanted it to. However, Omega is going to be just a little bit wary.
I love what Evert is trying to do. He's not overstepping. He knows that the players of Team Enigma are going to be striking from the grounds above. But there you have it. Joker already bleeding, almost getting eliminated. But Hector, it all comes down to him. If he can somehow deal with the players of INS, I believe he's heard out Evert. Now really going after him. Goes in for the spray and will connect. Crouch toggling to perfection. Needs to instantly patch him up as Omega is the one holding the fort.
This is where Shane and Joker, they need to come in and hit hard, as Omega is going to try and keep them at bay, as Evert is going to be lost again, as Hector is going to get the better of INS Shane. And with that, of course, that is all she wrote for that team. And now Evo, although he's the last man standing, it's just a 1v2 battle. He does go for Omega, but the problem is the other member is going to be a bit closer. He goes out to the blue, trying not to give them his finish, but there you have it. All the fans are going to be happy because Team Soul are your winners in the second game here in Miramar, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco. But, you know, again, buddy, they were between a rock and a hard place, right? We had INS at one end, we had Enigma at the other. They kept their heads about them when all others were losing theirs, and there you have it. Chicken dinner, 10 finish points means 25 for them in this game.
How is the big question, XP. How did they pull this one off? They were the ones who were in the worst possible position that they ever could be in. INS, they had such a nice spot to themselves, but Enigma, INS, both of them sort of playing spoil spot. Despite that, Team Soul did manage to hold on to their calm, right? It was Hector who really comes out on top, makes sure, gets the right plays done at the right nick of time, brings enough time for Omega to get himself back up, goes in for those 1v1 fights with Evert, takes down Shane as well, and also they managed to deal with the players of Team Enigma Gaming, as a result of which these top 2-3 teams have really fought it out. But for the others, again, Team EXO, what is going on?
Well, for now, we are going to have a look and see who's the iQOO MVP, and there you have it. It's going to be Evo from Enigma Gaming. 6 finishes for himself, 1,074 points of damage, and boy, oh boy, could he have got a couple more. But again, you know, that is how the story did unfold. I liked how he did not want to give his finish to the last few members of Soul, you know, just advancing at his position, and he'd rather let the blue take his life out. But he is going to be joined by his teammate Eggy. Massive amounts of damage coming in from both these lads.
Oh, of course. Now, Team Enigma, we did talk about them having the prime position, right? Around the center, going for really weird splits, but somehow it all did work out, right? The circle kind of did not go for a hard shift. It all came down on them. But Team Soul, I was kind of surprised as to how did they really pull that one off. Now, Shane, being one of those players, always been on that support role, finally lives up, gets himself to the top 5 players over here. But Evert, he was not disappointing at all.
Oh, he wasn't. In fact, he almost got the better of Akshat, as we are going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures, because the match summary is popping up on our screens. And have a look at that healing. 10,254. Again, you kind of do expect that because, you know, most of the engagements are going to happen at distance, right? You have those medium and long distance engagements, which means that you have plenty of time to A, get those high assist numbers as well, and patch yourselves up in the time being. Now, again, I like what Goblin did, right? He basically kind of just clipped the wings of Enigma Gaming when he did kind of rush up on their position, throwing that grenade, damaging them, and bringing one of them down before he was finally taken out by INS. Now, had he not done that, again, it's a team game. And, of course, individual performances do matter, but I liked how Team Soul, they just kept everyone at bay. And, well, that's how they got the chicken dinner.
I mean, they did so much inside this game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Dealt with OR coming in, got the better out of them as the FT Craft. Look at it, all those skyscrapers out there. Team Soul, Team Enigma. Of course, Team Enigma having the highest amount of damage. Even the finishes also working out in their favor. But Team Soul, I mean, I was kind of taken aback a little bit because this was one of those games where they were doing good, but they were not supposed to be getting the chicken dinner. And somehow making those right plays, making those right moves, they did it.
I'm going to disagree with you over there because keep one thing in mind. When they kicked things off in week 1 during the league stages, boy, oh boy, were they unstoppable. Which again, you know, week 2, they kind of were trying new things out, which is something that we did realize. Week 3, finally, they did reclaim their second position away from Team EXO. So let me tell you one thing. I love saying this. You know, this isn't the old Soul, right? Of course, the old Soul is going to have a special place in all our viewers' hearts and ours as well. But this new breed, they are hungry. They want to make sure they cement their position in history because, again, imagine the pressure to perform that is going to be on them. But now, they have had a chicken dinner. We do know they have 10 points from behind. We are going to be heading into the overall standings. And, well, I know it's still early days, but we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo at the top.
Oh, we certainly will have. But as we take a look, this is going to be Team Soul. I mean, the first game, they come out swinging, 9 finishes to their name.
Even Steven, buddy. Wow.
And even for Global Esports, they start off with the chicken dinner, have a decent one in Miramar, if not the best, because they got caught in such a bad spot. But for OR Esports, they've been maintaining that consistency. A 5th position finish this time, not too shabby either, as Team Enigma also do climb up. And the same can be said for Team INS as well.
Imagine if these grand finals end the way we have the points right now. Do we have to flip a coin and see who gets what? Because they have the equal number of chicken dinners, or they might just go in and share that first position. However, this is what it's going to look like after 2 games. OR Esports are going to be the 3rd, but again, this is way early. Team INS this time around, off to a good start.
Oh, of course. I mean, 2 back-to-back games, they've been getting those 4th, those 2nd spots. I think it's those finish points that they really need to work upon. And I think eventually all they're trying to do is start settling in. Now, this is where we head off to the bottom half of the table. And cause for concern, Hyderabad Hydras, 2 games played, just 2 points earned out of it.
Another thing is running in my mind because, of course, you were watching the prelude earlier, and, well, Maisie, Ankibot, and I all predicted something at the end of the stage, and it looks like our teams, well, they're going to be languishing at the bottom. Nigma Galaxy in 16th with 1. Hyderabad Hydras, again, they haven't really come into the groove right now. Now, we did see them make a few mistakes. We did kind of see that they were sandwiched between Global Esports at one end, or Esports at the other. And again, they pretty much built their own coffins over there and finally were put in the ground. But do you feel it's a little bit of hesitancy? It's not, let me rephrase, not hesitancy, right? The pressure, because all throughout the league stages, again, they had a shaky start, but they've been consistent. So when do you think they'll finally showcase what they're made of?
I think they will have to find that one good game first, right? If you talk about the rotations, of course, we've been feeling, right? They've been trying to do the same thing. Nigma Galaxy, a little bit different this time, clearly did not work out. But Hyderabad Hydras, they've been sticking to their same old rotation, the same way they kind of tend to play around those edges, the northwest areas, areas that they have been in the past. But this time around, they really did not anticipate to be caught in the mix, right? It was our Esports, it was them, and it was again the boys from Global Esports who were just waiting for them. Now, that is something that was out of the equation for them, and that is how things got really awry for them.
They did run a little awry for the team of Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, of course, as well. But, you know, GE, they still had an option to kind of back off a little bit. That is where FS Esports,
never do that.
They came in. They don't back out. That's the problem. They never back out. If they are in the fight, it's either them or us. Otherwise, they're not going to be content with just leaving. But again, that is the beauty of the iQOO BMPS powered by Loco. And I love the fact that, you know, we have this pedestal and all the sunlight, all the spotlight is going to be shining on them. So once again, a massive thank you to BGMI Crofton for giving us this amazing game and our lovely sponsors, iQOO, the beast itself, and Loco. So once again, let's see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. What are you waiting for? Wait a second, I think I know. I think it's probably this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, if you haven't really checked it out, we even have all the grand finalists playing on this device, and it is catered for all the esports enthusiasts out there, and it is available on Amazon as an Amazon special. So you've got the best offers out there. Go get it for yourself, and we also do have a few giveaways. You can also participate in that. But now coming back into what really happened in Miramar, right? Like I said, I was taken aback. That was never supposed to be Team Soul's game, and it really stick by my words because Enigma Gaming, of course, had they not lost out on Eggy and Avi out there, well, they could have done things. But still, despite that, they had one of their players up top. And with INS kind of messing it up down there, two of those players falling down to Hector, I think that is where Team Soul found that ray of light that they were looking out for.
You know, Fix, just a random thought came across my mind. We obviously have a lot of conversations with ourselves, but sometimes it feels like I hear too many extra voices in my head. Does that ever happen to you? Because at this moment, that is exactly what I'm feeling and looks like. Everything just cleared out. I love the way that, whatever we say does happen. But, coming to that, Enigma, again, it was Goblin, right? The fact that he went up, the fact that he took out two of their key members, and he did get taken out by INS from the distance was something that did help them because although Enigma had the high ground, they still had to come down.
Oh, yeah.
Now, INS, on the other hand, well, we are going to see exactly what happened when the highlights do pop up on our screens in a short bit. But as you mentioned, I do agree with you a little bit. Team Soul should not have on paper won this game. But again, that's the prowess coming in from Hector and Akshat.
Oh, of course. Now, towards the end, it all did come down because I think it was Omega who was the one surviving. Akshat sort of got taken down. But this is what I'm talking about, XP, right? Global Esports had the players of Kinetic. I have no clue what they were doing, right? Even the same goes for Team EXO. I really felt it was so chaotic towards this entire situation that they did not know how to respond, right? They were the ones who got two of the players knocked out. But they lost out on Sensei and could not follow it up. And despite even Fierce getting the knock, this is where they knew. They know that their fates have been sealed. They cannot really get inside because OR was on a lookout for them.
Well, they were, and OR really didn't have an option but to actually go through Team Soul. But it looks like it didn't work out for them in this case, as Omega does get the better of Adanki, who was oblivious to the fact that his right flank was exposed, and this was something out of the ordinary. Now, Hydra Esports caught out in the open with their pants down, quite literally and figuratively, paid a heavy price and, well, had an early exit.
Oh, yeah. And this is what we've been talking about, right? Team Enigma has done this time and again. Always take that high ground, go on for those little splits. We see those players kind of having a good distance between themselves. But Team FS, again, one of those teams that prioritizes heavily on their position points. Now, this is where Akshat does manage to get that first knock and finish, but it's all he could get. Because after that, you had Evert coming in, and we were witnessing a lot of those crouch toggling also happening. Now, considering how broken this weapon is, this is where I believe Goblin made all the difference.
I love that move. The way he basically ducked and all the bullets just whizzed past over his head. Of course, Shane did get the better of him at this moment, and if Hector had chipped away his HP, had he lost a bit more, it could have been problematic. But the grenades coming in from Evo. Now, again, look at this move over here. Now, Hector bobbing and weaving, ducking every single second, was making sure that he gets the job done, and that is exactly what he did. But this last push, have a look at that. Evo knows, it's a lost cause. I am not going to give you my finish. I'm going to let my life and soul just, fly away with the blue zone. And, well, that little one extra point always does matter.
But this time, again, he was finished off towards the end. I paid a keen eye to the finish. With the moment he kind of retreated, that is where they even secured that finish. So somewhere down the line, I think Evo sort of dug his own graves. I'll tell you why. Had he not taken down Joker, because otherwise, INS would have been entirely focused on Team Soul, right? Yeah. The moment he takes him down, now there were just two remaining, right? Evert did lose out on that 1v1 against Hector. Then Shane really follows suit. He comes in, and this is where Omega tries to buy some time. Hector instantly sort of gets himself back up and then gets the finish. Until then, it was just a 2v1.
All right, you know how we are pitting these these squads against one another, and it is fun to speculate and actually, break it all down because, boy, oh boy, we can come up with so many things. But now let's do something interesting. In fact, speaking of a few squads, let's pit one against the other because we are going to have a squad face-off popping up on our screens, and, well, one of them, I kind of have an idea who it's going to be. They all might share the exact same points. It is, of course, going to be Team Seoul going up against Global Esports.
How are we going to break this down, XP? I mean, of course, Team Seoul, they've been one of those teams that have been prioritizing heavily on the central game, and they've been getting themselves into the mix of fights. This time, they were very calculative. They had engaged in fights that they knew they're going to win. No hasty decisions, nothing out of the ordinary. They made sure they had a leash on Goblin. And for Global Esports, it's been all about the edges, right? Play around the edges. The first game was phenomenal. The second game could have been really nice, but did not quite work out the way it was supposed to.
It did, and of course, if you are going to be a bit confused as to all the stats and figures on your screen, this is just a comparison of what happened in the past as well, because, this is just to give you an idea of exactly what went down. But boy, again, I mean, I know, we're going to, like you said, you're a broken record. I love beating around the bush all the time. Team Seoul, again, we have talked about it. We did see in the highlights as well. They were kind of sandwiched in a position. However, as you mentioned, Evo did kind of dig his own grave, right? I mean, basically, the moment he threw that grenade, he took a spade out from his back and was already digging, making sure that this is where I am going to be put in the ground. But let's see what happens next, because as you mentioned, maybe Joker could have been a little thorn in the side of Team Seoul, and one of them could have been the winners.
He was really at a good spot, right? He knew where the players were, and obviously having extra numbers towards the end does really help. For Evo, it should have all been about the waiting game, right? It's just let these two boys fight it out.
Would you have waited?
Oh, I definitely would have, because again, I know going up against the likes of Team Seoul, this Team Seoul is not a good idea head on. So wait for them to be at their most vulnerable position, and that is when I would have really stuck in with my hammer. But regardless,
I do not believe you right now. If you see someone in front of you and you have your weapon ready and that person is oblivious and you have some grenades, you are going to try and get those extra finish points. But again, not a bad outing for Enigma Gaming as well. Yeah. A nice amount of finishes. I do believe they had 12, the highest in the game. So they're going to be happy with their performance. However, Body Fixes, one last question for you right now before we head into anything else. That elusive chicken dinner, is it going to come to them at the end, or do you think they might just get it today?
For Enigma Gaming, I mean, Sanhok has not pretty much been their game to win, right? When you talk about Sanhok, this is where you bring in, teams like OR Esports. This is where you bring in teams like Big Brothers, because this team hasn't really been making any noise.
Not so far. Again, a lot of teams haven't really shown us that little spark, that little drive. But, speaking of those kind of teams, I'm just going to quickly bring up two again. We'll just do a little head-to-head amongst ourselves. Okay. Hyderabad Hydras and Enigma Galaxy. They have two. They have one. And we know that they hit hard in the wrangle. And, of course, Hyderabad Hydras, they once said that we rule Miramar. All right? Question is, what went wrong? It's the hesitancy. Were they being a bit, not complacent, but it's not even like, the teams were doing their homework. They knew they were going to come in from that side. They just put themselves in a really precarious situation.
It was all about the variables changing, right? Hyderabad Hydras never really anticipated Global Esports to be where they were. They really never anticipated our esports to be at that particular point. And the big question really arises. Now, one thing really bugs me a lot. Now, Hyderabad Hydras is not one of those teams that tends to take the lower grounds in Miramar. They always have that high grounds. And for them to resort, I think one of the major reasons would have been so many of those teams were on their backlines. They did not want to be a punching bag, did not want to take some damage, hence they went down there. Little did they know that they were already team stationed, just waiting for them to come.
Speaking of homework, that's what I kind of did feel like, because a lot of the teams did assume, when you were in fact talking about Global Esports at La Cabrera, you said that, they have the North and the Northeast still for the taking, because nobody really drops there. Now, this is where teams are trying to pull, like you say, that rabbit out of their hat. They want to do something different. And once again, you'd probably expect, all right, maybe just a team or two would kind of reposition themselves. But we had 3-4 teams all in the North. And when the Hyderabad Hydras, when they came in, they would have been like, oh, man, we just oh my goodness, we just made a little bit of an oopsie, and one by one they did pay that price.
More than an oopsie, right? It's all about teams thinking alike, right? Everyone wants to enter in from that northern side. Everyone wanted that little bit of an eastern area to themselves. But the moment the circle kind of shifted there, because there was just that one hardship we witnessed where we really thought this was a San Martin circle. It was indeed a San Martin circle towards the end. But what we did not really account for was the circle going to a little bit towards those hilly areas, towards that western side, where Team Enigma were already well positioned, right? They had a beautiful split. We did talk about it being a double-edged sword, right? Sometimes it kind of pays you off. Sometimes you just get picked off one after the other. And this is, again, a position where we have to bring in the other teams, right? Teams like 7C Esports, as a matter of fact, because they're also one of those teams that had the center of the circle for quite some time, but really did not make the best work out of it.
They didn't really do that because, again, I kind of saw a little bit of a hesitancy, a little bit of tremors in their hands, and not just from the adrenaline coursing through their veins. Savitar, especially him, because, we did see that little fight up against Hyderabad Hydras. Now, Hydra official, I beg your pardon. Yeah. And what would happen in that moment is that, they'd go in for the fight. But again, that's a talk for another day, because now we're going to be heading in the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means, well, Fixes, I'm going to see you in some time, because the studio, ladies and gentlemen, is going to get a whole lot brighter as Arca is stepping in. And of course, before he does get a bit comfortable, he loves taking his time. Let me just tell you that one thing right now. Normally by this time, Fixes and I, we'd be sitting. But this gentleman, he likes taking life a little easy. He likes taking it slow. And finally, I think he's ready to say something. Arca, how are you doing, my friend?
Slow and steady wins the race, so I really want to be that on the winning side. But yes, what a game of Miramar, right? So many thoughts are running in my head. From the beginning itself, it was Team Enigma picking up those finishes. Least did we see that in the finish feed, where it was the fight between G and Hydra, they're picking up from far away. And then every single time until the last moment, I really wanted Evo in the final moments to just be a little more daring. The fight between Global and INS is taking place just in case he had come a little forward, peeked through that horizon and taken down two players. It would have been much more easier for them. But ultimately, yes, it was all about placement points, which they needed the most.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. So I was expecting at the end, when Evo did kind of just go into the blue zone, I kind of expected maybe that little shark, he's going to come up with the might, because he heard someone coming up closer. He heard Hector, right? Maybe he's going to take the fight, but it is what it is, and that is the beauty of this contest, right? You're going to see something different every single time. And speaking of contests, none of them would have been possible without BGMI Crofton, and of course our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. And you know what time it is? We have to watch that beautiful video once more. The iQOO Neo 6. I know that we are rambling about the same thing, but the problem is it is just so good. 90 FPS in BGMI is what you can expect if you get your grubby little fingers like mine on this bad boy.
Now that is where, pricing also comes into picture. I was speaking about this in the map of Erangel, where I told Fixes that, there are a few teams who tend to play with high-end devices and all those, and suddenly they have to adapt to a new device. They're not understanding with a lesser price, they're getting something equivalent to that high-end devices. And being one of the best, you have to put your hands on this Neo 6. Now, coming back in the map of, Miramar. What do you have to say about 7C? I know that you guys already spoke about, 7Cs, but yeah, what could have been much better for them?
Before I talk about 7C Esports, I'm going to talk about our lovely viewers, because all of you stand a chance to get some amazing BGMI merch heading in your direction. And you know the drill. All you have to do is check your links down below, predict who's going to be the top point taker from this day, and you might just get some goodies, a nice little t-shirt and that bottle to beat the heat, because things are heating up in our country. But we are not done there, because although we have these iQOO Neo 6s in our hands, again, we've been talking about it, 10 lucky winners stand a chance. But how do we go about that, Arca?
Now you guys have to head on to the pinned comment in the comment section. Make sure you click on that link. From there on, you'll be, it's an easy thing, right? You get into a link where you will be going in from there to subscribe and follow a specific page on Instagram. And once you're done with that, just your name and address will be more than enough for us to send this beauty towards you. But remember, you need to have the lady luck by your side as well.
Kind of matches my trousers today. And again, I'm not that old. I just have a couple of years on you. But gone are the days when, right now technology has made everything so easy. You click a link, it'll take you whatever. Earlier, if you had a contest, and I'm talking like, our folks' generations, you have to write a letter, send it in, go to the post office. None of that stuff exists.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it is so easy for you guys.
But I miss those days. You
Hey,
had
man.
to do the hard work to portray somebody your feelings.
Did you have a pen pal from across the world and you never knew anything about them? That was one of my favorite things.
Oh
growing up.
yes, oh yes. I used to love that, and especially the postcards with having pictures
We're
on
still
it.
in our early 30s, just to let you guys know right now, before they think that we're all foggy sitting on the desk.
I
here.
wouldn't say early 30s, but the late 20s will be something which is going to be much
Hey,
better.
man, you just hit the big 3-0, all right? I mean, you got to accept it. You got to just
Yeah, this
be
is where we have
comfortable
become
in
a
your
man, that is for
skill.
sure.
There you go. But, speaking of men, all these boys that have participated through all these stages are men in their own right as well, because this is where, champions and, well, the rest of the crowd are differentiated. These next 4 days are going to be awesome.
I mean, 24 games is what they had, if I'm not wrong, amongst which most of them have played 2 of it. Those re-strategizing on the left few games is going to be very important, right? The teams on the bottom like Esports, who always want to go forward and get those finish points, not able to attain it, is also something let's not forget.
Now, of course, if you want to be featured on the BMPS stream where lakhs of people are watching, well, all you have to do is go and tweet your questions using the hashtag Let's Ask Loco, and of course tag at GetLocoNow to get your questions answered live. Now, I wouldn't say it with the experts, but hey, we have a little bit of a knack for this, and of course you're going to get a massive shout out on stream as well, which I'm kind of excited for, because this is something that keeps the viewers and us engaged, because all of us, we have a million questions, but only a few lucky users will have the name and question splashed on the screen.
Yeah, it's easy, right? When you know the way, it's just that you have to go do it and eventually you're going to be answered. But coming back to the game itself and the map of Miramar, did you expect the side of Team Soul to get that winner chicken dinner? Because ultimately the first match they played, it was all about finish points. The kind of position they were holding, the way it got compromised with a lot of teams pushing in, but still that valor effort coming in. In the map of Miramar, did you expect them to be the winners?
To be honest with you, Team Soul, they thrive when the circle kind of favors them. They were in the center, I get it. Now, on paper, again, it kind of looked like, they were sandwiched from 2 positions. However, they had the slope to work with. They had a few boulders just, kind of edging out from the mountain to work with. And you saw when Akshat went in for the finish, as far as Evert from INS is concerned, man, he was bobbing and weaving even before the action began, just, keeping the enemy guessing. And he probably ducked at least like 100 times in that little engagement, and Evert was just kept guessing, although he was so close to knocking him down on his bloody knees. But looks like, as you love saying, the Lady Fortune, she did definitely kiss the foreheads of Team Soul and got the job done, and that is what it's all about. But now the best thing is, it's the same 16 teams. Can they do it again?
Now, in the map of Sanhok, always we have been speaking about the game changer, right? That is where everybody will be coming in. Those teams who are not having a good time will eventually go in for the heal battles if necessary. But also, they're going to be a frontal battle, right? Until in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you get far away. But in the map of Sanhok, no matter how far away, you get very, very close to one another. And all these reptiles which are going to be forming up will be something to watch out for.
Now, this little substitution popping up on your screens as far as Nigma Galaxy is concerned is something that's going to excite me, because although Apollo has been instrumental in the prowess so far, Max really came in and showcased what he got, and it looks like Crazy Soul is going to be coming back in, because maybe what I feel like is he's not as comfortable with the map of Miramar. That is where all these substitutes help, because Evert is going on, although he did have a decent debut in the grand finals.
Now, this is most important thing for us to see, right? All these hidden strategies of bringing in substitution, whichever map they fail the most, allowing the substitution to only play that map and come into the main grand finals and then to perform. I think Team INS are thinking the right things and also pulling the right cards. But coming back, will Crazy Soul be the crazy man who's always been, as we head on to look at the beautiful views of the Sanhok, the tropical island itself?
Have a look at the definition. Crystal clear water. You can see the sand down below just gently shifting with the waves. And, well, if you look carefully, you might just see a few fish here and there as well. But what we're going to expect are seeing bigger fish out in the sea, because that is where, teams are going to maybe try and take those little watery routes around the tropical island. But for now, as we are going to be just having a look at the calm before the storm, Sanhok really is a beautiful island.
Oh yes, very much, you know. Whenever you have the higher grounds, you'll be able to see through the horizons, beautiful visuals of different islands. But when you go down again, you're going to have so much of greenery around
I
you.
will ask you a question because I just want to gauge you right now. So if you do look in the distance, if you do look at the horizon, will you see the Earth's curvature?
Oh yes, I believe the Earth is round, so don't worry about that. Eventually flat Earth. Let's see where that head on to as of now in this map, ladies and gentlemen, as we step into the map number 3 or match number 3 in the grand finals where Enigma Gaming is going to be on the screens. Looking out for the first ever winner chicken dinner.
And of course, the iQOO Neo 6 is what everyone is playing on for Clearview for you all. But now, as the teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, well, Paradise Resort, or Paradise City as I like calling it, where the grass is green and of course the girls are pretty, is going to be a bloodbath because we are expecting a couple of teams to be heading in that direction. But again, it's Sanhok. Doesn't really matter where the first flight is, and what does matter, however, is where the first circle forms. Please have something near the docks, have something with Kampong in it, because it's been a while we haven't been to the southeast, and well, pretty much what you get every single time.
Now let's see whether the circle is going to be shifting towards Tambang or Kampong in trying to prove you and me right at this point of time. But ultimately the split of Team Soul kind of is a concern for me, because we can see that Hydra Dynamite is pretty much close to Hero. In case Hero gets taken down, it's going to be an end of a story for him, and Goblin and Hector close towards the side of Nigma Galaxy as well. So this split, will it work out for the side of Team Soul?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out because, as you mentioned, a few teams are dropping close to one another. And Savitar, oh, baby, looks like he did have a lot of his HP just depleted in a matter of seconds. And I do believe it was Rockstar. There you have it. 89 points of damage is what he dished out on 7C Esports' player over there. But again, you know, they're going to be happy. Have a look at that. In fact, he is going to whip out that M249. Brrr, goes the gun. And, well, Savitar is still lucky to be on his feet.
Ooh, the
That was nice, wasn't
persistency
it?
coming in from the side of Rockstar could have been the beginning of the end for one of the players of the side of 7Cs. But coming back into the circle, we'll be able to see a lot of distance between these teams, right? So until the fourth circle, none of them will be going in for a frontal battle. The first two matches have been the same, right? Until the 14th or the 15th minute, we have not seen any kind of knock coming in. Did you expect something like this in the grand finals?
Well, I did indeed, because, you know, all the teams, they know exactly where they're dropping. And even if, for example, in the last game of Miramar, right, we had 3 teams. Oh, that was close. We had 3 teams dropping in at Los Leones. We kind of anticipated that they're going to be keeping their distance. And, you know, like I said, they're going to map out the city and make sure they don't have those clashes early on. Everyone's got to take it just a little bit slow. And I think you spotted something.
I mean, the side of Team EXO, right? The way they
Oh,
try to play
interesting.
split, as well as one person from the side of BB still in the air, trying to glide down. Slow and steady wins the race is what I said. But not this slow is what I believe, because ultimately you need to do the right kind of farming before making it inside the circle. And if you're so late, most of the land will be taken.
It makes sense because now, every now and then, you know, big brothers, they love heading to the Paradise City or resort themselves. Now, that is where Hyderabad Hydras love calling home as well. So I do believe that they realize that, wait a second, we're not going to be touching the ground first. And what HH did, which was kind of funny, oh, this is going to be problematic. A snake in the grass is something that we are going to see. Jelly is going to be shot at. There you have it. Manya is going to come in, and with that, a fight is going to break out elsewhere. Looks like First Blood is going to go to his name, but a member from Team EXO, Fierce, was brought down courtesy of Global Esports. And, well, in a matter of mere seconds, 2 lives have already been lost, and this is what Sanhok is all about.
Now, this is what we say, that no matter how far you are, you're still close to one another. As G at this point of time, taking a little bit of a split from one another, will find the side of Team EXO as well as the side of OR. Look at the map. You know, where is Atanki? Where is Aditya? Where is Aru? Compared to somewhere to the eastern side of the map towards the side of Camp Bravo. And again, from the side of Team EXO, one is in docks, one is way far away towards the side of Barn, and ultimately they had to pay that hefty price.
They did, but again, you know, it just goes to show what the game plan is. They are going to try and make sure they get as many first aids as they can, probably give it to one person who's going to plonk himself out in the blue and slowly and steadily, just like you, buddy, start patching himself up.
Yep.
But, you know, again, we always say that. Higher the risk, higher the reward, and it looks like this time around, it did not work out in their favor. Now, we did see Team Soul's Omega dangerously close to a member from our Esports, and, well, again, they have that same plan in mind. Team EXO also are going to be splitting far and wide. And well, fierce isn't going to be fierce in this game, but I like that even despite, all the commotion, even despite all the, prelude to this event, teams were saying, oh, we're going to drop down at boot camp. Esports, while WSF, they definitely kept their word.
Yep, they're gonna stick to this place. They all know that, this early skirmish in the side of boot camp will obviously attract a lot of teams, right? Right to the dead center of the map is where this place is placed. And eventually, if you're going on, showering bullets to one another, losing your resources, there's gonna be one team which is gonna take advantage of it as they're rotating around and pick up those finishes for themselves. But let's not forget to see one more split which had come into picture. That was Billion away from his teammates, right? So eventually now he's going to fall back towards the side of Kampong and make sure he sticks together over there at them. But at the same time, with the circle probably shifting towards the center of the map, yet again, 3 islands coming into, the contingency is what I would like to say. What is your call on the next circle?
And the final circle shall be in the waters right between those 3 tiny islands. And if that happens, I am going to pretty much lose my mind because, whoa, nobody could have called that out. But Crazy Soul coming back in the map of Sandhawk. And that makes sense because, he does go a bit crazy with that weapon of his. And you do need that firepower to back up your teammates. Now, again, it's all speculation, right, Arca? I mean, had he been playing the last game, would it have been a different situation? But again, that is something that you can't do. Once something has happened, it is pretty much set in stone.
Now, BB's rotation towards the side of Team OR is where my tension is going to come in, right? 3 men standing from the side of Team OR as well as 3 men standing from the side of BB. I know that it's 4 men standing, but still, let's not forget that, the kind of rotation they're taking with 1 man leading, they might come into a collision course, as in the airdrops. This is the deadliest of them all. It's going to be the Groza, and I really want to see who's going to pick that up.
Well, the gun goes really, really fast, really, really hard, and of course the highest DPS weapon in the game is something that all these members are going to try and get their hands on. And up close and personal, buddy, it's like, cutting through butter with a hot knife. That is how quickly it can literally melt away the opposition. But now you kind of talked about 7C Esports in the beginning. Now, 7C last time around, again, what I felt was, again, I'm going to use that word hesitancy, but I'm just going to say maybe they were being a bit too careful, as Aladdin is going to try and make sure he gets up on the roof and, well, doesn't look like he needs a genie for help just yet.
No, I can see the faces of Team 7C over here, right? In that small cam, you guys will also be able to witness it as audience at this point of time. I'll come back to it later as Hyderabad Hydras have a clue of where Kinetic is. And in case this flight takes place, as we can see God over there trying to peek over the stone, trying to check who's going to be coming in close. It's going to be Ace Black coming in. Will be the first man to get taken down. It looks like he might be, but ultimately gets saved because of the rock itself, as he's going to be pushing in a bit more closer. Backup is required as Maisie from far away is going to be cooking up a molly. Will it land perfectly? Give the backup for the side of Ace God.
Well, looks like that is going to be the plan right now. Kinetic God did make a little bit of an oopsie. Maybe if he had a little bit more accuracy, it could have worked out. But now Ace Black is going to come under fire from KU from behind. Onyx is going to get up. He does shoot, but now Onyx is taken down. The Rock Snake has been brought down as Ace Black is going to be the one who's going to be doing all the damage. He almost gets the better of God, but it looks like God is going to take him down. However, Maxi OP's Uzi is going to do all the talking from the other end. Team Hyderabad Hydras, they do have a little bit of an advantage right now. It is going to be a 3-on-2 situation. And their position, well, has been given away as KU, on the other hand, is going to go up against Matty. He hits the deck in the nick of time, and looks like on the other side his teammate did the same, as Hyderabad Hydras finally have a squad wipe to their name. And well, another one is going to bite the dust. Team Kinetic once again with an early exit.
Now, this is what Team Kinetic did not want, right? They had to be very, very careful in every single move of theirs. They held on to that rock for a really long time. They had time to split around the terrain, try to come in from a different angle. Obviously, one man was grabbing attention of the complete squad of Team HH, but I really liked the way he was being aggressive. Trusting your teammate when you're leading the fight and just going in for a finish is something the Assaulters should always do.
And of course, that is what these boys do best. I like the fact that Manti OP is going to be kicking things off because, Fixes and I were having this discussion. In fact, you were in the room as well, that why aren't they letting him play? But this is that little bit of a mistake that Kinetic God did. In fact, looks like the bike took most of the damage as compared to Ace Black. Now, Ace Black knows the enemy's there. He is going to try and aim at KU in the distance. God comes out just in the nick of time. Unfortunately for him, he was taken down as well, but this is where Maxi was on his mission, right? He's going to make sure he gets the better of Beu, while Manti made sure that KU was put 6 feet under.
Now, in the open, I just was hoping him to open that ADS or the scope and make sure that he connects every bullet to the helmet rather than the bike itself. But ultimately, I think it comes down to the farming again. He did not have the right kind of scope, due to which he had to rely on that. But Iron Sight would also have done a better job, is what I believe. But coming back, Team Kinetic going away consecutively 3 matches, not the best of the time they have in the tournament. What are they going to do with the rest of the 3 matches will be something which we have to look out for.
Well, of course, we are going to look out for that. And for now, we can have a look at the next circle. Pretty much imploding in on itself. A little bit of a shift to the west. However, all 3 islands are still going to be in play. Now, the problem is, have a look at Team Soul's position. They might just go up against Global Esports. And speaking of Soul, damn do I have that little golden tongue. Because ask and ye shall receive is what seems to be happening over here. But again, you know, they're in prime position here, buddy, to basically rack up all those finishes. And have a look at the first aids on Hector. 17. I would still like to see at least 13 more on him.
No, they'll get it eventually, right? They're going to take a fight here and there, pick up those finishes as well as all those medkits which the opponents have been carrying, and then go in for a heal battle. But one thing which is still catching my eyes is the side of Team EXO, right? Punk is now made it to the shores and then trying to connect himself to so Immortal, as Sensei has already made it inside the circle. The team which is closest to them is obviously Enigma Galaxy, again playing in for a split. So Enigma Galaxy's success, will it be something which will be questioned in this game as well, right? Close range battle map. And you're going in for a split where you still have 57 men standing. Is the right call coming? Is it the right call coming in from the IGL?
You're talking about Enigma Galaxy overhead. The thing is, the distance between them is going to close down in some time or the other, because I do believe what Wixie was doing is he was trying to make sure he scouts out the terrain ahead and, you know, finds a little bit of a safe spot for his teammates. And there you have it, Arco. On the map, we are going to see them as a whole squad once again. Now, the other thing is there's an Enigma out in the open. They're going to take a boat. That is a bit of a risky move. And the question is, are they going to go all the way around, probably hit somewhere around Tambong, or whether they're going to be a bit brave? Well, looks like my second part does not have to come up, because they are going to be traversing all the way to the west, and this is something that's happening on the top of your screens right now, boys and girls, because it is a risky game they are playing. And speaking of high risk, high reward, WSF in the crosshairs of FS Esports Explicit.
Now, this is what I love about the side of Team Enigma, right? Because Team Soul is going to be jumping towards the side of Ruins, and once they're done with the loot, they're the aggressors. They tend to move in towards the side of Circle, but somewhere far away, it's going to be Tango putting down the side of Autobotz. One player already down, and Hellgod is going to be finished up as well. And Esports, while WSF are looking a little aggressive, and that's really good. But on the other side, to the lower ground, towards the side of Bootcamp, is the side of ABCs. I think they have a little bit of a divided attention at this point of time, with Mr. IGL almost going to that high ground, but eventually, will this split pay price for them?
It might just be what is going to be bringing them down, because FS Esports, well, there is just perked up just a little bit listening to all that commotion, and there you have it. Enigma Gaming, they love doing this. Of course, it is Sanok. You have that cool breeze and, of course, that splash of the water in your face, but things could get heated up really quickly because, well, historically speaking, this particular boat isn't too good when a lot of lead is coming in its direction. But for now, they are going to try and make land right over here. A little bit of a tricky situation, but this is actually good because, you know, any team ahead of them, especially in the form of our esports, they're going to think they have their backs against a wall, and through the blue, Enigma Gaming, well, they might just be that little Enigma factor itself.
Now, somewhere I feel that just in case our esports is going to watch out for the back as the circle is going to implode on itself, that is where it could be a point of concern. But I just hope that Enigma have done the right thing, stopping right here. But on the other side, Tango is again going to strike. It's going to be the instant reply, I'm so sorry, where Tango strikes and eventually that comes in their favor. But on the other side, BB is also started to take shots at Scream, gets taken down. I think it's a hit and run which is coming in from the side of Team INS. A very, very clever one from the side of Joker. One finish picked up and eventually go in for a regroup.
They are going to go in for a regroup, and we might just see that on the instant replay because once again, Team EXO coming into fire, and looks like Dream is not living a nightmare because Nigma Galaxy are taking the fight straight to the enemy. The circle is going to shift a bit towards the west. In fact, I want to see some action on the bridge. That is where I want to see it all end. And once again, Team Soul, looks like the gods of BGMI definitely are favoring them because they are dead smack in the center of the circle. Now, Team INS, they're going to be making a rotation, probably going along the blue, coming up somewhere near Tampong, but looks like Sensei, His little cavalry is going to be coming in, but OR Esports are playing a little risky game as well. In fact, they're going to be further down south of INS, if you all were paying attention to your map feed moments ago. But there you have another fight breaking out, and once again, it's going to be Global Esports on one side of no man's land in the form of that road, and Hyderabad Hydras on the other.
Now this is where Maxi needs to be picked up, right? It's going to be Ronnie who's going to be pushing in from below the buildings. He could have found somebody, but ultimately those pixels were not visible. Again, actually, it's going to be visible where the shots are going to be connected a little bit, but retaliation because of those grenades is going to keep him a little bit at bay as Ace Black has a visual. No, Knuckle from the grenade is going to put down Manti, gives an opportunity for the side of Ronnie to actually push in, but eventually Knuckle is still not going to stop. With this AK is also doing a lot of damage.
He is doing damage, and now Knuckle is going to move in. He wants that blood all for himself, but before he could get there, looks like his teammate came in from the side and, well, put the final nails in the coffin over there, as Joker is going to make sure that carry is going to be carried off, and as a result of that, they do have 6 finishes for themselves. Once again, Hyderabad Hydras going down to Global Esports, and let me tell you one thing, buddy, they do not look good right now. They do have a squad wipe to their names, which we did see early on. However, this is not the start that they were hoping for, and Arco, it was their own device that kind of led to them, because, you know, they thought that the little terrain, the houses are going to be secure. Little did they know that someone was lying in wait, and, well, speaking of lying in wait, Enigma Galaxy lying in wait for Team INS.
Now this fight is going to take a little bit of a time. By then we try to speak about something else, but no is the answer, as INS versus the side of Team EXO has taken place, as Joker will be going to take some shots, but eventually in blessing in disguise from far away is going to be someone else trying to shoot and take them down, as INS Shine has already hit the ground. It's going to be Joker down on his knees as well. Nigma Galaxy is going to be coming in and helping the side of Team EXO. Let's not forget that Crazy Soul in this game can do wonders, but Max is going to come in from the off angle, the best of the angles, as Dream puts an end for the side of Team INS, as Billion, the last man standing, will be coming into the process of Max as well, as MJ and Max persistent to take him down.
Have a look at that. They're going to make sure that both the flanks are going to be cut off as far as Team INS is concerned, and now there's only going to be one man standing. Can he pull off a miracle? Because he is going to be pushed on. Max is going to be coming up on Billion's position. The blue is going to be chipping away. He does see his head, the little pixel from up top, and there you have it, the Grotzer. The weapon that we were hoping that someone does pick up is going to be in the hands of MJ, and, well, the IGL is going to be making the statement over here. Speaking of statements, teams are going to be moving in. Our Esports kind of avoided a massive fight with Enigma, because we did tell you, right, that they were going to come in from the backside, and for now they are going to be counting their lucky stars, but we are going to have a lot of teams heading in for Global Esports' position, WSF and BB to name a couple.
Now our Esports on the other side, always the team which play for placement points, finally coming back to the game senses, finally coming back to the gameplay. Is going to be holding the spot for a long time, as Nigma Galaxy on the other side. It's going to be obvious because of the late rotation coming in. They're going to be challenged, as Ruins is going to be the place. And I have to say this, the Team EXO has a little bit of a ridge for themselves to work out with. If they conquer that place, it's going to be much more easier, as over here, it's going to be Tango trying to take down the side of Zenopi.
But it's going to be Zenopi's grenade that's going to make sure the invasion is stopped, and Invader is brought down. Tango is going to be brought down elsewhere, because Knuckle from Global Esports is going to try and play a little bit of a spoil spot over here. Grenades are going to go off, and once again, it is going to be a give and take, and Zenopi, let me just tell you one thing, buddy, is on a little bit of a rampage as far as the grenades are going. We might just see him walk away, the Grenadier, in this team, but now Helgard's position is going to be perfect. He fighted this time, he gets out the time. There you have it, Big Brother Esports making quick work of the boys from Esports, while our WSF, as one by one, they were pretty much obliterated.
Now at the same time, they have another retaliation coming in from the side of GE, right? A grenade has done a little bit of a damage. I know Helgard is pretty far away. That is where Zenopi wants to step out. Does the mistake of his life, as Ronnie, looking unstoppable at this point of time, gets 3 finishes for himself. And that smoke is going to be revealing the final player. And most of the grenades is going to be tossed in towards that. Is this the end of Helgard and the end of BBE?
You know, moments before this fight took place, we did say a couple of teams are heading in Global Esports' direction. The only problem is they kind of had a kerfuffle between themselves, and, well, Global Esports, 8 finishes for themselves, are going to wait for a few more. Now, the thing is, Team Soul, they've made sure that the Ruins are going to be right there for the center. There you go, perfect timing production. They're going to make sure they have all that concrete, all those ancient stones, the Aztec Mayan temple, as I like calling it, for their taking. Our Esports have a good spot towards the left of your screen, towards the western part near the beach, but the problem is Global Esports, they're going to have a little bit of a high ground. And speaking of high ground, 7C once again split up on the mountain and down in the houses below are looking good, but looks like they're going to be spotted out in the open once again. Sarang is going to try and jump, bob, and weave his way out, but this is where the cover from the top comes in.
Now, these two teams have to make it inside the circle. Not respecting it will be paying a very, very hefty price. I do understand one player of Enigma got taken down from the side of 7C, and retaliation is written all over the minds of Team Enigma. But let's not forget to speak on the other corner where GE versus EXO can actually tell us which team will be standing on the top, because they are the only teams inside the circle who've got higher ground, as Enigma is not only getting shot by the players but also by the zone, as our Esports from far away are looking at the right direction to pick up as many finishes as possible.
That is exactly what they are doing. It looks like they might just go for more because Sarang has no idea. He might be just walking in a bit of a trap right now. As you mentioned, our Esports, well, they have the sights set on the bridge. But I like this. He's been careful. He knows that, the opponents were in fact getting shot at from the other side, and they're going to try and take their time as they move across. And of course, speed is going to be of the essence. of Avi making sure his teammate has enough cover, but now is it going to be enough because the teams are going to be heading their way. There you have it. 2 members in the McLaren are going to whiz past him, but the problem is the smoke that he deployed for himself to keep himself in cover is going to be his Achilles heel.
Now we have to see whether he'll be making it inside the circle, right? Look at the next circle as it shifts way far away from all these teams towards the side of Ruins, where EXO is having the best spot, as we have kept speaking about it, as Enigma, Avi is going to be again extinguished from the lobby. Enigma with 0 finishes for themselves. Last man standing, 11th position is not they would want to get down with.
Our Esports from the distance, just pummeling bullets in Enigma Galaxy's direction. In fact, Dreams, once again, always the first one to be brought down for his team. It's going to go down, but you can't really blame him. I mean, he does have a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's going to be IGLing. He's going to be doing a little bit, of course, in contention with MJ, and he's always the first in the line of fire. Speaking of line of fire, Parv knows the enemies nearby, as his teammate Jackson is going to be cooking a grenade. It is going to have a little bit of a zigzag motion. The question is it going to be exploding? On the right side, on the other side, looks like another grenade did go boom, as Manya is going to be brought down. However, Hitman is taken down by the Autobotz' Mr. IGL.
A Hydra official going in with the vehicle wants to get a little bit a corner of the Ruins itself, but Evo on the other side has already gone in for the heal battle for himself. He can hear the commotion in front of him, right? It's at the circle is pretty 150 meters away, but still he chooses to go in for retaliation, takes the players down, as Aladdin also gets taken down. 2 free finishes lying in front of him, where he'll be healing to his fullest potential, trying to come out of his cover and try to pick them up, as on the other side is going to be our Esports looking out to finish him off.
Beautiful sound sense coming in. He knew that the vehicle was damaged. He waited, he bided his time. In fact, keep in mind, he was on the bridge, he went back down, and he came back out just like the Predator. But elsewhere in the Ruins itself, it's going to be Team Soul taking on Hydra official. And let me tell you one thing, they aren't looking so good, because they just have one man standing who does have to patch up all his fallen comrades, as grenades are going to be rained down from the temple itself. Now, Soul Hector, he's got to be careful, because if he gets out for a bit too long, it could be our Esports who come in and seal the deal. You thought that was a frag grenade. That was smoke, which is in fact the right thing to do right now, because it's going to make sure our Esports' position is going to be a little bit obscured, as Mega is going to try and rattle as many finishes as he can. In fact, he spots him, he shoots, he connects, and there you have it. Team Soul with 4 finishes to themselves.
Now they have to make it inside the circle as well, right? They have a little bit of a tomb right in front of them, which could be the hard cover which they require the most. But at the same time, Team R Esports is also on the behind with 2 men standing. If Team Soul tries to step out or extend themselves, they could well be the end. But ultimately, one good grenade is going to clear off their backlines, and now they can look forward to get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. But Team EXO, as I said, the high ground right in front of this tomb, will that be the opening they were looking out for?
Well, we are going to find out, because for now, Nigma Galaxy are trying to find an opening for themselves. They know they want to get to the circle. However, it's going to be OR in the distance, and as you mentioned, Team EXO just took down one of the highest fraggers in the game so far, as Soul Goblin is going to be taken down, but lo and behold, his finish was stolen by Global Esports' Knuckles, the last man standing. And now, Nigma Galaxy, they had a predicament. We did talk about it. They took too much time hitting OR Esports' position, and Punk is going to make them pay for their mistake.
Now, Punk is not in the right spot. In the final moments, he would have got that, that red marker. It eventually is going to be taking attention of the Team OR as well, right? So, Team EXO from far away going to be healing up. That's the last medkit he had. I don't know why he went in when it was not necessary to an extent. Hellgod from far away will be going in for a heal battle. Final moments of the game coming on our screens, as Aditya will be the last man standing for the side of Team OR. The Assaulter is still here, looking at the blue zone, realizes he got a little bit of a time as well as Hellgod far away gets cleared off. 3 teams alive at this point of time, and Soul Hector will be going in for the heal battle.
It is going to be Team Soul up against OR Esports and, of course, Team EXO. Now, the thing is, the boys from Soul, they do have some cover. However, EXO, they do have the high ground. If they can make their grenades bounce just right, what they're going to do right now is obscure the vision of Soul. I love this. I love this.
Yep.
They're going to make sure that they can't see, and that is the only way they can make it down this mountain. Now, that is presence of mind for you, ladies and gentlemen. But before they do that, you got to make sure you pop them pills and have those energy drinks, because speed is going to be of the essence. And speaking of Hector, well, we know what he loves doing best. He's going to patch himself up in the distance. And in fact, you know what? He could see the enemies, because for now, he could actually get out and lay down some shots, or at least let his boys know that, hey, they're coming down onto your position.
Now, at the same time, Team Soul, the tension going in towards the side of Team OR is still going to help the side of Team EXO as well. Look at the push already coming from Immortal and Sensei. They've come in way too closer as Akshat is going to be ready. Eventually, a trade might come in. No. Yes, it's a trade from both the sides. Sensei, with low HP, will have to take down Omega as well, as he's cooked up a grenade at this point of time, shooing away Sensei, but the location of his footsteps is being compromised. The splash radius is not going to be coming in as Omega's next grenade. Can this connect?
Oh, it did indeed, and of course Immortal is going to be lost. His mortality was tested, but Punk from up top could be a little bit of a problem, because it is going to be down to these last 2 members. But as expected, there you have it. Hector from behind knows that he can't use another first aid, but he is going to help his teammates make sure that revive comes in. And once again, it is going to be a one-on-one situation. Akshat has been picked up. Omega with a grenade. That's going to be beautiful. Sensei's going to be pushed back, and now all that water is going to splash as well, as Sensei's position is going to be taken on by Omega. With an elbow, he shoots.
Nice.
He goes down. However, Akshat was going to be on hand as Team Soul, ladies and gentlemen, have won their first back-to-back chicken dinners. One in Miramar, one in Sanhok. Now, when Fixes and I were talking, buddy, he thought it's going to come down to the heel battle. But again, I just had a little inkling that Hector is going to make sure that Punk's position is completely negated as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And, well, once again, Soul, 50 points in 2 games.
I mean, I love the way, and you saw the aggression in that, cameras as well, right? He was like, yes, this is what we wanted. We are on fire. We're going to make sure we pick up every single winner chicken dinner, big name on our shoulders, and we're going to lift it way too high.
A moment over here for everyone who had to face them, because again, this is the new breed of Soul that we were talking about. And of course, let's just have a look at the point standings before we do so. Team EXO, a much better game than the last 2, as they do have those 12 position points. But Global Esports, once again, playing extra hard. I mean, they were pretty much blockading so many teams with the highest finishes in this game so far.
Now, Team OR also as well, right? They've got very good position points for themselves, but will that be enough to outnumber the side of Team Soul? Oh my goodness, 2 games of 50 points. I mean, that shows the kind of hard work you're actually doing on day 1 itself, and all the heavy lifting is obviously going to pay off. But let's not forget the comeback kings. EXO waking up is something Team Soul will be looking out for. Omega is the man who hit the final nail in the coffin, and he's going to be coming up on our screens with 785 damage coming in for 4 finishes. There was a moment where Immortal made a small mistake trying to peek out a little more, and eventually Team EXO had to pay a price.
I mean, that's what mistakes are all about, right? Either you learn from them, or, well, nothing is going to be coming out. But I liked what Hector did as well. Now, his one little finish that is going to be just that one little finish is going to be instrumental, because of Punk's position up top. None of the boys, Omega or Akshat, could even step out from the cover. And he knew it was a lost cause. He still had 6 first aids, but he saw something slithering on those rocks up top. Took a few shots, and of course, as we have a look at the top 5 leaders, Akshat is going to be joining us with 4 finishes, as is Knuckle, and his teammate Ronnie has 3, and Sensei, not a high fragging affair for these lads, but 1 finish, but 642 points of damage.
What a game it has been for all these 3 teams, right? You know, the teams on the top of the table for the previous in the league stages seems to be the dominators again in the grand finals after the first 3 matches. So let's see whether this is going to be a continuous domination from the side of Team Soul, as we'll be looking out for just 27 assists, and I think that's the least I've seen in the tournament so far, 27. And that shows, right? Once you're getting knocked, it's almost next to getting finished.
Absolutely. And, well, the healing could have been 9,000 had Hector still continued, you know, injecting himself with all that adrenaline, which, of course, only works in the game. Just a little PSA over here. But I like the fact that, you know, again, I know that I'm going to be talking about this, because for me, that was a crucial a crucial moment that as soon as Punk, he wasn't paying attention, right? He knew maybe someone could be healing off in the distance, but the fact that Hector took away their bird's eye view, well, everything was lost for Team EXO.
Now, this is where, placement of each and every position is going to matter a lot in the map of Sanhok. But ultimately, we'll be moving on, to see the FD graph and checking who did the maximum amount of damage. I do understand that, the contest is going to be between Team Seoul and GE as well as the side of Team EXO. Yes, there it is. Because ultimately, 3 teams with 1,757, 1,714. I mean, that's the most clinical you can find in this map at least.
And again, just to let you guys know, this guy loves when the numbers match up, right? Because let me just paint a picture for all of you. So each member, say, has 100 HP. Now, to take him down, you need 100 points of damage. So if you have 10, you would want it to be somewhere around 1,000 because that's clinical. You only pull that trigger when need be. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we did see a tie early on. Team Seoul are going to have a 10-point lead over the lads from Global Esports.
Oh, look at the finishes coming in over there from the side of Global, right? 30. That's an average of 10 finishes in every single game. Shows how aggressive they are in every single game. And OR Esports on the other side going in just for those finish position points. To be specific, that's an average of 10 every single game. And that is where Team Seoul, they're going to be coming out proving us all wrong, that they're going to be balancing both the finish points and the position points on an average of 10. Oh my goodness.
I mean, again, just go back to week 1. This is what Team Seoul, I kind of did expect them to do. However, it's still a bit early. Let's see if the pressure is going to mount up, because for now, they are flying high as we are going to move to the second page. And speaking of somebody flying high, well, others are going to go down. Nigma Galaxy pulling themselves out from the 16th position are going to be jumping to the 11th. However, Hyderabad Hydras still where we left them lost.
Oh, when you speak about Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, I really want to point out to the biggest mistake they done in this map, right? They did not understand. Yeah.
No recon, but carry on.
Yeah, no recon, one thing. But the second thing is that there was a person knocked out inside the hard cover, but rather they choose to come out and go behind the building, which was unnecessary.
Nah, grenades were coming in.
But grenades were coming in, but it did not do as much of a damage because you'll have a view on the others. And eventually, because of that, I'll tell you exactly why my argument is going to be coming in over here. Because once you know the terrain, and you're going to be going behind a building, and there's going to be a small opening below where the teams can come in and shoot at you. That is which one I would gamble with the grenades being tossed in inside the hard cover or going behind and getting shot.
I would have said that they should have cut their losses at that moment, because yes, the grenades were coming in, they went back, and as you mentioned, all these houses in Sanhok, they're built on all those stilts. It's a tropical island after all. And what I think should have happened, just to add to your point, is again, cut your losses. That one man is down. They still had 3 members up and running. They let GE, again, be the aggressors. If you let someone else call the shots, well, chances are you are going to be taken out. And I didn't see them even put up a fight. So I guess that is what you are going to try and say.
Exactly.
And even if, suppose they go behind, right? You keep one man for the revive, right? You have no idea where the angles are. Why were there 2 of them over there, right, with him? So again, this is, like you mentioned now, it is correct. It was a little bit of a mistake that we feel came on their part. Go ahead.
One other thing is that obscuring the vision of the opponent.
They didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. Put up a smoke right inside the building or behind the building, then go in for a revival. All of this had happened wrong, and that's why they had to pay the hefty price.
Well, they did pay the price, but again, all this action on your screens is thanks to BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. So once again, you know what time it is. Let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Now, of course, it was Loco and it was iQOO. You know the drill. Head over to Loco, get yourselves one of the iQOO Neo 6s. I'm going to race through this because Arca and I were having a little bit of an argument. Now, I kept saying, of course, Fixes is sitting in the distance, so you can't see him just yet. So what I was saying was, the fact that Hector comes out and takes out Punk was instrumental. And he says, what did you say? You said no, it wasn't.
I said even though Punk was alive, it wouldn't have mattered for the side of Team EXO because of the distance he was having and also because of the vision he was not having towards the side of Team EXO. I'll tell you why. Team Soul did the damage against the side of Immortal. They were 3-man standing with having man advantage as well. So let's not forget that, one man standing over there exactly knew how to take down the side of Team EXO.
Well, first of all, we are going to get to that point as we have a look at the highlights on our screen right now. Early finishes did come in, and this is where Kinetic God made a little bit of an oopsie because had Ace Black gone down, well, he wouldn't be captaining his team after that. Now, Ace Black was instrumental. His teammates Manti hitting the deck in the nick of time with a sliver of HP made quick work of that team as Joker, Scream was definitely screaming at this point.
Hit and scoot, shoot and scoot is something which I love the most in this game. Do over there, do the damage, pick up that finish and go away. And this is what we were speaking about, right? One good smoke would have been so much difference. But MJ with that Groza, which you were pointing out, to perfection through those pixels.
And speaking of perfection, Zen OP was the grenade in this game because, well, he just lobbed all those hot potatoes one after the other. And, well, WSF, they kept falling one after the other just like dominoes. And, well, the victory was just a little short-lived, because we had anticipated that global esports were going to be a bit of a problem. Oh my god, did that hurt you as much as it did me?
Obviously, grenade stand put it right in front of your face is something you wouldn't want. And Omega again doing that. Look at that, 2 knocks, crucial ones. And this was the game changer for the side of Team Soul. And eventually Punk, this is what he was busy doing, right? He was trying to make sure that Enigma Galaxy and OR doesn't reach the circle.
Alrighty, now of course you have all the action on your screen. MJ was taken down because, well, 2 guns are going to be better than 1 as Hellgod was making sure he depleted the members from Team EXO before going down. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Have a look at that. Immortal is going to be down below, right? Of course, Sensei is going to be right with him. Now, Punk's position. Now, I get it. The blue's over there. Now, when he shot those bullets, this is when Hector got an idea of him. And at the end, when Omega is going to try and make his move, fine, look, Punk's been taken out right now. Now, keep an eye out. Now, imagine Punk is still there. This particular move coming in, Sensei is going to get the better of the opponents. Akshat would not have been able to come ahead. That's what I'm saying. He had the bird's eye view. Forget the fact that they are behind cover. Forget that, right? As his teammate, as Immortal is pulling back, if they came over the fray, if they came over the little thing, that is when Punk would have been instrumental.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, but that is not what was the plan. From the side of Team Soul, what did they do? They stuck on behind that. They knew that there might be a person behind. They were already, having information. What did they do? They held to that corner where Team EXO did not look out for that corner, and that was the biggest mistake coming in, right? Sensei and Immortal comes in from a corner. They thought that the smoke won't deplete. Immediately the smoke depletes, and that is where, the side of Team Soul puts Immortal down, even though there was a trade coming in. And after that, Sensei falls back thinking that, he might get a visual from Punk, and again makes a mistake. By then, Team Soul knew exactly what to do, and they started lofting grenade. I strongly feel, I don't know why this is going to be the case, but eventually we're going to have a discussion later on.
I thought the beauty of this job is we can have our opinions.
Yeah, obviously.
Right? And
obviously.
It doesn't have to be fact, but I believe Punk made that mistake of taking out one of the members from OR Esports because even though Hector was keeping an eye out, he had no idea that someone was up top at that moment. Again, agree to disagree. There you have it. Fine. We don't have to have a little bit of a kerfuffle over here. It's the teams in the game, buddy, that are going to be fighting it out. But anyway.
This is where I want to bring in the audience a little bit in the chat. Who do you think is right at this point of time? Just leave it in the comments below because sometimes later when we go back to check our socials or even the chat, we tend to get a lot of information because of the audience.
I'm not saying anything against Team Soul if that's what you're saying right now.
No.
I did say that
obviously, being an ex-member, you'll never do that.
It was instrumental for Hector to take that down, and that was what I was saying. Again, buddy, calm down. We're on the same team. We're trying to present a show over here. But, that, of course, is what happens behind the scenes every now and then. But now, it's going to be time to change the little biome once again because, well, we've had a look at the fields of Erangel, the luscious forest. I like Fix's smile over there at the end. He loves all this drama. But, we've seen the deserts of Miramar. We've been to the tropical rainforest of Sanok. Now, things are going to get a bit chilly, and I'm glad that I'm not the one who's going to be commentating the next game because these two gentlemen, they do have the jackets on. We're going to be heading to the tundras of Vikendi.
Yep. Eventually, we're going to be falling there. There are small moments in this game which I want to, go back and see before we get into the map of Vikendi, right? So, one
I
other
like that
thing-
though. That was
yeah,
nice.
Yeah. And then coming back.
Go ahead.
And coming in, the split coming in from the side of Team EXO to restrict the side of Nigma Galaxy and Team OHA. Beautifully done. And the person whom they chose was Punk, right? His crosses were working perfectly. Recoil was so perfect. And he did not go in for a longer scope. He was playing it around with the red dot. And somewhere I feel these days that has become a little bit instrumental, because when you have a scope, your vision is a little small. But when you have a red dot, you tend to see a little bit on the corners to see where the other teammates are running out from.
It's like you have some peripheral vision when you have a red dot, because that's what it's all about. I mean, it's just a tiny little dot. All you have to do is make sure you place it on the enemy, let loose those shots, and well, they are going to be going down. But again, the next game is going to be in Vikendi. Again, one of those game changes that we like calling. But I wonder what's going to happen again, because earlier during the prelude, we were kind of discussing whether we're going to see a little bit of a heel battle, because I do understand that, some teams aren't so happy with the terrain, or they aren't so well versed with every single nook and cranny, and you always want to have an insurance policy in hand.
I believe that that would have been better for the map of Sanhok comparatively how the game went, and also the kind of terrain Sanhok has. But in Vikendi, I don't think so that's going to be the case, because in the open fields, every time the circle falls, you can't hide yourself too long. And we have seen once the circle goes for a bizarre shift on the 5th circle, that is where you will decide whether your teammate is going to go for a heal battle or not. Even before that, if you're going in for a heal battle, I'm so sorry, I don't remember any of the players having more than 20 medkits in the map of Vikendi before. So somewhere I feel that numbers is going to be a big matter for them.
Oh, numbers obviously do account for everything, because, if you do have this little contingency plan in play that you are going to leave someone behind to just, keep patching himself up, you're only going forth with 3 members. And when you hit a full squad, and when you hit a couple of full squads coming in from all directions, you want to have 1 member in each direction, north, east, south, and west. And when one of your flanks is going to be broken up, well, things can get a little wary. And for now, the pre-match segment powered by Loco is coming up, which means we're going to have words later, because I'm going to say bye-bye to you, and well, Fixes is going to be sitting where I am.
Now, this is where, I'll be expecting to take views on this man again. That is where the big talk came in, right? I know, I just wish I could explain exactly what XP did before going off the stage, but I just hope that Fixes felt it was a healthy discussion and not a dumb one coming in from my side, because coming in, I've learned a lot from your analysis as well, right? Obscuring the vision and not knowing about the terrain is something which matters a lot for the teams. Team Soul's position. I'm going to go back to this before I head into the map of Vikendi, because I need somebody on my side. Team Soul holding that position. Could Punk actually do the difference in case he was staying alive?
You know what, Arka, unfortunately, I've got to side with XP on this one, okay? Now we have to look at the bigger picture. Over here, of course, what was the insurance policy for Team So? It was Hector, right? He was anyways resorting to the healing battle. Now, it was so important for Punk to provide that cover fire up top. Now, let's just assume that, Team Soul would have lost out on all those players, right? Eventually, it would have been Hector doing all the patching out there. Which means that, anyways, Team EXO has won the game, right? For Hector to take down Punk, this is where he's cutting off their cover fire. Now, this is where the other 2 players of Team Soul realize now we can really go in for the push. They instantly go in, get the job done, and that is how Team Soul managed to win the chicken dinner. I mean, it was pretty straightforward, but other than that, we love the, discussions coming in, everything coming in, but it is time for Vikendi, right? It is when things get really cold over here, and this is where you have to talk about Soul and Hyderabad Hydras.
Now, let's not forget to thank our sponsors among all these things, right? This cold beauty. When we say cold, you need to have this, beauty in your hand, which is so cool. Cool as a cucumber. But ultimately, we'll be going and looking at the promo once again.
So, Arka, How does it feel?
You know, somewhere, if given a chance, I'm gonna bring at least one or two players of Team Soul, and then ask them, was this the plan in your mind? And
I think that was okay. I mean, again, getting back to
yeah,
it,
coming back to Weekend.
it was just that one finish that he had to do enough. We
Yeah.
have had a talk. We're going to do that even in our personal streams afterwards. But now let's get back to business, right? It's Weekendy. We've been talking about all the commotion around on social media. Seoul versus Hyderabad Hydras. We've seen that time and again happen. Now, this is where we have to talk about Team Seoul getting a back-to-back, finally on their way to a hat-trick for the first time ever in the grand finals. Now, can they afford a fight against Hyderabad Hydras? Because we have seen that in the past, and whenever they go off against each other, both these teams take some losses.
Now, this is where the question comes, how well have they done in the overall points table to take that risk? And Team Soul has already done the job for the day, according to me. They've got a really good average for the day,
Yeah.
so they can take that risk of going in and taking the fight. But Hyderabad Hydras, on the other corner, they've not had a good game. So far,
Okay.
they've not had the best of it. So they should probably, in my case, I'd say Hyderabad Hydras don't go for those finishes or those fights. Just go around, pick up, and then come in and challenge the side of Team Soul.
But again, Team Seoul, they're on the top, right? Global
Yeah.
Esports are right on their tail.
10
And
points.
Yeah, it's 10 points. One good game for Global Esports, they might take the first spot. Now, again, we're considering the hat-trick is on the line. Team
Yeah.
EXO have done it in the past. I think they've done that in week number 2. But it's the grand finals we're talking about. And Team Seoul, they're doing it everything right? Whatever is required out of
Yeah.
them. They're playing that central game. They're not trying anything, any monkey business around, no shenanigans whatsoever. It's a serious, they've got that steely demeanor coming in. They know it matters, and they're performing, right? Now, this is where Hyderabad Hydras, well, they're off to a very bad start. And this has been the case every single time we come into any official tournament or even the third-party ones. Hyderabad Hydras usually are off to a very rocky start. Now, they
Yeah.
do not get the start they want, but they've always been the comeback kings, right? Day number 2 comes, and they suddenly start collecting
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, and that is what even I'll be looking out for. But at the same time, as you said, correctly pointed out, Team Soul would want to maintain the top position, and that would be the only reason for them to actually back out from this fight against the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah.
But yeah, the element of doubt which has been sowing in the minds of either of these IGs will actually give out more information when it comes to the map itself. But apart from this, any other team which you would shed light on in the map of Weekendy who can do wonders?
I think for Hydra officials, I think Weekendy has been one of their most successful games so far, and even for the likes of Team INS. These are the two teams
Yeah.
that we've seen being very consistent in the map of Weekendy, right? And we're not going to expect anything less from them. Hydra officials, again, now they're sort of starting to feel the pressure. For what we really thought, right, how the day is going to begin, Hydra versus Global Esports, that did not happen. They did try to get in inside the circle, wild rotations, they were way off. They were looking lost in the lobby. Something that they've been doing in week 1. And I kind of feel the reminiscence of all those moments happening again. But this is where they can again get themselves back into the mix. This is where they can get a chicken dinner for themselves and get themselves into a fighting position for the top spot.
Agreed on all these points, but somewhere my gut feeling says it's 7C who might actually do wonders in the map of Weekendy, because that mid-range battle from Sarang as well as Prey God has always helped them out in the map of Weekendy. And close-range battles, I do understand that, rushing in towards a compound would have been one of those things in the map of Weekendy, but due to those big windows, we have seen those teams who have actually gone in for a rush have always paid a very hefty price.
Yeah, I think, in Weekendy, you get to see all those squad fights happening, right? Considering how the lay of the land is, you've got so many compounds scattered around, and they're not high-rise buildings, unless you're talking about cities like Volnova or anything else, right?
Castle as well.
Yeah, even Castle, but we barely see circles going out there. I mean, if it's a Castle circle, then I'm going to call EXO right from the very start. But when you talk about, the other compounds, the normal compounds, it's usually only one florid buildings. Now, this is very easy to get in. All you need to do is get a knock, and then you push in over from multiple directions. And this is where I really agree with your point that 7C pack a punch with the kind of a firepower that they've had, but they haven't really stepped up today. Now, this could be one of those games that they really come in. Now, another thing that we really need to discuss about Vikendi is how ludicrous the circle kind of shifts sometimes, right? The first circle could be way off. We might have 50% of it submerged inside the ocean. Anything could possibly happen. So, so far from the games that we've casted in the past, I think Vikendi, we've had that one circle which is way off towards the southern side. I think one of those circles in which Team EXO managed to get the chicken dinner. And this is where I would like to get Team EXO in. Finally, they're picking up pace.
Now, eventually, this is one of those maps which is perfect for them to actually hit the graph to the highest, and also the side of Team OR as well, because we have seen Team OR tends to survive to the 4th or the 5th circle, and eventually throwables has always been a problem for them in the map of Vikendi, because they get taken down or they can't rake up as many finishes as possible. But the kind of gameplay they've shown throughout the day, that composure, do you think that if they have the same kind of composure in the map of Vikendi, they might get a winner chicken dinner for themselves?
I think they're on the right path, right? I think OR Esports, they might not have gotten a chicken dinner so far, but still are in the mix, right? Still getting into the final zones, doing what it was necessary for their team. A few hiccups here and there, that's excusable. And as long as you're in that top 3, right, you still have a fighting chance. All you have to do is ensure that the lead between the first spot and the second and third is not too long, not too huge, right? If it's too huge, it gets so difficult, right? That is where the pressure sort of builds up. And for OR Esports, I mean, if they can come up with a banger in this game, I mean, I'd love that for it to happen.
Now, OR, 7Cs, EXO, all of these teams already discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to take a short break to make sure that we also have a sip of water and our voice is ready for the next game. Yes, guys, see you on the other side.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go!
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India, download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता The one who shows the way is the real Tala. चार मीनार के पास everybody knows ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
Watch it, earn it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, this is iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile Pro Series powered by Loco. And with me on the desk is again Fixes. I mean, we did paint a clear picture about what's going to happen in the map of Vikendi, right? From the side of Team Soul in Hyderabad, Hydras. Then we have the Assaulters of 7 Seas. We spoke about them as well. But next, again, the side of OR, the composure they've been carrying from here on. So we have covered up almost 4 to 5 teams. Now, this is where my attention comes in towards the side of Assaulters. Considering the side of Hydra officials in the map of Vikendi, they tend to, go in and assault. And also the side of Team INS. Your thoughts on this?
I think for Team Hydra right now, you would expect Parv to step up. Parv and Jackson, two of those players. We've seen Dynamite stay a little bit on the back lines. He's been very crucial for them in those mid-range fights. But when it comes down to pushing, getting your hands dirty, it has always been about Parv and Jackson. They've done that. They're the ones who aggress a lot. And for Team Hydra, I mean, this is the best map, right? So far, they've got majority of their success in Vikendi, primarily pertaining to how they rotate inside the circle. One other thing that we have to bring to the attention of our audience over here is the fact that the teams that have been prioritizing the circle center have been the ones who have been getting good results, right? You talk about the first game, of course, Team Soul went for the center, but towards that hard shift, it really favored the players of OR and G. The next game, again, Team Enigma had the best spot, but somehow Soul managed to snatch it away from them. And the third game going in, it was a shift that went a little bit towards Soul, again shifted towards EXO, but towards the end, it took that hard shift again towards Soul, and that is where EXO were caught in a mix, like, we are done. I do not know how to get in. But so this is something that, all the teams really need to watch out for. And when it's the grand finals, teams does not resort to any sort of shenanigans, right? They mean business, and by business, they rotate inside the circle very early, take that center for themselves, and get the job done.
So respecting the circle is going to be one of the top priorities for all these teams, and making sure you hold the dead center. But at the same time, let's not forget, when you're holding the center, you're going to be a person who's going to be welcoming a lot of commotion. You need to have the right kind of firepower to strike fear in the opponents, keep them at bay, and only takes fight when necessary. But again, going to the death center and not having the right kind of resources is going to be one other thing, right? Because we have seen the side of Team Soul. They were luckily having that split in the map of Sanok from the beginning itself. One is going to be near Tambang and the other one is going to be near the ruins. The other one in the northern island, taking up all those resources. And eventually that helped them out. In the map of Vikendi, it's a different story altogether. So if you're holding the dead center of the circle, how are you going to maintain those resources?
Very important point brought up by you, because now we have to talk about Hyderabad Hydras also in the mix. Now, we've seen this time and again, even in the past, right? Every single time they collided against each other. Team Soul were kind of out of resources, right? The fight used to get a little prolonged, as a result of which eventually Team Soul did come out as the victors. Most of the times had majority of their players alive, but their timing inside the circle was way off, right? We haven't seen Team Soul having really good games in the map of Vikendi. Now, one reason, now everybody must be wondering, why are they clashing off at Winery? Why at such a place like that, right? Now, the answer is you get access to a lot of vehicles lying around, right? You do not have those issues, as a result of which none of them wants to really back off.
At the same time, it's also a medium, loot area, because not only one floor, the underground will also have a little bit of a loot for themselves. Yeah, for 4 members, decent loot. And from then on, if you're trying to take a rotation inside the circle, and if you feel that nobody's going to be holding the center of the circle, just in case it's a castle place you want to go to, again, nobody's going to be over there. You can go there, get some more loot for yourself, and then inside the circle, there's a lot of scope for rotation. But this is where Team EXO suddenly comes out of nowhere in my mind. You know, they hold the corners, they come in slow into the circle, but the management of resources, as you call it, the micromanagement of resources, something which we have to pick up from the side of Team EXO.
I think what Team EXO does in the map of Vikendi is quite outrageous, right? If you remember how they kind of split their players, it's one like this, right? Everyone scattered in different directions. So this is where, if teams have done their homework, if they decide to isolate maybe one player or maybe two and get the better out of Team EXO right from the very start, that could be an unpleasant story.
Just like in the map of Sanok. Just adding a point.
Yes, of course. Now, this is where Team EXO always does that. Now, teams are looking at it. They have been doing their research, and into the grand finals, everyone has something up their sleeves that they would want to display or showcase. Now, this is where the big discussion comes in. How quickly the players of EXO sort of head into a rendezvous and group up and then take those fights. Now, we haven't really seen Team EXO getting into their natural element. Now, this, again, we have to drive it back down to the Sanok fight that we had, right? Ideally, we've seen Immortal always being the one on the back lines. He's the one who does what Hector does for Team Soul. And this is where you expect players like Punk to go a little ahead, because he's one of the assaulters. You would want him to be on the fronts. Now, it was a very chaotic situation, right? The kind of a kerfuffle they were in. They had nothing else to do. They were like, Punk, you are on the back line, stay there. There's no chance. We've already gone ahead. Let's just hit it. Because now they were out of their insurance policy. They did not have any other plan B. It was all about Punk providing cover fire from up top. He could not have really resorted to the healing battle. If it did come down to that, it would have anyways been the boys from Team Soul.
Now, one other thing why Punk would have placed up top is obviously because they knew they had the bird's eye view. They're like, they need an assaulter on the top to actually pick up all those finishes as quickly as possible because of that high ground. I think that is the only reason why Punk was on the top, and the support went in with that with Sensei. And we all know that Sensei actually needs someone as a support. Ladies and gentlemen, we need another break at this point of time, because obviously there's a lot of action happening here and there, and we're going to make sure everything is to perfection when we come back for the break. Yes, make sure that you go share it among your friends. That's going to be a small window for you guys, as they can come in and enjoy all these analysis.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कर रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now. This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम लीडर ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness? If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
But I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now. This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम लीडर ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness? If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कहाँ गया यार?
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम लीडर ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबई अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया ब्रिंग्स यू द न्यू 8v8 TDM मोड। Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
That I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कहाँ गया यार?
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know, even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game leader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबई अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया ब्रिंग्स यू द न्यू 8v8 TDM मोड। लेट द एक्शन बिगिन इन सेंटोरिनी।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
But I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कर रहे हैं यार।
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India, download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई.
Well, after a little bit of a hiatus, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. Of course, we're still in pursuit to head inside the game of Weekendy. We've been having those talks, and this is where, you have to talk about the other teams. Now, this is where I have to bring in teams like our Esports. Now, Kinetic did come up on the Hindi stream on an interview, and he was pretty vocal. Grand finals is going to be ours, but it seems like they're miles apart from being even close to contending for the top 3.
I think it's still their strategy of trying to play for placement points, which they had to stick on to, because they're getting an average of 10 in every single game. In the previous week, we have seen our Esports were predominantly showing that, in those rotations we are pretty strong, and then try to take those fights, because that has been the key for success for other teams like Team Soul. Let's consider the side of Team EXO as well, because the rotation comes in perfectly, and then they go in for Assault, Team OR as well. So I just hope that Team R Esports can go back to their basics of going in, playing for rotation first, placing themselves perfectly, and then taking the fight.
And we apologize for making you wait, but we know how to make up for it, right? We're giving away merch for you all, and well, it all comes down to who are you going to predict is going to be ending at the top by the end of the evening. And I feel everyone has a slight idea, rather more vivid picture of which team it is going to be. Hashtag your favorite team in the comment section. And of course, if you are lucky, 50 winners are here up for grabs. Considering the fandom that Team Soul gets in, I think everyone's going to be happy. And even if that doesn't happen, you still have chance to get your hands on iQOO Neo 6. The best of the best that we've been talking about. The players have been playing on this phone, and it has been flawless so far. But I think it's time now, Arka. It's time to get inside the game within a few couple of minutes. But I think you have a thought on your mind.
Now, this is where question comes in from Anupam. He says how difficult it is to maintain the form and synergy with the team for a fifth player as he or she gets few matches. Now, this was the same very question which I asked you in BMOC, where I said that suddenly out of nowhere, a fifth player just barges in the team when required and also plays. So, before I give it to you, I just have one point to make, because after speaking to the players, I kind of picked it up, that one substitution will be specifically waiting for that specific map, and he will be given that thing that you have to play this map, so you get prepared for this. The rest of the maps will be taken care. He's pre-prepared for it, so when it comes to that map, he exactly knows his roles, and that is how that synergy eventually comes in. But your takes on this question?
I think first we have to talk about why teams really opt for a substitute. Major reason being one is that one of their players is not performing. This is where I think we can get Hyderabad Hydras into the mix. Striker was not performing in week 3. We saw him got replaced by Manti. And then after that, you have a few other teams that kind of try to change things around a little bit, give everyone a playing chance. This is where I think Snacks really comes into the picture. They try to try out a few more different roles. But when it comes about how do you maintain your composure, how do you maintain your synergy? So the thing here is every player, be it the fifth player of a team, gets into the training ground, has his hands warmed up. He knows that he's going to play a game, right? Every team comes up with a certain game plan in their mind. Now the first games they're going to be trying out. Okay, so you're playing, be prepared. You're going to be joining us. Now this is how the idea comes in. Now this is where we can even talk about Team INS getting everted. First game, I think Crazy Soul had another commitment that he had to attend to, which was sort of unforeseeable for him. But now that he's back into the mix, now Evert really did live up to the hype, right? We were all wondering if this player is going to succeed, but this is where your point comes in. One opportunity is all you get. You've got to hit it out of the park, and I think Evert did that.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on this point. And this is where, since we spoke about the side of Hyderabad Hydras, since we spoke about the side of Nigma Galaxy already, now Team INS as well as Hyderabad Hydras as well as the side of GE comes into my mind. Starting from the side of Team INS, where you have Crazy Soul performing, in a map of Vikendi, where you need to be having a very good balance between placement, passive and active gameplay against the team. Where do you find INS's position within a team? Should he still be that loose cannon in the team, which will be going bonkers here and there?
Which player are you talking about here?
Crazy Soul.
All right.
Because he's one person who might burn out his resources. He tends to go in and take those fights. And with the limited amount of access to the resources in the map of Vikendi, do you think that, they need to hold back, Crazy Soul until it's required in the map?
I think, first of all, you kind of get plenty of resources in Vikendi. It's, again, a tournament format. You've got 3 times the loot. So that has never been a problem. Now, with Crazy Soul, we know one thing for sure, right? He's the best part about Crazy Soul is he loves to do his micromanaging. He is one of those players that tends to also survive till the very end for INS. Every single time he has done that. But I think finally, enough banter. You're tired of us. We're going to straight on go head in to the frozen tundras of Vikendi, and this is where we're all gonna sum it all up together. What we're looking forward to is Team Soul. Can they get the hat trick? Team Soul and Hyderabad Hydras, are they going to be clashing it out at Winery? Lot of questions over here. I think it's time we get our answers.
Yep, absolutely. But before which, we're going to be looking at this beautiful views, right? Because the map of Vikendi very least have most of the player played, because they all know that the Erangel map is so default and they love it so much they tend not to come and see the map of Vikendi. But this aerial shots is going to reveal us exactly how the topography is panned out for the teams to go in for those frontal battles, to go in for some hiding, where we did see there were several teams who, with the last man standing, have made it into the final circle and gained some position points for themselves.
I think in the map of Vikendi, what I'm just hoping so is not to get a poster circle again. I think it has happened twice, and we've seen a few teams really get the benefits of that particular zone. I think teams like Retribution RTR, sometimes it's been INS, also trying to close in. Team Blind, as a matter of fact, even for Hydra officials, they've done that. Now, we know for Hydra officials and INS, this has been one of their strongest suits. We have seen them perform in the past, but it all comes down to the circle. Now, Arka, if I may ask now, which circle do you really want to see? And the same goes for the audience. Let us know in the chat as well.
Now, two places is what I would like to place my bets on. One is going to be the side of Dino Park, inside those caves, which I always keep speaking about. You know, in case it happens over there, everybody are going to be so close, but still so far away. The second one is going to be Winery, where the underground battles will also be coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are stepping into match number 4 of the Grand Finals, Day 1. This is going to be the map of Vikendi, as we can witness on the right bottom side of our screens, where we can see iQOO Neo 6 is the device used by all these players, going in smooth into the game.
Smooth and silky is what I've got to say, but the same cannot really be said for the flight path, ladies and gentlemen, because it's way inclined towards the western side, all the way, Port to Milnar, and the teams heading out towards the eastern side, they're going to have a lot of trouble. But this is where we're on the lookout for teams like Hyderabad Hydras and Team Soul, and there is Winery. Now, this is reachable, right? This is accessible. Nothing's going to take them away from that. But Team Soul, they're in pursuit for their chicken dinner. And this is what I've been talking about. A circle completely out of the blue goes way towards the eastern side. Every single team gets into thinking right now, what do they need to do?
Now, we have to also witness that Hyderabad Hydras have changed their drop location over here, gone a little bit away, but there's another team trying to accompany them and making sure that's going to be the side of BB, where a clash, early skirmish, which could take place on the southern western side of the map, and that is where we're going to be heading in. Eventually, we can see that Kinetic also coming over here. A three-way Mexican standoff, ladies and gentlemen, from the get-go itself. Hyderabad Hydras, Big Brothers, and Team Kinetic.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydras, they did not side off for this. 3 teams bashing it out as God is going to be in a scrim against Carry over here. Still, Kinetic God does have that DBS. Hits another shot. Oh. There you go. Gets the better out of him as Carry. He is deleted from the server.
Now, on the other side, we can see another person going down. It's going to be Hell God, living up to his name every single time. A man who has stood out when Scream is not been screaming in the lobby will be getting the other finish for himself. And Kinetic are looking pretty strong in this map.
Hyderabad Hydras, they are in tatters. But, you know, the worries for Team Kinetic have so far not ended over here. Now, Bio does have that ump on him. You need to have this weapon. Does have that Kevlar. Ooh, did he just give his positioning away?
I did.
But for now, look at Hellgod. He's being contested by Onyx, who's getting shot from elsewhere. The moment he steps up, this is where Hellgod is going to come out and even get the job done. As God also trying to push in on this one, man. And he's been defending with all his might. Might get another knock. Yes, he does. And there you have Team Big Brother Esports really bringing in the heat.
Now, eventually, 4 finishes is what they've got. Manti from far away is going to put an end completely towards the side of Team Kinetic, if I'm not wrong. I'm just waiting for confirmations to be coming in, as Manti has got a perfect angle against the side of the BBs. If this grenade connects, as well as the crosshair eventually does put him down, it's going to be Zenopi getting taken down. Can Manti go in and clutch and get the 3 other finishes for his squad?
It's going to be very difficult considering the situation. Hellgod is already gone in for the revive, has been the MVP so far in this fight. But Big Brothers really need to understand the gravity of the situation. Manti is just that lonesome player. He has his position given away, and with all the footsteps he's been making, this is where Big Brother will decide to regroup and directly push on over at him. Now, the problem here is Manti does not have a helmet. This could be a huge issue, as he's been creating a lot of noise, and here comes the push.
Now Manti would want to wait it out. He's going to be trying to scope into the exact corner from where we can expect the enemy is from. Can he do the damage? Eventually, the trigger discipline goes against him and eventually giving out his location. Look at that. Grenades are going to be tossed above to make sure he's not in the corners, and eventually jumps and tries to run away as the three players are going to be rushing in like a pack of wolves, trying to take down the final prey, and eventually starts being connected. And that's the end of the story for the side of Team Hydras. Two teams gets eliminated within the 4-minute marker on the time. Oh my goodness.
They've learned their lesson the hard way, and everyone was sort of thinking alike, and three teams drop in and big brothers. It's a frag fest for them. 6 finishes out of this entire fight, but this is where things don't get over for them. They realize they need to loot instantly and also get into the circle, considering it's way banned out towards the eastern side.
Now, big brothers, I really wanted to bring them in the picture, in the discussion, telling that, there are 3 assaulters all of a sudden for them, right? One is going to be Scream, one is going to be Zen OP, and then the other one is going to be...
Look at Beast.
He's
lost. He can't believe himself.
And then there is going to be Scream also, as INS is going to be crossing over very close to the side of Nigma Galaxy. MJ, I don't know what he was doing, just sitting over there, but eventually he knew that in case he had got in this attention of the opponents, they would have rushed in as the last man standing, or the only man standing, I'm sorry, would have had a very hard time to survive as the circle shifting away. Who's been respecting the circle? It's going to be the side of 7C. We have FS already inside. We have Nigma Galaxy already inside. Our Esports already coming back to their senses of going in and prioritizing the zone. Team OR at the side of Cement Factory.
I like this decision making by MJ not to fire shots, because he was all by his lonesome. His teammates were looting around Peshkova. Now, had he given away his position, I'm pretty sure the boys from INS, from what we know, they would have gone in for the fight. But our Esports deciding they need to hold on to the center. You can see Rockstar on the minimap has already resorted to the shorelines, right?
Yep.
He wants to have that little coastal battle going in. Now, if you talk about the terrain over there, it's a little bit on the downside, right? You've got those little hills, and then you've got those areas. Now, he's going to be taking covers from the hills, and he's going to play it out. He's going to let the zone do the talking, but for our Esports. But a little bit of a highlight. There you go. God starts it all off, and Carry, he was just left stranded. The way the punch came in from DBS, but Hellgod clearly was my MVP in this fight.
Obviously, right? Not just one player, 3 players. He challenged them over here and made sure he got all 3 finishes. And we all know how crucial it is for the side of, Team BB as well as Hyderabad Hydras before getting taken away. Finally were rewarded with 1 finish for themselves. And Manti, he had a chance to run away from here, but still he took that fight and had to pay a very, very hefty price of the last ray of hope for his team getting washed off.
This is what I love about the grand finals, right? Teams tend to think different stuff, and sometimes they think alike, and that means a lot of chaos, and this is what we love. Ideally, Weekend is a really slow-paced map, right? You don't get to see all those early fights, and we were hoping for a Soul HH, but what we got was even better. It was a BB, Kinetic, and an HH fight for us. But now, talking about things at the center, it's of course Peshkova being held over by Enigma Galaxy, as there you go, Vixie gets taken down and Shane gets the better out of him.
Now this is where again we're going to be going back to the textbooks and saying sticking together as a team, always making sure that you have equal distances, probably not more than 50 meters, always favors a team, as INS at this point of time have got 1 free finish lying around. But yes, in the circle is where my eyes will go towards the side of Team EXO, GE, OR, as well as I think it was our Esports, if I'm not wrong, in the same very corner where all of them so close proximity with one another. Who's going to be opening fire, as Jadu has already started off against the side of GE.
Global Esports, very fast on their rotations. They realize the gravity of the situations. They know that these are the compounds up for grabs. Let's take it. At the same time, Team EXO also trying to rotate around. I'm pretty sure they're going to be all decked up with all that loot they get, from splitting around. But Sensei out in the open on his slow mobile as Nakul. He's going to be going out for a spray. Hasn't really managed to connect any shots. Now will instantly want to get himself in hiding.
Now that is where I would say that, the iron was actually hot and Knuckle did not strike it perfectly, because you couldn't find out anybody else in the open like that. And Sensei will know exactly what to do next. He's going to be regrouping with his team, trying to give the location of GE and telling that is where we need to strike and ultimately get that slope and the hard compound, which is there to the dead center of the circle. The drop again having coming towards the side of, I think it's the side of Pedvosto.
I think maybe around Peshkova.
Peshkova, sorry.
Peshkova is the central spot right now. As we take a look at the map feed, we might have another fight ensue. And this is where Team Enigma are also making the move. Everybody has made an early rotation, barring Team Soul and BB and Autobotz as well.
Yep. And Mount Kresnich is where anybody wants to be, right? Just in case the circle always gets that drastic shift. Somewhere I feel it's going to go towards the side of Cosmodrome. I don't know why I have this feeling.
Maybe.
In case, it goes towards the side of Cosmodrome, and that is where all the action is going to be way too different. All the strong teams, including OR, R Esports, GU, actually needs a good game all together. That is where the action is going to be next.
Now the thing with Weekend is, we get a whammy right from the very start.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the circle sort of implodes on itself. You don't get to see all those really outrageous shifts, no funny business, till the 4th or the 5th circle where we get that one more curveball hitting it. Now where you said about Cosmodrome, there are chances that it might end over there as 7C Aladdin opens up on Invader as they were trying to run away, as they were trying to find some cover. But for now, it's still out in the open, right? They can actually get the revive done and can reset in this particular fight.
Now, where are the rest of the players of 7C as they're going to be rushing in? Eventually, we know from different angles they come in. It's going to be Savitar and Spraygod as the attention is grabbed in from the side of Aladdin, giving an opportunity for Savitar to strike from the other side. I think he has done a little bit of a damage over here. A divided attention from the side of WSF. Could this be heavy for them?
It certainly could be, but one good thing, there's a little silver lining for Esports Wala WSF is they've managed to get a trade, and this has to be Aladdin. This is where Sarang needs to go and get that rest back up, but Spraygod, he's made some really interesting moves. Now Esports Wala WSF have no idea of this little rotation coming in. Karan, way out in the open, finally again gets inside the compound.
Now this is where Spraygod has to be closing towards the side of WSF because one or two more grenades, attacking against the side of 7C could be very crucial as Sarang knows the exact opening as to where his crosshairs needs to be placed. WSF at this point of time re-strategizing inside the building. Can Spraygod strike with Savitar to take away the complete squad?
Well, sort of a hiatus coming into the fight. Spraygod's waiting for the right opportunistic moment. Now Tango, he's oblivious. He's unaware of the whereabouts of Spraygod. One right angle and he might strike. Now, since the shots are fired, now they have an idea. Spraygod might come in, intervene, get that knock and get things rolling back again. But Tango, he's going to be relentless. He's going to be keeping, he's going to continue lobbing on those grenades and try to get some damage done. But for me, I mean, this is a place where they could really back off a little bit, get back to cover and let the next circle speak for itself. Because now what you're going to do is just burning down resources, right? Throwing nades over and over again when you do not know if you really want to commit into this particular fight.
Now that is where the fallback comes in from the side of Aladdin. They'll be making sure that they get to the center of the map first rather than taking this fight, and eventually Esports Wala does WSF still not watching out for their back, and that's going to be one-man Spraygod who could be the key for success for them as Aladdin. Look at that, he's just rotating around, coming in closer towards the side of Savitar, and I don't know where is Sarang. Is he coming in with the side of Aladdin right now?
I think he was with Aladdin, but now Aladdin has changed course. But for now, Spraygod still the only player who can make a difference, only player who can create some fight for Team 7C, but seems like from what 7C are up to, they do not want to be a part of this. I think this is the right decision, a very mature move. Now, had this been the 7C during the league stages, they would have definitely gone for a ram in.
No, obviously, right? But they need those finish
how they're
points.
mocking
They
the players.
need those placement points. As Sarang at this point of time, this is the reason why they kind of changed the location, because they knew that GE was coming in from their backlines. Sarang, having a view on them, has done the right job to stick around in the shorelines, but ultimately he also has to watch out for any kind of push coming in, as 7C is eventually going to regroup, make sure they get away from this position. Absolute golden gameplay coming in from the side of 7C.
Ooh, but they have to be careful. Manya! Just gave his position away. Slippery fingers there for the lad, and Sarang has an idea.
Oh, no.
But I think he's getting shot from elsewhere. I think it's the boys maybe from the other side. Maybe it's going to be WSF that are firing bullets at him. But either way, Sarang is not going to step out again. Or maybe it just could be Manya. Look at his position there.
Exactly. Now Sarang gave away his location. That could be the biggest mistake because Manya's grenade connecting will be the last thing 7Cs would want to war. I know would want to want at this point of time, but Savitar from far away is coming a bit more closer. He's going to make sure that in case there's a knock, he's going to be giving the right kind of backup. But yes, again, to the other side of the screen is where we have to look out for now. It's going to be Team Soul coming in from the corners, pretty much close to the side of BB. As I speak about it, Akshat puts down Beast OP as the tension is going to be going on over there. Zen OP and Hellgod will have to do a lot of job. No cover fire coming in. Team Soul will be rewarded with one finish.
This is something that we were anticipating. Both the teams are rotating pretty late inside the circle. And, well, BB, they were a little lost over there. Got the better of themselves by the players of Team Soul who are on fire. Now, what I love about Team Soul was they kind of stuck onto the edges. They knew there's going to be a next shift. I'm pretty sure they're still not going to take the center at this point. They still have this little feeling that there's going to be a hard shift, maybe a little down south or somewhere around those Cosmodrome areas, and that's where they're going to be making those moves. As you can see, Goblin, that is how you trace your bullets. And of course, if you've got another player also chiming in, it's even better.
Yes, absolutely agreed on this point, and that's one thing which I love about Team Soul, right? So as soon as they see a player running out in the open, what do? All of the team players concentrate their firepower towards that man, and eventually they will be getting the prize which they're aiming for. But WSF on the other side, we can see one man down on his knees. I don't know who put him down. Oh, Sarang is the person who's put down the side of Nakul, as GE is going to be coming into the fray as well. 7Cs have to watch out for the side of WSF just in case they come in and third party. That is where things can be wrong, as Nigma Galaxy MJ will hear the commotion. That's going to be Canary coming in. Could this be the beginning of the end for Canary, as his location has been compromised?
He's way out in the open, caught between a rock and a hard place, but decides to just make a fast move. And when you've got the Zima, it's one of the quickest vehicles in the game, right? And I was just getting scared it could be blown over, because it's indeed a delicate darling. But for now, FS Esports now in contention against R Esports. Canary found himself a really rough spot. Still does have a little bit of a cover though. He's gonna heal himself, at least for now, but he's out of options. Has his vehicle exploded?
No, I have a strong feeling, another gut feeling coming up, right? So that's going to be this. Can this be a disguise, blessing in disguise for the side of Canary? The circle is going to be forming in. He's the only man over there surviving for the side of R Esports, getting the crucial placement points which is required for them, as Soul at this point of time going in for a rotation, probably towards the side of Podvosto, and then coming in towards the side of Cosmodrome, as nobody is even concentrating on going to the top western side of the map or the northern western side of the map, as Trevno also is empty at this point of time.
I think, I mean, if that's going to happen, it's going to be really ludicrous. But for now, MJ finally deciding to open up on the players of our esports as they decide to get back, well, towards his teammate Canary, because his, of course, vehicle has been exploded. But a few other things are also happening over the map. We do have Autobotz taking over the center of the circle. I do not know if that's the best decision to make, but they have sort of been playing like this, right? Every time they kind of eye out for the center, and that's how they get their things done. But for now, Jadu in a really precarious position as Hero. He's been knocked out, and his vehicle just, mind you, exploded at this particular moment.
No, but still they are safe. They're pretty far away from the opponents for them to actually rush in. It's going to be Clutch far away, having his crosshair space perfectly to that door with no smokes covering them out. We can expect another follow-up knock coming in from their side. But FS Esports all sticking together is one other thing, as this circle is going to be forming up anytime soon. Look at Team Soul still holding the corner, as you said. You know, they do not want to take any kind of rotation, but they'll be the first one to rotate as the fourth circle will be forming in and going to the dead center and dominating from then on.
Yeah, because then they will be knowing there's a fight that they need to take, an objective fight for the center, and they're going to take it with open arms. Now, still reminding all our viewers, Team Soul is on a hat-trick at this point. If they get another winner chicken dinner, it's going to be such a devastating blow to all the other teams. And still an even shift, nothing really out of ordinary, but this is the shift that maybe Team Soul was looking out for. They'll be on pursuit for the compound, which teams like OR and EXO are also trying to do.
Now this is where I would want to hold that high ground towards the side of Cosmodrome, right above the side of Hydras, right? So you know that that advantage in the map of Vikendi will always give you a lot of options later on when the circle is going to be forming in away from you or towards you, as circle is going to be the priority for most of these teams. Trevnovo is still empty, abandoned. The team hitting over there will not only get resources for themselves and also some breathing period for going in for re-strategizing.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with what you just said. And it's been a little bit of a stalemate, not a lot of action being visible as Sensei, he's caught the players of Team Soul right in his radars, right in his crosshairs, but decides to go against it. He has all the information though, he realizes, but there you have it, Team Enigma on a little bit of a collision course against INS as Evo comes in from the sidelines, gets the better out of these boys, and now Team Enigma have good ample amount of time to recuperate themselves and get them back into the mix.
On amongst all these things, they've actually lost Rex also, and that's also very important for them to watch out for as Evo gets shot from far away. I don't know who did this. They were waiting for it to strike, and eventually they struck exactly when the iron was hot as Goblin is trying to take down the door. It's going to be the Scavengers coming in. Team Soul wanting to take the compound away. Avi's cooking up a grenade. Can this grenade do a little bit of a damage? Yes, it does against the side of Omega as Zakshat is going to be pushing in. Enigma already with the firepower. The next one almost took down another player as Hector has gone in for a revival. Perfect gameplay coming in from the side of Team Soul.
Both these teams bringing in the heat over here. Eggy lobbing a Molotov from the backlines, gets shot, needs to patch himself up at the right nick of time. But Green Goblin, he's up to his notorious ways as there you go. The moment he gets that revive on Omega, just charges in, and Hector, what a day this lad has been having.
I mean, Enigma Gaming, they did not want such kind of an ending for themselves. They were holding a very good compound. It's just that again, there were other teams coming in. Crazy Soul should thank the gods over there to make sure that he's the last man standing, as Manya at this point of time having a very good eye on the side of Team EXO, but eventually gets taken down. Fear standing out, living up to his name, puts the man down and eventually get that free finish point. Let's not forget Joker from far away, cooking up a grenade towards the right side in case this connects. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Definitely, and bear in mind, it's Global Esports. Joker is out of any meds. Just has those bandages to work around with, and I really do not fancy his chances, considering it's the 5th circle that we are talking about, just waiting to meet his makers. And Team EXO, they're going to be very patient with this. They've let the other player, Nakul, I think he's on a whole different galaxy at this point, has left his teammate as he has to focus on getting those important position points, because bear in mind that Global Esports, they're contending for the top spot, right? 10 points behind Team Soul. Now Team Soul has again furthered up that lead, and this is where Joker finally making a run, but I think Immortal is unaware of it.
Now somewhere I feel that Immortal might know his location. That's why he's cooking up a grenade. A trade will be something fair for the side of Immortal, for the side of Team EXO, as well as the side of Joker, as Immortal is going to be relying on his guns. I thought that the last player of GE is going to be Joker, but eventually with that knock confirms that there's another man standing for the side of GE, somewhere far away, playing for placement points.
Oh yeah, Knuckle just on the peripheries of the circle. As you can see, finally, this is the shift that I was talking about, right? That one hardball, and this is where you've got Esports Wala WSF at the epicenter of the zone at this point. The same can be said for our Esports, but their journey has been arduous entirely as Team EXO decide to step in, and they're going to be picking up fight against our Esports at any given moment.
Will this fight turn out towards the side of Team RE? At this point of time, they have pretty much close to one another as grenades are going to be cooked up in all different directions. Wow. One good grenade from the side of Jadoo. Pong, the last man standing, will have to do something. He also gets taken down. That means the one lurker for the side of Team EXO will be the last ray of hope yet again. Team EXO choosing the wrong rotation.
Oh yeah, the wrong timing had to be the one, and Team EXO, they're going to be kicking themselves in the feet at this point as our Esports, despite all odds, have somehow managed to defend their territory. But Team Soul, well, this is something up for you guys. They've got Hydra right in front of them, but Hector, he's already resorted to a healing battle.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how much of medkits he would have had. I just hope that, we just have a glimpse of what he's doing. But look at this coming in from Jadoo. Low toss to perfection, making sure he get 2 knocks and 2 crucial ones. That's going to be Immortal and Fierce. They've cut off the head. All they had to do is take down the last player, and eventually that was goodbye for the side of Team EXO from the lobby itself. WSF to the center of the
43.
circle. Yes, eventually. Oh my god. 43? Are you serious right now? I did tell, XP previously that, the maximum I've seen is not more than 20. Now I know exactly how much to count out for the next time for Goblin at this point of time. Looking at the side of FS. What's in stock next?
He's already transitioned himself, earned a new title. Dr. Hector is what he's going to be looking out for. Of course, that medic Prize up for grabs is Goblin, still trying to peek around, land a few shots, did not succeed, but now Nigma Galaxy are in a precarious spot, right? One of their players already downed, and 7C, they have a keen eye at what's really happening right in front of them as Zen OP gets the better out of Mr. IGL. As Autobotz, they were holding around the central spot. Now they have to move down south. Now this is where Savitar, well, he's, up to his shenanigans. We've seen this lad in this place before, as now he can get the better out of the two players right in front of him.
Now, where is it going to happen? Because 16 seconds left for the next zone to form in. He has to prioritize that and make it inside the circle. Probably that will be the best option for him. But ultimately, the reason why he went so far away was just to check whether somebody's speaking over the horizon. Once he got a confirmation, he's going to put up smokes and cross over, as Prey God at this point of time wants to pick up as many finishes as possible. As Assaulter at this point of time, only one finish is what 7Cs are looking out for. They need more as they rush in towards the compound being held by the side of WSF.
Oh yeah, at this point Autobotz finally making a move. They've realized Fox and Orva have figured out a good spot, but no, it's under contention. Atanki lobbing that grenade will get the better out of Fox. No, evades at the right nick of time as he has to reposition, but from the backlights gets spotted out and shot at by the boys from WSF. Now he's yearning, he's yelling for help, and Atanki knows exactly where to lob this grenade as Orva, bear in mind that he's still burning, but still somehow has managed to keep himself alive.
No, OR on the other side have waited enough. They want some finishes for themselves, and that is where they've stepped out. It's going to be Atanki trying to get as many finishes as possible. Trying to lead the fight from the front is something unique coming in from their side. Expected as well, as Orva is again coming out in the open. A good grenade coming in is going to be putting him down, and eventually a finish can be picked up either from the side of WSF or from the side of OR.
Now, bear in mind, Team Soul is already out of the game, ladies and gentlemen, as OR Esports decide to take a fight against Autobotz, as we have our Esports in a little bit of a mix, as now Hitman and Clutch, they're going to be lobbing all those Molotovs, all those grenades, and there you go, Rockstar just burning around. Jadoo needs to patch himself up. Hero already down on his knees. The lonesome player, can he clutch it out? Can he do a few magic tricks? Yes, he does. Gets one player. Can he get the second? No is going to be the answer, as Explicit puts an end to his torment and wipes them out of the server.
Now FS on the other side played it very, very clever. They wanted one person a little far away, trying to hold that off angle. The blind spot eventually pays a very, very good price for it, and they're going to be happy about it, right? So 7Cs on the other side have to make it inside the circle. Least they expect Sprays to be coming in. It's going to be Bajwa who's been trying to take down the side of 7Cs. 4 easy finishes right in front of him. Will he be able to conquer, as there's going to be another conflict pretty much close to them, and that's going to be the side of FS.
Oh, so Spray God, look at him. Now he's got to step out. Gets another knock. Savitar coming in, and 7C, they are back with the bang. But this is where the other two players, Explicit and K47, we've been talking about them. One good grenade coming in maybe could also get Savitar into the mix. He's already cooking up that, and now the moment he connects, it could really come into handy, as there you go, K47, the one player we needed at this moment, all high in glory, getting his team out of trouble, and has made sure that Team FS make it to the top 5. And look at the number of finishes.
Exactly. Exactly, 4 with just something we just witnessed, but before that, the way they've taken down all of the others is also commendable, as this projectile, it could be, I believe that nothing else can explain that apart from the word perfection, right? So that is what you would want to do at this point of time, and we can see Explicit with just 2 for himself, 47 on the other side with 5. The other 2 have gone down early, but done the right kind of damage.
Oh yeah, now for OR Esports, this is a game that they really need to start winning. But for doing that, they will have to start off with trying to get themselves inside the circle. Esports Wala WSF have a really prime position, get the better out of Aditya already, as Aru just beside him. But few good grenades could put an end to them, as Jelly out in the open with his pants down, as Atanki, I believe, has resorted for healing battle.
No, I just hope that Atanki has got more than 20 in his name, because we all know one doctor who had the highest has already got taken down. Probably because of the zone. Eventually, we all know how hard it is to go for a heal battle in the map of Vikendi. But coming back, WSF having a very, very good spot for themselves. Hydra far away are also in the picture with all 4 men standing. But the rest of them have just 2 men standing. Trying to play for placement points would have been much more better, as Oro at this point of time will be trying to play it as safe as possible to the death center. But no, Jackson is going to put him down. And the last man standing who's going in for a heal battle will be the last player of hope.
Clearly he was out of options. Had to get inside the circle. somehow Esports Wala WSF still looking out for that last lonesome player from OR Esports. They know it's a Tanki, and we know he causes terror in the minds of his opponents at this point. But Esports Wala WSF now realize that they also have to get inside the circle. They have to somehow pick a fight against the likes of Team FS, or really hope that Hydra picks a fight against them and they get the results.
Now, fourth position is not bad for the side of Team OR, because eventually we saw Team Soul got taken down, we saw EXO got taken down. So, they might want to get a little bit of placement points for themselves, which have already got in. But on the other side, we have to witness how the fight is going to turn out for the side of Hydra as well as WSF. I know two players of FS are going to be very silent to the corner of the map they have. They're just going to wait it out, not go and do any kind of commotion, be in the picture. But Atanki with the last two medkits still trying to make it inside the circle. Very, very clever move.
And just when the boys from Esports Wala WSF aren't watching, maybe Bajwa has a slight idea, but he will not resort to end his miseries over there. Atanki, he knows he's out of options. Now finally will be looking desperate to get a knock or a finish maybe for him, as his ADS opened up. And Bajwa is the target he finds and barely managed to knock him off before he goes falling down.
Now this is the second where the grenade is going to be connected. Exactly what Hydra wanted. The opening is already given. I know Legend is down, but eventually this push is going to allow them to pick up two finishes. I know FS is behind that rock, and they have a very good opportunity to strike as Legend is down. Jackson almost down to very low HP. Can FS clutch this out and get the 4 more finishes for themselves and make it 16?
It certainly is possible, but look at Team FS, 13 already to their names, and they've got some really good cover to work around with. Few more good grenades, and maybe they could possibly get in a little bit deeper over there, dig in and get the better out of Team Hydra. It all pans down to where the next circle shifts. It's the 9th circle we're going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen, as the 8th circle is starting to shrink in. Parv somehow trying to cook a grenade, has a clear idea of where K47 is stationed, but the nade goes a little far.
Now, where is Explicit? Look at him, what he's doing. He's coming in from another angle to make sure that, he knows the commotion far away as well. This split gameplay might be something which they'll be looking out for, but how much can they push one team towards the side of the other to make sure they both go in for a fight will be the next big thing, as Tango, at this point of time, being the slithering snake, trying to push in towards the side of Explicit. Probably doesn't know. Both of these don't know the location of one another, but WSF will be waiting it out, right? They want to take down the weakest link.
It's a patience game, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds after which the healing battles might begin. But, oh, Karan, I believe he spotted out Parv. One bad little move, a little bit of an overextension could pay a hefty price, as Hydra officials, they have their eyes, it's tunnel vision. They want to take down the boys from FS, as Parv does have those 13 first aids to work along with. We're talking about a consistent game coming out of Team Hydra officials, and that is exactly what we're witnessing, as K47 just goes swinging, gets dynamite, but will eventually get traded by Parv, who is the lonesome survivor from Team Hydra.
Now, at the same time, Tango is going to be pushing in as well. The last man standing. How long can he survive? As it's going to be WSF Esports going in. The zone is going to be coming in. He's the one healing on the outside. Can he actually heal it? It's going to be Explicit going with the last medkit for himself. Where are the others? Are almost getting taken down. Yes, he does successfully. F Esports on the other side gets a winner chicken dinner for themselves with a heal battle, which we least expected.
OMG. I still cannot believe what my eyes just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco, as FS Esports against all odds. Oh boy, that fight, K47 undoubtedly being the MVP the way they've been playing. And, I'm certainly running out of words, right? Especially when two of the teams that they were up against, Esports Wala WSF and Hydra officials, had all their players standing. They were still a two-man squad. And despite that, they still come out swinging and get the chicken dinner. As we take a look at the point standing, 28 points. This is exactly what FS Esports needed at this moment.
And they're going to be very happy about it, right? The IGL thought to perfection and execution coming into perfection, making sure that the confidence right now is going to be building up in the boot camp for better games to come. And WSF on the other side also had a very good game. It's just that, they were waiting it out as the circle came in. They didn't know where to move next. If they had spread around a little more in that terrain, probably they could have found out where Explicit was hiding. But ultimately, what a hiding spot for him. Hydra official also going to be happy with the performance. But 47, the way he's shattered the dreams of all these other
yeah.
teams. Oh my goodness.
I think the tipping point for K47 was that grenade that annihilated the squad of 7C, right? He knew 2 of his players were taken down, but he also knew that the boys from 7C, they were cornered. But talking about the other teams, well, Global Esports have taken a little bit of a fall over here, just 1 point, but there you have it. K47 being the iQOO MVP, ladies and gentlemen, 861 points of damage and then 5 finishes to his name. I'm starting to wonder how much healing points did Explicit also have, but regardless, look at the survival time. 31 minutes of survival almost.
Yes, and we all know who was much better than him. It's going to be Explicit. Yeah, the same one, right? 1 second better for the side of 47 Nest is something which is kind of a bit of a shocker for me, but still FS Clutch on the other side had also done a lot of damage, as well as the hard work to get 3 finishes for himself. But BB on the other side, Scream and Hellgod, we did speak about them, right? Because these are the 2 players to be watched out for in the side of BB, who have a lot of firepower in their pockets, and in the close range battles they prove to us yet again. But both of them have got 6 finishes for themselves.
Oh, they certainly do have it, right, for themselves. But let's take a look at the match summary. And I was expecting higher healing numbers, especially considering Hector had 43 plus first hits.
45
almost 45 or maybe even more, because when we came onto him and he had already started his healing battle, so I'm expecting somewhere around 47 to 48. But the interesting fact is that despite having so many meds to work around with, he could not get the job done, right? Team Soul, they were sort of wiped out, playing from the edges for the first time. They tried and got denied their hat trick, as now, ladies and gentlemen, the grenade numbers were pretty high as well, as the FT craft comes in front of our screens, and look at that skyscraper coming in from FS Esports.
Yes, 2,375 damage in the map of Vikendi for 13 finishes. I know that's not what they wanted, but as soon as we saw 12 finishes coming in from the side of FS, I was expecting them to pick up a little more. It's just that, 47 had a 3 in front of him, or else he could have got another 2 more from the side of Team Hydra as well. But look at the ones which have gone down early. Global with 0, Nigma Galaxy with 0, Kinetic with 1, Hyderabad Hydra with 1, Kinetic not having the best of the days.
It's gonna bite Global Esports, especially once the overall standings do come up, as they've lost 2 spots at FS Esports. They've been consistent. This is one of the teams that kind of plays in the shadows, does not let their presence felt. Look at how consistent they have been. 32 points just from the position points, and Team Soul, well, they're on top, but finally OR Esports, they're catching up.
Yeah, eventually this is what I would want from the side of OR Esports, right? The IGL exactly knows where to place their teammates. 10-point average on every single game, which we keep speaking about, and they have 36 just in possession points, shows how much they could respect the zone and place themselves inside the circle as well. But on the other side, Nigma Galaxy again kind of dropping down. It's not going to be that they're going to be losing their confidence, but still they can come up with just one good winner chicken dinner game.
Nigma Galaxy have been looking a little lost today, to be honest. I'll no sugarcoating out there, but as we go down the bottom 8, and Hydra official, they finally managed to pick themselves up, right? We've been talking about the consistency in Vikendi, and this time they also somehow make it work, right? Still in the mix, one chicken dinner, they can also fight for the top 5 over here. It's pretty much out in the open. But for Big Brother Esports, early on they come in, they go out swinging, get 6 finishes right from the very start. But the next moment, they pick a fight against the wrong opponents, right? It was against Team Soul. Well, they did not really intend to do so, because Team Soul, they've already stationed at the peripheries of the zone. They were just waiting for someone to rotate in. The moment they're like, hey, it's Big Brothers, go after them, and suddenly put an end to them. But what a beautiful game of Vikendi has it been, right? Especially that circle hitting the double whammy right from the very start. I loved it.
Now this is where I want to bring in a man into the picture. That's going to be the man with the golden tongue in the probably on the desk over here. That's going to be Experiment, right? XP has been nailing it every single time. Let it be zone, let it be the heal battle which came in the previous round. I'll be expecting to ask a lot of questions for him. But right now, something which is going to be nailing to perfection is going to be the promo which is going to be coming on our screens, as it's going to explain as to why you need this device in your hand.
Watch it, earn it.
I know we're gonna have this one thing, right? Every single time we come on the desk and we're wondering how to open it up, because the opening of this grand final was so good by you. And from then on, I've been thinking, every time we come back from the break, I really want to come up with a good line just to make sure that I live up to that bar which you have set right now.
No, I think the teams are already doing that. I think our job has become a lot more easier, especially with the kind of a storyline that we're going on through, right? Seoul was in pursuit for the hat-trick, did not get it. Denied, right? Just one fight for them. And now we take a look at the highlights over here, ladies and gentlemen, as finally few of the other teams are picking up pace. And FS Esports, what a surprise from their side. But it all began with this, a fight that nobody really anticipated. It was out in the blue. And Big Brother Esports, I mind you, Hellgod clearly being the MVP in this one.
No, obviously, right? He has been standing up to the team when Scream is not performing, and that is how balanced a team should be. When one is not stepping up, the other should be making sure that he fills up his spot, and that's what exactly is happening with the side of BB. But on the other side, Team INS, this is where they started things off. But eventually they couldn't catch up properly as Enigma comes in and strikes hard against them, almost puts them down under.
But their happiness was short-lived, because right after Team Soul just barges in and takes them out for good. But Team EXO also getting the better out of the players of Global Esports. But look at RE. The magical nade that just went in, got the better out of two of those players, as Spunky was clearly out of options. Now, the last player surviving, I think, was Immortal, way apart. And Hector. So this is how he got taken down, right? So this is a common principle. Once you're in for a healing battle, make sure you have some cover. If you open yourself up, he kind of foiled the entire plans of Team Soul, what they really wanted to do.
Now, FS Esports on the other side, this is where they picked up the pace, right? We wanted to see where did they get those 12 finishes for themselves. By now, they already have 9 for themselves, and this grenade gave him 3. So almost 12 is already which we have counted so far. But WSF on the other side had a very good compound for themselves. They were holding it. They played it to the corner, respected the zone whenever necessary, came in the final moments of the game. But ultimately, look at Explicit far away. He's still the man to go in for the heal battles. I know 47S was trying to make it inside the circle, but WSF were looking around. They're like, where is this last player? It's not visible at this point of time. It's time we go in for a heal battle. But they were not boosted enough to go in and get that in time. But Explicit, so happy. Look at that screen below. He's going to be like, yeah! He just gets up and celebrates.
This is what I need! And top 3 for FS Esports. But yeah, I think this is where I really wanted to see how many first aids the boys from WSF have on them. Because had they given it to one player and the others just go in, search for that one last survivor, and that could have been a different story altogether, because it really hurts you, especially when you still have 3 players alive inside the circle and still lose the game, get that chicken dinner snatched away right when it's you're taking it on. But yeah, I think cutting things off, I think it's getting now a lot more exciting, right?
Exactly.
OR Esports been very consistent throughout. Atanki was clearly out of options. Aru had no means of escape because the circle had shifted away, and Esports wala WSF ensured that he doesn't come out. He doesn't get inside. But despite all odds, they're still making sure they get those 10-point average per game.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing right now, and we are able to see that few teams have actually done the mathematics right and make sure that they have 10 average point and additional finish points as well, just to make sure that they're not in a position where they have to compromise on the final day itself. But again, from the get-go itself, heavy lifting being done by only few teams, whereas the others are still finding the momentum, still finding the synergy. What is one thing you would like to say for them?
I mean, at this point, clearly, I think the discussion has to come down to Hyderabad Hydras. Are they going to even wake up at all? But there have been, other than Hyderabad Hydras, there have been a lot of other teams also. Now, what we have been witnessing from the lobby today, the team that kind of takes the center, that holds the center from pretty early on, is the one who gets the better results. Now, it's just not about holding the center. It's about being able to defend your center when teams come pushing in. That is what is necessary. And FS did that in a brilliant brilliant manner, and now they're bearing the fruits of their labor.
Agreed on this point. I couldn't have put that better. But at the same time, I really love the way OR was also playing it, right? I know Atanki went in for a heal battle. Probably if they had one more man standing, they could have somehow made it inside the cycle. But I believe that they had a very good game as well. When it comes to finishes, it was not like they gained too much, but still they were placed perfectly every single time. But one failure for me in this map is obviously the side of Team Soul. They were on the bottom of the map. They had a chance for themselves to rotate towards the side of Cosmodrome, but still didn't choose to do so. The circle went away from them. Again, had some time to go in for a rotation. Again, still choose to do so. Is it they're overconfident of the firepower?
I don't think it's about being overconfident, right? It's all about the rotations, the timing. Because what we witnessed that the circle, it was really wild, right? It was towards the eastern side. Majority of the teams did not resort to loot a lot. I think there were just a few teams like Soul, Big Brothers that decided to stay back a little bit. Even Autobotz and just one more team that kind of was focused on making sure they have enough first hits on themselves. Other teams, as a matter of fact, they all contested for the center. We did get to see a little bit of a fight also breaking out between Esports Wala WSF and 7C. Few knocks were there, and then both of them sort of decided to retreat. Global Esports also came in from the back lines. I really felt Global Esports were a little fickle in this particular game, and that is how the cookie crumbled for them. Had to be taken down by Team EXO. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the pre-match segment powered by Loco. As now, Arca is going to be a little bit of a break as the big man comes in smiling. The experiment, as we all love to call him, and he's going to settle himself down a little bit. XP, it's going to be another map of Miramar. Now, we've been talking about Team Soul being immortals over here. We felt for a moment that there's no stopping them. But finally, teams like OR Esports, FS, they're really bringing their game on.
Oh, they are indeed. In fact, I like that, Arca did give a little bit of a shout out over there because I was telling you it's going to come down to the heal battle, and that's what it did. But again, that wasn't it that just, got them that victory, got them that chicken, because boy, were they just rambling off those bullets and, bodies were hitting the floor. And, Team Soul, like you were talking about earlier, they were a bit unlucky. They could have had a few more options, but, it is what it is. And like you love saying, that is how the cookie crumbles. And this is what this whole thing is all about, the iQOO BMPS. So once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for making all of this possible, for a lovely game, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. You know what time it is? It is time to see how to slay your dragon. When you have 90 FPS in BGMI, I mean, seriously, I'm not even joking. At this price, there is no other device out there that can do the job. And speaking of doing the job, you did ask me a question earlier about Team Soul and whether their invincibility is going to be shaken, not stirred. However, the thing is, you know this, I know this. Yes. They love playing at the center of the circle, and if the gods of BGMI do favor them, well, they pretty much have everything in their kitty. However, when they have to make their way in, that is when predicaments do come their way.
Oh, of course, they do, right? We're going to talk more about that, but this is something that is for you guys, right? You've been watching all the teams winning, your favorite teams ruling the lobby, but yes, we are giving away 50 T-shirts and sippers. All you've got to do is head over to the link, fill it up, support your favorite team, and it's not just where it stops, right? We still have a few more to give away.
Well, we of course are talking about 10 iQOO Neo 6s that could be yours, and all you have to do is make sure you check out the chat section. There is going to be a pinned comment, and as Arca loves saying, follow the steps, fill everything right, make sure everything is tickety-boo, and you might just start your esports journey with this hell of a device. Now, of course, we are going to have a little switcheroo coming in, because looks like the Greek god Apollo is coming back in. It makes sense. It is Miramar. The sun is going to be nice and bright, so he is going to be energized as Max goes out.
Now, this is where I have to go get into thinking, right? Why not dreams? because every single time this could be a possible case that he's the scout of their team. He kind of goes into the dark, does not know what's waiting for him, and always gets picked off. But other than that, I think we've been the experts, and we've let our audience speak on hashtag Let's Ask Loco. Few questions coming up, and well, let's see.
Well, before the questions come up, let's just remind them that if you want to be a part of the BMPS stream, when again lakhs of people are watching, go ahead and tweet your questions using hashtag, as you said, Let's Ask Loco, and tag Get Loco Now. And lucky users, well, do you consider yourself an expert? Because I guess we do have a little nick and knacks that we can always share with you, and your name is going to be over here. You might get a shout out. But now, buddy,
yes,
it is time. Miramar once again. Can Team Soul get it? Will Hyderabad Hydras come up and do what they do best? I think I jinxed them. I picked them in the prelude, buddy. I think I jinxed them.
and this has been so customary with Hyderabad Hydras. Every time, every tournament XP, the first day, they always mess it up. So towards the second and third, they kind of pick up on the bits and pieces, and that is exactly what I'm going to hope for them. But this is where I really want OR Esports to come swinging. This is where, imagine if they get a chicken dinner, Team Soul gets eliminated a little early on, they might take the first spot.
Well, that is a storyline that if it does happen, it could be interesting because, again, we want the competition to be raised at 10. Of course, everything is heating up in the game as it is in the studio today because, well, I mean, Arka and I, we almost were getting to those phases. No, I'm just kidding, of course. That's just a joke. But I love the fact that, he stuck to his guns.
Oh, yeah.
But fixes, we had a little bit of an edge. We're going to forget about all that right now. I like that on our screens right now, the action is going to be underway. So as you have a look at these military vehicles of Wars of the Past, well, it is going to be time as the Big Bird once again is going to be flying high over the deserts of Miramar, and Fixes looks like this time we are going to be heading to the southwest.
Oh, indeed we are. And again, for all you viewers out there, all the matches in the grand finals, every single player is playing it with their iQOO Neo 6. And like you said, this is going to be an important game for Hyderabad Hydras and Team OR Esports. Well, they've been left stranded, especially considering they cannot head over towards Puerto Paraiso. There's high chances that there may be a few vehicular collisions from early on.
Could be indeed, but the thing is, if they can make it just north of the junkyard and probably even on the outskirts of El Azahar, they could pick up their vehicles and have that nice scenic eastern highway all the way down to Impala and then to Puerto Paraiso. But again, I liked what happened last game, Fixes. The circle was what we expected, but looks like we're going to have an early drop clash as our Esports are going to be going up against our Esports, and it looks like Artanki is the first one with a pistol. Rockstar, can he make his way out? Yes, he does for now. However, he lands right at the enemy's gates. He does pick up that SKS, but Artanki was quicker on the trigger.
Oh, yeah, indeed. The P1911 doing its magic and, well, finally gets his hands over this SKS, and had got it a little bit earlier, could have been a whole different story. Now, this is something that we were anticipating, right? OR Esports, they've lost out on their desired drop location. They'd want to step out a little early, head over towards Crew de Valet. And now Jadoo, I think his position has been compromised, or maybe not.
Well, I think he has been spotted out. There you have it. The AKM is going to rattle off those 7.62mm shots. Fortunately for Jadoo, he isn't going to take the brunt of the attack just yet. But Aditya, he is going to keep that little bird's eye view on him. And chances are, buddy, since the remaining two members of our Esports are pretty far off, OR might just come in and, well, finish the job.
They certainly can. And this is where OR Esports are on a lookout to find any loose ends, right? The moment Jadoo steps out, I think he's not going to do that. Or maybe he's just buying enough time for the other two players of OR Esports to get their looting done. And the moment they're done with it, they might just go pushing in. And this is something that we've seen in the past. We've anticipated. Enigma and Team Nigma Galaxy drop right beside each other. One team heads away towards San Martin. But, look at this, still flying.
I was actually checking that out on our feed over here because the Autobotz and Team Soul are deciding to pretty much be unfriendly neighbors. Omega is caught out in the open. He is going to be spotted, but looks like Orva obviously sees a bigger target out there. And, well, Omega does have a shotty. So if Orva does try to go down, which of course he won't, he could be in a little bit of an issue. But I like the fact that, again, the plane path is going to send all the teams scurrying away. And, you did pick up Nigma Galaxy and Enigma. Again, a little bit of a mouthful when you have to say it all together. But, it's Hacienda del Patron, and there can only be one boss.
The house of the boss, as they call it. But now, Mr. IGL Do Soul have this information? He's got no weapons to work around. He's getting scared. I really can feel his heartbeats as Orva trying to provide that cover fire. But Goblin, now he's going to have an idea that there's someone hiding. But Team Soul, I believe, they do not have any grenades, because if they had it, they would have gone in.
This is where Orva was pretty much making sure that nothing comes ahead. And Goblin, of course, he did try to jump and see if he could see something. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get a glimpse. And, rightly so, they did back out. But what kind of surprises me is, I get it, you have a little bit of a drop clash. You do have other options nearby. You have all these little compounds scattered all over the map of Miramar, and there you have it. That is the call that has been given because, again, time is of the essence as far as looting is concerned.
And this is something that I really love about Team Soul. They realized that, the primary objective has to be looting at this point. And they went in, they wanted to get a few finishes right off the charts. And, they did not find any. And now they've gotten back to Picardo. They need to get their loot done because this time it's an Eastern Circle. They have to ensure that they take the center pretty early on. Something that teams like Kinetic are doing right now.
I liked what Goblin did there, just trying to distract the enemy in case they did appear as silhouettes over the ridge. But right now, this is something we expected. It is going to be our Esports' Jadoo. Question is, does he have that magic in his fingers? Because 3 members of our Esports, well, they know his position, and this is where the cavalry is going to come in. Canary didn't really have a nice visualization of the enemy. However, those few shots that he laid down range are going to let them know that someone is coming. There you have it. Jelly is going to be taken down, and now Jadoo seemed like he was going for the finish. This could be problematic for Aru, as another member of OR Esports is going to be pushing in his position. And now, question is, can he hold down the board? Well, he almost got another knock, but for now, he's going to back out on the other side.
He's really making all those moves out there, and OR Esports now do find out that he stepped outside. Finally get that little bit of a healing prompt. He knows that Jadoo is up for a healing battle, as Atanki is going to get taken down again. Jadoo doing all that magic he's done in Vikendi so far. Aru, the lonesome player over here, trying to provide cover fire against life and death, trying to do whatever is necessary.
Well, he had 3 hungry bulls heading his way. He's got 2 of them, and now he knows that the last one has gone upstairs. Aditya's position is going to be compromised as well, because Hero with his Tommy gun is going to go gangster all over him as Jadoo. With the Uzi, he knows he has that high rate of fire. He knows he has momentum on his side. And there you have it. The third knock is going to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like the magic is definitely coursing through his fingers.
Of course, especially what he did against Team EXO. He is definitely channeling all that energy in him, and our Esports, despite all the odds, still managed to keep OR Esports at bay, as Aditya has done a good job out of taking one of the players of our Esports, but now he also might get moved over.
He definitely needs some divine intervention, although he is at the church, jumps down, he does shoot, he almost connects. Unfortunately, his AK is going to run out when that M16 is not going to be enough, as Hero is going to make sure he gets the better. So for one loss, as far as Rockstar is concerned, buddy, OR Esports just paid a heavy price.
Oh, indeed they did. No second thoughts in that. The way they pushed at Jadoo's direction without any grenades, what on earth were they really thinking? Realize, they've got their players isolated. Either they could have gone in pretty early on, where the other players of our Esports were engaging in trying to get their loots done. Had they done that, because it gave enough time for the players to kind of breathe and come back to aid his teammate over there, and they did a fantastic job. Now, this is exactly what our Esports needed.
They did indeed, and wait a second, looks like Revive did not come in for our Esports. They've lost a man, and this could be a bit problematic, although they have that squad wipe for themselves. It is now going to be up to Hero and Jadoo to carry that little torch forward. And having a look at the circle, have a look at Hyderabad Hydras. Looks like they've learned from their mistakes this time, heading to Campo Militar. And for now, as far as the circle is concerned, I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping it comes up north. And anything else you see out of the ordinary, except BB, all the way out at the ruins.
Oh, of course. Now, this is somewhere, teams have decided to try out different stuff, right? BB realize it's getting too much chaotic, a lot of traffic around that entire city. But this is where we take a look at the replay of that fight, right? Jadoo, the first knock he gets, that is where he realizes, okay, it's possible. The moment he gets the second one and then just jumps out of the window, that is where he knows that he can get the job done for his team. And eventually had the more, better HP out of, I think Aru did not have a lot and did have the Utsi, but there you go. help came in a little late.
Well, Canary did do his job because had he not been on point to, make sure that OR Esports does not, come outside the window chasing Jadoo, well, it could have been a different story altogether. But for now, one team has bitten the dust, and, well, it's nice that they are near a cemetery because they can put OR to peace pretty easy. Elsewhere in Los Leones, looks like we might have a few shots fired as Team EXO and Autobotz did decide to still drop in this city, which is contested by 3 teams, but looks like Salvatore is going to take the fight to Goblin, and oh my goodness, Fixes, Goblin's just gone down. Does that mean Seoul are going to topple over like dominoes once again?
Maybe that's out on the cards right now. This is what I was scared about Team Seoul, right? They've had a rough start, and get into the game pretty late, still flying around, get into that little bit of a fight against Autobots over there, and then they decide to retreat. Now this is where, the panic sets in. This is where they realize, oh, we need to get inside the circle, just rotate. Now Goblin tried to do that in terms of which had to face the wrath of the players of 7C. Now this is where Team Seoul, I think for the second time in the evening, are late to get inside the center of the circle, and this is what I love about this game. Gives ample opportunity to teams like Global Esports and FS to again fight for the top spot.
That is going to be a possibility, but I like what Hyderabad Hydras are doing, a complete opposite to what they were doing in the last game. Now, I know it, pretty much everyone else watching knows it too. They're going to try and get that high ground for themselves because, let's be honest, that is where they thrive. And looks like INS's Crazy Soul is going to have GE Joker head right in his direction, and there you have it. The M4 is going to do all the talking, and Crazy Soul is going to make sure that he has the last laugh and not the Joker himself.
INS has read GE like an open book, right? They really anticipated this coming as Billion trying to spray around the other players. Now GE, they are angry at this point, right? Because this was their spot. INS was just waiting for them to come, and once they did, they strike.
Of course, this is Miramar. You expect vehicles going boom, and with that, all the body bits flying in every direction. You don't expect opponents to be run over at this early stage. And if you had a look at the kill feed, Hitman was acting like a Hitman because he just ran over one of the members from Enigma. I do believe it was Rex. Oh, there you have it. It was the gunshots coming in first. And then he's like, I'm just going to add a little bit of insult to injury. I'm going to ram my vehicle straight in his face. Ouch. What a way to go.
And this is where, you kind of feel a little bad about Team Enigma because this is one of the circles which did not really favor them. They wanted to go in. Look at the splash of colors around the epicenter of the circle right now. So many teams are prying for it. Team EXO almost made it to the center. You've got 7C, you've got Nigma Galaxy, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, you've got Esports Wala, WSF, everybody. But look at Team EXO. They figured out Team Seoul right in front of them. PS might go in for a little bit of a spray. Does connect just that one bullet, but that's all he could get.
Well, for now, again, I like the fact that action did break out way earlier than in the first couple of matches, which is exciting. And Dreams, I'm going to joke about it a little bit. Now, he might as well just change his name to Nightmare, and I'll tell you why. A, it will instill fear in his opponents, right? Because the Nightmare is coming for you, and if he does go down, well, we'll just say he's reliving his worst nightmare over and over again. Again, this is called a joke for all you viewers who are going to be giving me some backlash later on. But of course, it is good to dream, and Esports Wala WSF, their dream was so close last game around, just falling short of that chicken dinner.
So far, Esports Wala WSF have had a really good day so far. The first game of Erangel, they managed to get a top 3 for themselves. Then even in Vikendi, they have been consistent. They've been picking up the right fights, especially their journey, how difficult it was to get inside the grand finals. Because it was those final 2 games and 2 back-to-back chickens. And look at them here in the grand finals. It's been a moment that they've been waiting for so long. Because we kind of ruled them out, right, initially. Maybe, they've kind of lost the touch, lost the edge. They do not have that fighting spirit anymore inside of them, and they've proven everybody, especially me, wrong so far.
Well, looks like Tango is expecting someone to come for the drop because he's positioning himself with his Mini 14 on high ground, ready to shoot down, and looks like he might just be in luck because Ace Black is in a vehicle. He's right next to the drop, and chances are he's going to go and have a look at what's inside. Now the circle is going to shift down again. This is going to favor teams like Hyderabad Hydras, but Team Seoul from the bottom, buddy.
Yes.
If they sneak in, get that high ground, maybe, just maybe, we might see them get another chicken dinner.
Look at Global Esports. Look at Manya, right at the southern side. Look at his teammates, way up top around El Azhar.
The northernmost team.
I do not know what they're doing right now, but I really hope it does work out. But now, Esports Wala WSF have the players of RE right in front of them. Shots are being fired, and Jadoo almost escaped.
Still safe for now, but this is where Tango is going to try and get as close as he can. Just close in on that distance, whip out one of those grenades, and, well, looks like he's going to let his gun do all the talking. Because, again, our Esports won't expect this, right? There you have it, shots fired. In fact, Hero is going to be just helpless because Tango knew that, well, he really didn't have any option.
I think he was paying attention at the finish feed out there, right? I loved what he did. They knew, this team got knocked, so-and-so team number, this team number player, that. They realized already 2 players are done for. The moment he goes out, Jadoo did not really see this coming. Now, this is really good for Esports Wala WSF, especially when you get those free finishes to your name, few bonus points for yourself as Hero. He is out in his, out by his lonesome, and, well, will be put to an end. The graves have been dug, and Hyderabad Hydras really need to bounce back in this game.
I mean, finally, let me just say one thing. They do have that finish for themselves. They do have the high ground pretty much in the center. And the best thing is a lot of teams are going to be converging in on their position. And speaking of teams, they have an idea that Team Kinetic is going to be at one. And I do believe one of his teammates off screen was laying down shots in their direction. And 7C Esports are going to be down in the valley as well. Now, the thing is, they don't have an idea who to shoot at because there you have it. Shots are going to be coming their way as well, and they've got to be careful because although you might think you are safe from elsewhere, teams come in as there you have it. FS Clutch is going to make sure that guard goes down, and oh, Bayo was almost in the crosshairs as well.
Look at Kiyu. He's right out in the open. The moment K47 oversteps just a little bit, he's going to find him without any cover, could get the second potential knock, and then maybe decide to push over. But this is where Hitman, having the perfect flank angle, of course, is given his position away. But he's anticipating players like Bio to really come into aid for his teammate. Of course, would want to get that revive done. What's happening? They're stepping inside vehicle, stepping out again.
Well, I guess they are a bit confused. They do have their smokes deployed. They're just making sure that they park them right, and there you have it. Shots are going to be coming FS Esports' way. Now, they are going to be in a bit of a predicament as well because they are at the edge of the circle, in fact, towards the northwest of the circle, and chances are if it moves away, well, they are going to have to come down this massive hill that they find themselves on, and that is where Team Kinetic could be in a position to pick them off one by one as the circle is going to close in. We're going to wait with bated breath, and, well, it's still going to be Hyderabad Hydra's day because they have the circle all for themselves. But the question is, Fixes, can they capitalize as Scream is going to open up on Joker from INS?
Well, let's see what fate has in store for them. But for now, at this point, INS, of course, being pushed over. The players from Big Brother Esports realized that he was kind of out in the open, and now there's no chance on earth that he could get himself back up. Now the revives are definitely not going to come in, and it's a good decision. I respect from the players of INS. Cutting short on their losses, they have to move ahead because this is where, look at the teams. Look at Team EXO specifically eyeing out for the center.
What I'm looking at is a little bit of a kerfuffle about to take place between Global Esports and the Autobotz because it is going to be vehicular manslaughter. In fact, we might just see a few drive-bys take place as well. And of course, this was something I was talking about towards the right of your screens, but looks like they saw each other and they were like, not right now. Crazy Soul is going to come under fire, courtesy of Hellgod. Also, if you notice one thing, Team Soul, buddy, making a late rotation into the circle is something that could possibly bite them on the backsides.
It could, because, they've got a slight hunch that maybe it's Team Hydra on their backlines. Maybe a few shots would have been taken, and they realize the moment they step out, it could be the boys from Hydra that fire at their direction. But at this point, boys from Team INS have been liking what they've been doing so far, right? Joker lost out. It's fine. Move on. And just playing around the edges a little bit. But this is where we're going to have to wait for the next shift for all the fights to really begin.
Well, the next shift is going to be pretty detrimental if it is not going to be in your favor because all the high spots have been taken out. There you have the Spray Guard once again laying down all that lead in Hyderabad Hydra's direction as he did just moments before. And now Nigma Galaxy's Wixie is going to put a little bit of dynamite under Hydra's car as well. One of them is going to be blown up and Parv is going to follow suit as he's going to be brought down as well. Now, this is what I was talking about. Hyderabad Hydras, yes, they do have the high ground, but the question is, do they concentrate on Team Kinetic? And speaking of Team Kinetic, oh my goodness, that grenade, that blast, that little tremor almost shook me out of this out of my seat as 7C Esports are taking the fight straight to them. This is something that could be problematic for 7C though.
It certainly could be, but could also be the other way around if Sarang makes the right moves. If he lobs one grenade, gets the better out of KU, this is where 7C can really decide to go in for the push. But now Team Kinetic, they've decided to retreat from this fight. They've gone on the backsides of the terrain over here. As Team 7C did manage to lob another grenade, all they could do was get a little bit of a damage done.
Well, they have damaged them indeed, but now 7C Spray God is going to be shooting at Enigma Galaxy. That could be problematic, and a little bit of an auto spray is something that could have been expected over here. But now, as that pickup is going to traverse to the teammates, well, they have a little bit of safety cushion for now. But there you have it, Enigma Eggy with his Car 98 just blew Immortal's head clean off his shoulders.
Now this is where Team X would really need to react quickly, because we know once that happens, Team Enigma really starts getting a little deadly, and he gets another skull cracked. It is going to be Sensei, and this is exactly what they've been waiting out for. But for now, 7C, Aladdin, he knows he's got his work cut out. He knows it's an entire horde of Team Kinetic right in front of him. And the big question is, how are they going to react to this situation?
Now the thing is, the circle is going to close in. He has to bide his time because the grenades are going to be just a bit too short. And before that, let's have a look and see what happened. Sensei had no idea where the shot came from. And, well, it's like pretty much getting two birds with one stone. Now, the circle has shifted a bit to the south. This is where Hyderabad Hydras are still going to be on the edge, but also this is where Nigma Galaxy can pick up a few things for themselves. And speaking of picking up things, Spraygard does spot some commotion in the distance, and as expected, he does lay down some lead. Now the Hyderabad Hydras, buddy, they still have a compound for themselves. There you have it. It comes up on your map right now, but look at what's happening in the north. All those teams are going to have to make their way back in.
Now, this is where I really have to bring in the rotation of Global Esports. Manya, he was away from his pack, but he made sure he had the center of the circle. Now has given enough room and space for his teammates to come in. And this is where Global Esports will have to defend the center of the circle with all their might.
Beautiful. I mean, that is exactly what the plan was, and looks like it is going to be in his favor as Explicit does get out of harm's way elsewhere. Hyderabad Hydra's Ace Black is going to make sure that Team Kinetic's member over here, KU, is going to be brought down in the hail of bullets. Now, again, all HH have to do is make sure they keep everyone at bay, and, well, two of their members are going to make sure that the backs are secure as well. This is where they need to rack up all those finishes and, well, infuse a little bit of confidence in their gameplay. Have a look at the steely demeanor on Ace Black's face right now.
Oh, he's got to make some very tough and difficult calls, but now he knows he's got the players of Team Kinetic backs against their wall, and the moment they try to come in, this is where he can rack up a few finishes. But he needs to be aware that you've got the boys of 7C right beside you, and Carry doing all the damage over here, trying to dish out all that lead into the hearts of the players of 7C, who somehow are still surviving.
They are indeed. Looks like the Autobotz are going to be scumming to Team INS's onslaught over there, but looks like their days might just be a little short because, well, although we are still going to focus on Hyderabad Hydras just pretty much shredding Kinetic apart, looks like another team is going to come in, and that boy is going to be Team XO. Elsewhere, looks like FS Esports is also going to join the party as they are going to put that final nail in the coffin as far as they are concerned, and Big BB, Big Brothers, are going to be opening up every single place. We are going to have a lot of fights breaking out as Esports, while a WSF Curran is finally going to be lost, and this, buddy, is where Hyderabad Hydras have a heyday, and Ace Black knows the position. Question is, he does have his weapon planted out. Is he going to go in for a grenade? Yes, he is.
Indeed, started cooking it up already, but needs to make sure it's cooked into perfection, as Explicit somehow manages to dodge it and now has to make a run for the circle as Hitman out in the open has himself spotted out. Explicit with his pants down also gets taken out.
But now Hitman is going to come in, and the question is he going to have enough time to heal himself up? Yes, he does, because they're going to stop at the edge of the ridge, making sure they get a grenade in their hands. But Hitman is going to be taken out from elsewhere because Sensei from Team XO, as expected, is going to come in and play spoil sport. Now, Bajwa is the last man standing. The Molotov has been flung. It does look a bit short, but he has a pack of coyotes behind him as Team XO, the moment they do peek over the little ridge like meerkats, well, Bajwa is going to be ready, lying in wait for them.
At this point, Team EXO, they really need to extend just a little bit. Almost Immortal getting taken down, but right now Punk knows what he has to do. As Fierce cooking up the grenade from the backlines, middle of it, maybe into perfection, can get another knock. This not though, but still, that's not going to deter him from trying once again.
It isn't, however, he is going to deploy some smoke, making sure he has a little bit of safety, especially as far as Team Soul in the distance is concerned. And now Fierce, he has an idea where the enemy is. That looks good. Evo could be blown up, but no, it's going to be Eggy who's brought back down to his bloody knees once again, and Evo's position is going to be taken by Team Soul, who coming in from the other side. Sensei moving a bit closer, but it's going to be Hector from the distance who's going to be making sure he sends them packing, and now Hector is going to be focusing all his attention on Team EXO, and Buddy, with just 2 members alive, they are not looking in a good position at this moment.
Oh yeah, of course, this is something that Team EXO really did not anticipate at the darkest of their minds. But right now, we've got Maxi lobbing out a grenade to perfection. Sabitao goes falling down, but look at Sensei, wanted to get where Global Esports were, and now he's getting a run for his money.
He is indeed. I wonder if he's going to be giving all the comms out, but Punk is going to make sure he sticks to his ground, as Aladin is the first one coming up against Hyderabad Hydras. Another grenade is going to go off, and Maxi is the one who's going to be obliterating his enemies, and this is what I was talking about. 11 finishes for boys from Hyderabad Hydras, and they are looking for more. There you have it. Another one is going to come to them. In fact, 13 finishes is what they have at this moment. They have all the advantage. They are the highest team in the map right now, but if the circle pushes away from them, I sure do hope they have a lot of smokes in their backpacks, as I'm pretty sure Team Soul were thinking just the same.
They're on a warpath right now, the boys from Hyderabad Hydras, as one after the other, the members of Team Soul, they're getting hammered down, battered and bruised all they lie, as it all comes down to Mega, the IGL, as MJ with a sliver of HP spots out carry, takes him out of the equation altogether, as Nigma, Galaxy, mind you, were really quick with the rotations. They held on, they were a little bit silent, but have already racked up 9 finishes.
Now the problem for Hyderabad Hydras is that, well, they did just lose one man courtesy of Enigma Galaxy, but from the other end, Global Esports are going to be laying down some lead in their direction. Now, Soul Omega, he still has a couple of first aids to work with. Question is he going to make a move for the circle? Because, well, he can, but the problem is the circle is slowly but steadily inching away from him, and the moment he steps out, expect someone from Hyderabad Hydras to lay down a few shots at his direction. It could be Ace Black. He does spot him, and there you have it. It's going to be Ronnie from Global Esports who actually puts that final nail in the coffin as far as Team Soul is concerned. 3 teams now alive, 10 people still vying for the chicken dinner, and Hyderabad Hydras, they are looking good.
A perfect game for Global Esports to gain that top spot for themselves, but this is Hyderabad Hydras going in for the ramen. They realize they've already got the better out of Ronnie. Few more grenades, and the entire squad might just go kaboom.
They could, but Max is going to take the fight right to the enemy's doorstep. In fact, a grenade is going to keep him a little bit at bay, and this could be problematic. A little bit of a mishap coming in from Global Esports could spell trouble for them, and they are in a little bit of a shack. One good grenade, if it comes in from behind Maxi, could spend trouble. There you have it. In fact, shots are going to be fired as Manya is trying to keep the enemy at bay, and now in full force they are going to come in, even though they have been taken down. Ace Black and the boys have done the job for now, but this is where Enigma Galaxy thought that they had a bit of an upper hand. However, 2 members, Maxi and Manti, both have OP in the name, are a bit overpowering for them.
Of course, all they need to do is buy some time enough for Ace Black to get himself back up, but Monty, he has to play a very crucial role at this point. He somehow has to keep the players of Enigma Galaxy at bay. Now, considering the trades did come in, that did slow down the players of Enigma Galaxy a bit, but MJ almost got Manti out.
This is just what I was talking about. Oh my goodness, he's on that massive left flank, and if Manti is going to be shot at from behind, it could be problematic. But the thing is, he can't let loose his shots just yet. There you have it. Manti is going to try and make it towards the point. In fact, they are going to be forced to come to the left side of your screens right now, the left side of the shack, as once again, although the Hyderabad Hydras had the advantage, they find themselves in the same predicament as Global Esports did. And with one good grenade, Maxi, your days do look numbered. The grenade does go boom. Unfortunately, it did not hit its mark.
Of course, did not get in through that little vent over there, but he's going to be relentless. Going to try another one out there, still missing out. Maybe a Molotov could be the answer that Enigma Galaxy have been looking out for. Still fails though. But on the other hand, Ace Black gets a knock that is so crucial in this particular moment at this point, because look at Dreams, barely has any HP left.
The problem with Enigma Galaxy right now is, yes, they do have the high ground, but they are going to have to become silhouettes against the backdrop if they do want to shoot at the boys from Hyderabad Hydras, and lucky for them, they have the terrain advantage. They have that little shack to hide behind it. They have all these burning vehicles. And now we were talking about MJ being a thorn in the side. Well, his position has been given away and looks like it could be problematic. However, even as far as Nigma Galaxy are concerned, buddy, they have got their man up. They still have a man advantage on the boys from Hyderabad Hydras, but the question is for how much longer, because they are going to have to inch their way slowly and steadily, and MJ with a little bit of a bold move was going in all by his lonesome, and now it's going to be even Stevens 3 on each side.
I like this movement from MJ though. Wanted to be a little bit of an intervention, sort of create a little chaos so that his teammates could come in, but the timing was a little off.
Had Wixie helped.
Had Wixie helped anybody else, but for now, Nigma Galaxy, look at them, still in a 3v3 situation, clearly out of any meds to work along with Apollo not having one, but Wixie getting the knock of his life, but Ace Black with a beautiful trade.
He does come in with a trade, and now it's going to be the other member who's going to be pushing forth at his position. Apollo, without any HP, throws anything he has. I think he's out of bullets over here. He does have a pan, and now he's going to be whipping out that UMP, but the problem is he doesn't have any magazines, and well, looks like Hyderabad Hydras are going to be alert to that. I do believe they have the big 2-0 as far as finishes go, which means with the chicken dinner, as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, we are going to have a look of relief finally on their faces. Smiles abound, smiles aplenty. There you have it, Ace Black. We said it. He's got his work cut out. 35 big ones. Finally, I think the jinx has been broken.
Oh, indeed it has, especially considering how what a rocky start it had been for Hyderabad Hydras. Finally getting themselves on top over here. The highest finishes so far in the grand finals of the iQOO BMPS, ladies and gentlemen. But Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they did whatever they possibly could have done. Had Apollo got a few more mags, few more meds to work around with, things could have been clearly different. But my MVP personally has to be Ace Black, considering those trades, those knocks coming in at the right moment.
Now, keep in mind, you know, we did see that they had a little bit of an issue later before this, but as we are going to be heading into the iQOO MVP, I think the name that you took is the one who's going to be walking away with the crown atop his head. He does have a few aces up his sleeve. Let's have a look and see if it is going to be Ace Black from Hyderabad Hydras. Well, we are going to be right. 10 finishes, 58 points of damage.
Ooh, wow.
I like one thing, Fixes. We were talking about it, right? Campo Militar had the high ground, and that is their game plan.
Exactly, and this time, you know, they did all the right things. Did not really overextend in any of those fights, as we'll talk more about that. But for now, let's take a look at the top 5 leaders. Again, Maxi also played quite an instrumental role in the success of Hyderabad Hydras getting this chicken dinner. And this is where you've got to bring in other players. This is where Fierce really got a little fierce over there. 6 finishes, but for MJ, 3 just to his name. But what I loved about Nigma Galaxy was the circle prediction.
Absolutely, and the way they did rotate, you know, first they were to the north, then they came in from the south, and even as far as MJ is concerned, of course, we are going to keep talking about it as a few more facts and figures are going to be popping up on our screen. One vehicle finish is something that we did see. Ooh, that was just going to hurt a little bit extra, but quickly coming to MJ. Had Wixie given him the cover, I think that was the call, right? That was the call, maybe just a little bit of miscommunication.
Of course, now this is where Nigma Galaxy, it's also chaotic in their department, right? Oh, wow. I'm running out of bullets, I'm running out of ammo, what do I do? What do I do? Like, give me cover fire, that's all you've got to do. But look at this, the Burj Khalifa being built by the players of Hyderabad Hydras. 20 finish bomb, finally landing 3,000 plus points of damage. Wow.
I mean, talk about being dormant for 4 games and then suddenly coming out swinging, as we are going to have a look at the overall standings, and looks like we are going to have something. Wait a second, before we do that, you saw something?
The damage numbers.
Oh my goodness, points. I just saw that. I don't know how I missed that, but now this is what I'm talking about. From the 15th position, Hyderabad Hydras are going to jump 10 as they nestle in the 5th spot.
All it took them was that one golden game that they were looking out for. We were talking about
and
that,
it's
right?
their map.
Yeah, and it was their map. And we did speak about, you know, trying to respect the center of the circle. Do not get into any sort of fights that you're kind of uncomfortable with. And Team Hyderabad Hydras did everything perfect, right? But now taking a look, you know, OR Esports had a little bit of a bad game. But Team Soul, despite losing out on Goblin, this is where, you know, their arms are cut off, right? The moment you lose out on Goblin, you kind of lose out on that little bit of an aggression, the pace that he he brings to the squad.
I don't know if OR Esports had a little bit of a bad game because they were kind of overconfident. They knew there was only one man over there. That's the information that they relayed. We're going to come back to that again because, well, the second page is up on our screens, and luckily, thanks to the last game, Nigma Galaxy are going to be jumping a few positions as well as Team INS, although they still try to take a few fights here in Miramar. They always find themselves in that position between a rock and a hard place in a sandwich.
I think this is where we have to bring in our esports into discussion, right? Especially how they played in the league stages and how they're playing in the finals. Now, because when it comes down to that, now our esports has been one of those teams that tends to take a lot, they focus a lot on their position points. But look at this, 15 finish points already. Jadoo, he's been doing the tricks, and that has been one of their cause of concern. Now, all they need to do is get back to their old ways of securing those good positions for themselves, have a good camping spot, have a good area to where you can take your fights on, because in terms of taking fights, I really feel that Jadoo has been a blessing in disguise for them. When you kind of expect the other players like Rockstar or Canary to show up, Jadoo's been lifting it up. But this is where they also need to understand that they have to play for the position points, because that has been their style of play.
It has been indeed, and again, it is still easier said than done because they are going to have to implement this in the next 4 days. And again, the thing is, league stages, we go all over the place, right? I mean, it was 3 weeks. Now it's just 4 days, and the pressure is definitely going to mount. But again, the league stage was an amazing affair. BMOC was an amazing affair. And none of this pedestal that all these players have to showcase their skills would have been possible without BGMI Crofton for giving us this amazing game. And, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means it's time to
slay our dragon.
Well, that's what we're going to do right about now.
Watch it, earn it.
Fixes, you got to take it easy just a little bit. Of course, we are grooving to the music over here at Loco, and all you have to do is get Loco. Before that, you might want to get yourselves one of these, the iQOO Neo 6, and well, start your esports career. When you almost said slay your dragon, the entire studio kind of just shook just a little bit. Of course, I guess you have a few supernatural abilities as well. Magic in your fingers.
We're just talking about Jadoo.
Huh, of course, I was just going there. I like how we just think alike, huh?
I mean, I just manifested some of those magic tricks here and there, and everything goes.
I have another joke. I have another joke in my mind, but then I'm gonna lay it off you right now because I mean, we both are big men. But anyway, the highlights are popping up on our screens now, and well, I like the fact that action started early, and like I said earlier, a Thunky getting the better of him with that amazing, iconic 1911.
Poor Rockstar just received that SS, but this is an iconic fight. We've got to talk about Jadoo. The way he held on to his horses, right? These are the moments where legends are formed. Now, we are looking out for all these players. And our esports initially, considering how far they were from each other, and Canary...
Bit of breaks over there, bud.
I don't know if they were kind of raging against each other, because I really felt they could have done better. But wow, this spray, it was out of the world.
The spray was out of the world, and he's lucky that, because he did have a little bit of a risky move going up that little mound. If someone was nearby, he probably could have been shot at, but looks like the gods were favoring him, and this over here, Eggy. Perfect bait and get him, because he does get one, and they were oblivious to where that shot exactly came from. And although the other member thought that he was safe, well, another bullet found its way right between his eyes.
But a good thing was that they somehow managed to get themselves back together and into the mix of things. and they didn't manage to wipe out one squad. I think it was Team Enigma, but later on it was Team Soul coming in from the backlines. But this is what I talked about. Global esports, they picked the right spot, but it was that one compound where they kind of got claustrophobic in, right? They were kind of nauseated over there. Those grenades did come in, and this is where we knew they were out of bullets. They did not have anything possibly to work around with, and this is where the discussion goes. Were they a little bit selfish, not sharing a few ammo here and there, or were they all out of bullets?
Maybe they're all around, because if you got to keep one thing in mind, of course, the M4 is the most common weapon that all these players use. So some of them had the UMP, so you got a different caliber for that. Some of them had the AK, so you can't really just switch ammo in between. So you got to plan these things out in future. But I like it. Normally, I love it when games go down to the last line. This went down to the last bullet.
Indeed, quite literally and figuratively. But I think I know a reason why. Because if you remember, Nigma Galaxy and Team Enigma were in a little bit of a kerfuffle right from the very start. Now, we know Nigma Galaxy kind of head on to Hacienda del Patron, did not have a lot of loot, because it's just that one compound, and it's not for a whole squad. And another thing that really comes into the mix is they really rotated pretty early on, and they were in the mix of things. They were spotting out so many teams, and they've learned it the hard way, right? Had they had a few more bullets, few more utility to work around with, things could have been clearly different for them.
Again, there's always two sides to the same coin, because if something goes this way, well, it could always have gone that way. So, again, that's our job. That's our job. That's what we love doing. I mean, coulda, woulda, shouldas is part of our life, and, well, our livelihoods, in fact, as well. And, again, it's a pleasure being here. But, Hyderabad Hydras, buddy. Finally, we were thinking that, what is wrong with them? Because this is their trend every single time. They always start a bit slow, a bit shaky. And when I say slow and shaky, I mean pretty much at the bottom. Always. The first 2-3 games. But then suddenly, they need that one spark to light that fire. And it looks like we have found our spark. 35 points from one game is no small feat.
And I really liked how Ace Black, being the IGL, had actually stepped up, right? The kind of intensity on his face while he was playing, right? We could see that iQOO Neo 6, but we also saw how aggressive he was with all his call-outs, still holding on to his horses, making sure all those calls were pristine. Because their engagements, their disengagements, everything was picture perfect. They had the boys of Team Kinetic at bay, not really letting them in. They knew there was a team right behind them, still keeping all their players alive. It's not really an easy job, and they somehow achieved that.
Now, this is where we were kind of talking in the game itself, because Hyderabad Hydras were pretty much in the center. Team Kinetic was at one end, 7C Esports were at the other. Now, had 7C hit Hyderabad Hydras at the time, maybe Team Kinetic or 7C would have survived till the end. But 7C Esports, they decided to take a little bit of a left flank. They started engaging with Team Kinetic, which gave Hyderabad Hydras enough time to get down from the mountain, get control of the compound, making sure nothing comes from behind them. Yeah. And, one by one, they just kept wiping them out. And then eventually, 7C, they had to make that hard, arduous trek up the mountain. And that one grenade that started off, again, from Ace Black is something that led to their victory.
Now, this is poking me right now, 7C Esports. Considering how they were playing in the league stages, right? They had a little bit of a free hand. They were engaging in fights, really not shying away. And this is where I'm starting to doubt that they're kind of tending to overthink at this moment, right? Because now you just can't get away with being very aggressive, take those fights. Now they're starting to think, they're like, should we engage? No, maybe we should not. Those little moments where they kind of double guess themselves is sort of leading to their own original style of gameplay to be deterred.
Something we saw in the previous Miramar as well, when they were engaging against Hydra officials. And, maybe it's a little bit of hesitancy because it is a big day, right? But again, what's going to happen right now is we're going to be jumping into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means Fixes. You're going to be saying bye-bye, and, well, the sun himself is going to come. I might need some glasses, otherwise it is going to hurt my eyes. But as Arca is going to make sure he puts on his headset, I have one question for him. Is he still going to be coming at me? Because boy, oh boy, last time around, things definitely got heated. And I'll say one thing, buddy. And I won't say come at the king, you better not miss. But if you do come again, you better have your facts straight. Anyway, welcome back to the seat once again. But before we start everything off, I'm just going to wait till we're on camera because I want to ask you a question. We good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty, bring it in. I'm just kidding. We love this banter, and that is what this is all about.
Yeah, eventually you did say that, when you're going against the king, being the best of what you have. But The thing is this. I just want to be friends with the king and not be against him because...
I thought he was coming back to the same point.
Oh, no, obviously not. Come on, man.
But I had fun, and I'm sure all the viewers had your opinions in the chat as well. But anyway, before we get on with the next show, I guess we should do a little bit of an obligatory thing because you do have a bad boy in your hands.
Yep, absolutely. So it's time for us to look at the iQOO Neo 6 yet again. This promo doesn't get old, right? It's brand new every single time we see it. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll allow you guys to go enjoy the promo of this device because every single thing about the information of this device is there.
Well, you know how the iQOO Neo 6 has 80 watts flash charge. I guess we all recharge ourselves when we take these little breaks as well. And just like this bad boy, it takes about a game, that little break that we have, and we come back with 100%.
Now, you know, we start to fumble in between the games. We tend not to run. Yeah, all such slip of tongue happens just because it's speaking so much. It's really hard to keep up with the hydration, especially in Hyderabad. It's hot out here. And yeah, every single time we run from room to a room, we're going to make sure that we're cooled down. As ladies and gentlemen, one other thing for us to do right now is going to give something to the audience, and BGMI is very, very persistent, and they tell us, right, every single time we need to give back to our community, and that's what they're doing right now. It's going to be merchandises giveaway. You guys need to point out to the team which is going to be standing on the top by the end of the day. And if you're spamming it right in the chat, you're going to have an opportunity to get some merchandises in your hand.
And I like that it comes down to the last game because for now, Team Soul is at the top, but who knows what happens later. But if you miss out on that, you also have a chance to win 10 iQOO Neo 6s. All you got to do is hit that link up in the chat, which is going to be pinned, and, well, this bad boy might just be yours. Now, we've been asking them a couple of questions, right? That if they want to be featured on BMPS, well, all you have to do is hit up Twitter, and it looks like we might just have a few local questions heading our way.
Yeah, and we're going to make sure that we answer all of it and also give a shout out to the man who's asking that question as well. So another place for you to get a spotlight. Yes, we're going to be looking at Anmol Srivatsava.
Amol, I believe.
Amol Srivatsava. Big shout out to you first. And then comes the question, are drop clashes healthy at this stage of the tournament? And do you think the involved teams should approach it? I mean,
would you like to take it?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion, and then yours for sure. That's going to be no. There's not necessary for any kind of drop clashes at this point of time of the tournament because ultimately it's all about you first doing the hard work, be on the top, and then try to challenge the teams below you just to make sure that they don't climb up.
Well, since we are going to debate just a little bit, you did have a look. We have a little bit of a switcheroo coming in. Apollo and Max once again from Nigma Galaxy. My opinion would be that if it's your city, if it's your drop zone, if you know every single nook and cranny, by all means, let them come at you and make them pay for those mistakes. But again, at this stage, you want to kind of stay away and make sure you do all your fighting later on. And speaking of fighting, well, we're going to say bye-bye from the studio. As once again, before we head over to all the death and destruction that's going to be coming to the map of Firango, let's just take a moment. Just imagine yourself sitting in that vehicle right now, right? You're by the waterside. You have a nice drink in your hands. You have some food to eat. And, well, you have beauty in nature all around you.
That would have been so good, right? Like,
that's what I want to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, by the shorelines, driving, making sure that a little bit of a waves are hitting your tires as well. But again, playgrounds looks all empty at this point of time, just like how it's supposed to be. I've not seen any kind of clashes happening at the side of playground and the final circle falling in over there. I know it's kind of impossible, but still. And then Waterhouse, one other place which was, under the radar for so many teams before. So many teams wanted to get that spot, especially, let's not forget the side of Team Soul and OR. The previous lineup wanted that real bad.
A lot of structural damage over there. Of course, those little dams that they built kind of gave way and all the water came flooding in, and I guess that's why it is evacuated. But again, we do know a few teams like Team Kinetic, they love dropping in around the water city, but this is what I love. It's a reminiscence of Normandy from World War II, right? I mean, of course, you have all these beaches that have all these bunkers positioned, you have those massive guns trained, and well, speaking of Normandy, you have all these boats coming your way, and well, of course, war is bad, but you know, it was quite a big thing. Oof.
I'm still waiting for a boat to have a little bit of a huge machine gun in front of it.
Oh, so that'll be the day.
Yeah, that'll be the day where you would really want to start traversing through the waterways and take down teams in front of you.
Well, Crofton is listening. Maybe they might just implement that in a few updates because, again, you know, as far as the boat is concerned, yes, you can still have your teammates shoot out from it, but the thing is, it is pretty fragile. So add a big bad gun and, well, things could be different because for the last time now, on day one of the Grand Finals, we are going to be flying above the plains, the green, luscious forests of Erangel, and this time around, buddy, the plane path is going to be a bit to the south, as of course the iQOO Neo 6s are what everyone is playing on.
Now, at the same time, I want the circle to be going towards the side of 7 and see which is the team which will be flying all the way towards the northern side of the map. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, I know that nobody tends to go towards the side of shooting range, 7 Neo Stolba, but still, a journey towards the side of Georgiopol, Rozhok or Yasna is going to be a long journey up ahead. But the team choosing to go towards the side of military base and Novo expecting the circle to be going there will be not only blessed with a lot of placement points for them, but also can get some finish points due to the rotations.
Well, the thing is, as far as the Sosnovka military island on its whole is concerned, you don't really see anybody else, but I like what I'm seeing, because normally you'd expect our esports, like we saw earlier, to have that 2-2 split between the base itself and Novo Rupnoy, but now Global Esports are going to be calling it their home.
Now with them is another squad, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be Mane again going far away. I think it's the side of BB who are accompanying them over there, and our esports doing the wise decision to just traverse away towards the side of Novo. The early skirmish possible, and I wanted this to happen as the circle shifts far away towards the side of Stolber. 7 in Kamishki is where you want to land yourself, but ultimately this clash is something I'm looking out for.
It is going to be Global Esports going up against Team Kinetic. Now, Kinetic also had a different plan, and looks like they are going to be kicking themselves in the backsides because normally they love dropping up to the north, and well, the circle, as you saw, does have Yasnaya Polyana pretty much in the center for all the action to come. But for now, Team Kinetic, they are going to have that little ATC, the Air Traffic Control Center, for themselves, and these massive factories towards the southeast of the base itself. But Global Esports, well, they are going to have the big buildings all for themselves. Now, the thing is, both teams, I'm pretty sure, are going to be aware that one another are going to be here, and Tommy is going to do all the talking, but Joker is not going to be in any harm because, well, most of those bullets hit the wall.
Now, this is where Kinetic did the right thing, right? They stuck together as they were falling down. They understood that we have to stay together and get down. God is also pretty much close to them, and eventually GE, what they do, they also think the same. Even though there were only 2 players in that C building, eventually one of their teammates who were pretty much far away is like, wait guys, I'm just gonna come and regroup. But on the other side, we can see that Ace Black already down on his knees. I think it's because of him late coming down. It's the birds who got taken down from the side of Team Soul, and eventually Akshat draws the first blood.
And now have a look at that. The chase is on. Goblin is still the last man, but 2 of his teammates were already a bit further ahead as compared to his position, just trying to put that pressure on Hyderabad Hydras, and I feel Maxi OP might just be the next victim as far as Hyderabad Hydras are concerned. Again, a massive game coming in from them in Miramar. However, off to a little bit of a shaky start here in Erangel, and keep in mind, when you lose Ace Black, well, it could get a bit problematic, and looks like we might just see a few shots fired sooner rather than later, as I do see on our little map feed that Maxi does have a vehicle. There you have it, perfect timing, and finally Omega, in fact, is going to be retreating as well. Now, for Hyderabad Hydras, they do have the members in Georgiopol as well, and have a look at what Esports Walla are doing. They're going to go all the way to Severny and possibly move into Stolber, or maybe even come down to Yasnaya at some point.
No, that is the best rotation you would want to have, right? Because you already have a little bit of a looting for yourself that's going to be coming in from the northern side of Georgiopol in the apartments, and then eventually you have 4 vehicles to traverse around with, and you're going to make the best use of it, get into Severny. But on the eastern side of the map, between Enigma, I think Team Hydra Hydra just pushed in with the vehicle and went safe towards the side of Yasnaya. But let's not forget to see the little bit of the southern side of the map where EXO, Enigma and BB have an opportunity to strike against any team which will be trying to traverse through the bridges, because that is where free kill lies.
Well, let's see if we are going to see some finishes over there, because speaking of bridges, Team Kinetic are going to be the first to brave uncharted territory. But again, for now, they aren't going to have too much of an opposition because, well, he is on a two-wheeler. That bike is a bit faster than everything else. He's going to make sure he takes the brunt of anything that comes his way, and chances are they might just make it to safety without any problems. Now, we did see on the map, in fact, we can still have a look. Big Brothers, they are spread far and wide, and even if Beast does get a little bit of an inkling that someone's coming their way, they do have the upper hand, as now they have the infamous blue building all to themselves. Also, keep one thing in mind. We did see them just go past our Esports' Hero. Now, Hero did the right thing or the wrong thing. It depends on how you look at it, because he could have fired a few shots, but again, it would have given their position away. But that's kind of counterproductive, me even saying that, because I'll counter myself right now. They know that our Esports dropped down at Novo.
Yep, but our Esports on the other side is just waiting it out, right? And it's a good thing they sent Hero for all that information. So they know right now choosing to go towards the side of roadways is going to be affecting them a lot. So they have some boats which they can pick up from the side of Novo, traverse in the waterways towards the side of Meltapav, go till Kameshki, and then try to come down. You know, that is one of the ways for them to traverse. Let's see whether they're going to pick that up.
The only problem is, from a galaxy far, far away, a team did come. Of course, I'm talking about Enigma Galaxy, right? They love heading to the Milta power plant and eventually making their way due north to Lipovka. So I wonder if the boat situation is going to work out, because I'm sure they are going to have a little bit of kerfuffle early on over here. Now, Team EXO, what they're doing is they need to make sure they come into the circle as well. And they know, they probably saw all the commotion. They knew that, Team Big Brothers are going to be in the vicinity, and they probably had a little bit of an idea, especially since, you know, they have people on the lookout, that another team did come and join them. And speaking of the team, I like what they've done here, Arca. They're, in fact, going to be moving a bit further inland, and Team EXO, if they waste valuable time over here at the edge of the circle, they could be in trouble. But another team that did have a good start to the day, but kind of haven't really made their mark, Team INS.
Now, Team INS, right? It's just one man trying to do all the damage over here. That's going to be crazy. So I'm still waiting for Billion to open up, Joker to open up, because if three of them come in together, that's going to be very strong assaulting firepower coming in from the side of INS. But coming back into the game where the rotations are going to be start to come in, I know that the eastern side of the map is pretty big, but Stolber not coming into consideration, it starts to look as if it's a very, very small, you know, space for everybody to come in.
Arca, you know how you and I have our difference of opinions? You were just talking about Joker and Billion. Now, if all of you are familiar with their social media, we all have our own opinions, and sometimes there is a little bit of friction between the players. I wonder if that has been sorted, because if these two boys start working in sync, oh boy, they could do a lot of damage.
I mean, just not a lot of damage. They can be the contenders for the title itself, right? So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But now, coming down towards the southern side of the map to your Team EXO is still holding to their home ground. They're going to be like, just wait it out, right? We have the zone. Why should we just go in for a rotation and get that, you know, into the crosshairs of someone else? No risk right now. We're going to go in for a late rotation when there's no vehicles around, and that is when they're going to pick it up. But our Esports on the other side, in the Novo, still waiting it out, wanting the second circle to be forming in, and that is when they want to come in, because they know nobody will be gatekeeping them at that time.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out if that is going to be correct, because we have hit the 8-minute mark, and except the fact that Hyderabad Hydras El Capitan himself, Ace Black, fell down, no one else has gone down just yet. Now, the Autobotz, they love Primorsk, and since the first circle, they're going to take their sweet time coming into the zone, and they might just be a bit hesitant coming in south of Pachinki, expecting a few teams to be lying in wait. But have a look at everybody pretty much having the similar idea. They are going to go for that western rotation. In fact, have a look at Team Seoul, just east of the Georgia Ball containers, which means normally, buddy, we don't see a lot of teams to the north. This time, I can count 1, 2, 3, and now 4.
Now, everybody have understood this, right? You're going to be coming in towards the side of Stolber, and there's a huge area from which you can rotate down. but that is what they were not choosing to do in other times because there were waterways which is going to be restricted them. But coming back, Team Soul still have to watch out for their back because it's Hyderabad Hydras right behind them in the path of redemption. In case they get to know it's Team Soul in front of them, they're going to make sure they pour all that lead on them and get those finishes as quickly as possible, as the circle is going to be shrinking in favoring the side of Yasnaya and the Opal Fields next to Mansion. This is where hard compounds is going to be prioritized for most of the teams.
Now, if you have a look, Hyderabad Hydras decided to move just a bit up north as far as Yasnaya is concerned, but they realize, hey, wait a second, the city is still ours. We know every single nook and cranny. We know it best. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. They're going to be coming back down. And the reason why I laughed was, have a look at the kaleidoscope of colors
Exactly.
right in the middle. And the thing is, this place is littered with all these compounds, but these compounds are going to be contested soon enough. And, well, I love saying this soon. The bullets are going to be flying, and well, we know we don't want to let the bodies hit the floor, but some of them are going to go down.
Now, Autobotz on the other side, a different rotation coming in from their side, right? From Primorsk, rather than going in towards the side of Jojo, they're going to be coming into the ferry, making it into Puchinki, and then come in towards the side of school. Something different. I think that's going to work out for them.
It is indeed, because again, you know, we did kind of bring this up that the majority of the teams were expecting a little bit of a northern shift as far as the circle is concerned, and you know, places like Severny have been taken up. Places like the shooting range were contested just for a little bit between a few teams, and now it seems like everyone is going to be just north of Rozhok. Our Esports also, they finally made it to the circle without any hullabaloo, and since Team EXO and everyone else has moved further inland, well, it is going to be smooth sailing for this team. Not the way you expected them to come in. You thought maybe they'll come in by boats, but looks like they're going to stick to what they know best and have their feet firmly planted on the ground.
Now 3 minutes is left out, ladies and gentlemen, for you to share it among your friends, because eventually we know that by the time we hit 14 minutes in the timer, that is where all the action is going to come out. Calm before the storm is the statement coming out from the desk over here as Hydra officials are holding the best spot in the house.
They have the highest spot in Yasnaya right now, which means A, they do have a nice 360 vigil, but it also has its downsides because, well, they're going to be open from all ends, and chances are, if they aren't concentrating, they could get a few shots in the back of their noggin. And of course, I know that kind of hurts a bit too much, and in fact, last night you and I were playing and something similar like that happened to us. But you know, for now, I like what they've done. They're going to make sure that this is their city, right? I mean, we've seen them go up against global esports. We've seen so much. And on our screens right now, we see Sarang all by his lonesome, trying to make it look like there is some commotion in the circle, because at one end, I do believe we have OR Esports, and well, there's enemies lying in wait at the other.
Now this is where I have to grab your attention, right? Nobody to the corners of the circle. Everybody prioritizing to the dead center, expecting the circle to be shrinking into itself. Again, prioritizing the center of the circle, where Mr. IGL on the other side has already put the damage against the side of RE Esports. We have been witnessing them getting shot not just by one team, but also from the side of Team OR. As Oro at this point of time, look at the way he's using that gyro, you know, just moving in here and there. As Mr. IGL wants this finish, being very persistent. Let's see whether he's going to gain it.
Well, he does get his finish, and no one's going to see it. But right now, we have a fight breaking out in the northern part of Yasnaya as Kinetic are going to take on Team Esports 1 WSF. Tango is going to be brought down to his knees and finished in the blink of an eye, and now gone. Could be in a good position. In fact, he does see Hydra. He is going to throw his grenade. That grenade is going to be good. Hydra's going to be blown to smithereens. There you have it. In fact, that devastation, the destruction from the grenade was so much that that car was flung a bit far back as well. And now Invader is going to lob a grenade, but KU is going to act just a little bit quicker. Bajwa again is going to be finished by Kinetic God. Shots are going to be fired, and Esports, while our WSF down 2 members, are going to be in trouble. This is where numbers come in handy. The Uzi Tommy, he finally hits the deck and gets the better of his opponent.
Now WSF had to play this game really safe because they were having a good time. A little bit of a graph going up and down, but eventually they have the last man standing. Karan yet again has to survive and play for position points and try to make it inside the circle as quickly as possible, as the circle is going to be shifting towards the side of Mansion. As I said, the open grounds next to Mansion is where you wouldn't want the circle to come in, because a lot of commotion apart from the dead center where you have a high ground for yourself. Everything else is visible for the opponents.
You know, it's going to be like a finish zone down there because anything that moves, anything that stirs, anything that breathes is going to have some lead coming their way. And speaking of all those open fields, Hyderabad Hydra's carry does spot some commotion, does spot something stirring in the distance. And, well, Team INS, they are trying to make their way into the circle. Now, the problem for them is, well, the problem for both teams actually is they are still outside the circle by just a little bit. Now, for Team INS, they've rotated well. I mean, they were a bit to the west at this point, but now they are on the north and they are going to be on the eastern aspect as far as that place is concerned. Oh, baby.
Oh, into the face goes Sprayguard.
Again, it kind of sounds something similar to what we saw in Miramar.
I mean, he was just waiting for the buggy to come in and then he was like, nothing else can happen to me right now. It's just my skull's getting crushed, so I'm just going to lie there. Yeah, and then eventually once it's crunched, the finish follows up easy.
It did follow up easy, and now Joker heading towards Team Soul's direction. I guess he has no idea that the entire team is going to be in a bit of a good spot over here because shots could be fired at him. But I like how Team Soul are currently spread. There you have it. He is going to be shot at. But the problem is they're going to be heading straight for Omega. Now if these boys can't do what they do best, there you have it. Omega is going to make sure he puts him down as Crazy Soul is going to be brought down in an instant courtesy their little teamwork. And once again, Team INS looks like they're pretty much out of the game. Yes, they are, as Team Soul are going to send them packing in the 16th position. A good split coming up from this team.
I mean, I did not expect such a split coming in with 53 people inside the circle. I was like, there is no question of fear coming in the hearts of Team Soul as they're on the top of the table. They've decided before going back home today, we're going to make sure we have another winner chicken dinner or at least have 20 finishes for ourselves to make sure that we build that gap between the first and the second position. And in the gameplay pretty much visible, but the next team, which is pretty much close to them, is going to be WSF.
I like what Hydra officials have done. Oh my goodness, that is going to be a drastic shift down south. And this is where the boys from Autobotz can get some finishes for themselves. This is where Team XO can finally showcase what they are made of. But I was going to say one thing. Have a look at Hydra officials' position. Even though Yesnaya was still in the circle, they were anticipating it to head further down south. And it looks like I'm going to have to hold on to my point because Autobotz Hell is laying down hell in GE's position. And Manya, again, we know he loves staying a bit far away from his teammates. And this time, the gamble did not pay off.
No, at the same time, you know, immediately as soon as you get a knock, I don't know why you have to burn your resources so quickly. I do understand that the circle is a little bit bigger at this point of time, but ultimately Autobots have to hold their ground really hard as there's going to be a lot of retaliation coming their way. Let's not forget Explicit almost in the crosshairs, almost getting taken down, all thanks to that small shack. But how long can they survive over here? Because Autobots are really good with the projectile of the grenades.
They are indeed, but I'm more worried about Team XO because they're going to be just a little bit closer and all their members are going to be clumped in this little wooden shack. Now, the best thing is, if you're ever building a house, this is the wood that you want because it is indestructible unless you kind of throw a few grenades inside. And speaking of grenades inside, for now, Enigma Gaming do have the compound for themselves, and it looks like Team XO Sensei was trying to see if he could scour the area and, you know, kind of find a little safe haven, a little soft spot for his team, but looks like he's going to be denied at this moment.
Now, you also got information, right, that somebody's holding this compound, so a lot of people might get taken on from that angle. So he's going to be looking out for the angles in which this house is going to be visible so that all those knocks they can just steal off, and Team XO is pretty much good at it. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side coming towards the side of Shelter, having a little bit of a high ground. But let's not forget that Mr. Beast OP from the side of Big Brothers have got taken down. It's all happening in the open, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the action is going to get very, very intense.
You know what? I like this place. We have a little bit of the center to play with, and that is the advantage, or rather the little advantage that Hyderabad Hydras are trying to pull off because they want to try and surround the enemy, and the enemy are the boys from Team Kinetic. Elsewhere, looks like Esports while WSF are finally going to meet their makers, and Nigma Galaxy are the ones who send them packing. Legend with some good reflexes, hitting the ground, going prone in the nick of time, and well, otherwise he could have been in a little bit of a problem.
Now Team Solo on the other side, very, very close to the side of Hydra, and Enigma Galaxy also pretty much close to them is where we have to head on to, as Hyderabad Hydras have taken down the side of KO. Kinetic, as the split coming in from the side of Kinetic is making them pay heavily, as Carry with that Uzi is going to be putting an end to two other finishes, and Soul Goblin on the other side, as we were speaking about it, is going to be taking down the side of Team Hydra.
Well, looks like his teammate is going to come in because Dynamite is going to be brought down as well.
Oh
which
no!
means they are going to be in a world of trouble, as Carry is going to make sure sure he finishes what his teammates started. Now, it is going to be a 2-on-1 affair as far as these two gentlemen on our screen is concerned, but Hydra Legend, not a good position to be in, because have a look at that. They were surrounded on all sides by Team Soul. Team Soul, buddy, looking good. 6 finishes for themselves, all 4 members still intact. However, I don't want to speak too soon because they aren't in the center yet.
Oh, no.
And they still have a lot of teams up for grabs, and it looks like their crosses are going to be trained on the members from Nigma Galaxy.
Now, Hydra, after Perp is the last man standing, is just tucking in tail and running every look and corner, not finding a place for himself, due to which he might get taken down. And yes, he does taken down by FS47, and that's going to be goodbye for one other team. But Team Soul versus the side of Nigma is going to be happening, as there's going to be a lot of commotion right to the dead center. Rakshat from far away wants to do the best of what he can, but MJ is going to be landing the final name in the coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Team Soul saying goodbye to us on the 13th position, thanks to the only 6 finishes they've got.
Well, they are going to have those 6 finishes. However, we did just kind of anticipate they might just make a little bit of an oopsie as they were heading to the enemy's direction. And speaking of the enemy's direction, Apollo knows someone is nearby. He doesn't really have a lot of cover. But the thing is, Sarang does not know that there was someone so close, because he was focusing on the other members from Enigma Galaxy. Now, I do believe they might have just lost 1 member. I'm going to make sure I'm correct. Yes, they did. They still have the chance to be a 4-man squad, but Savitar against those grenades is going to
nice
in. It is going to hit its mark, but the thing is, even if it does force them out, oh my goodness, that almost shook our screens over here, because Savitar is going to have to be on the retreat.
Now, 7C, you know, we can see that they're pretty much spread around over here, and 2 players are actually taking too much of damage and too much of fights, and in front of them is going to be Sarang. I don't know when he's going to be coming into the picture, as Vixie is walked into the jaws of death. He's going to be churned, taken down, and Sarang is going to be confirming as quickly as possible, because one more finish walking your way, just grab it, my friend.
Well, they are going to grab it with anything that they've got, but what I believe is Big Brothers could capitalize on the situation, as Sarang is going to be a bit loose. He is going to fight him. There you have it. Another one is going to be run over, as Dream is going to be reliving his worst nightmare once again, and Sarang comes back for seconds, making sure he gets that finish point. Now, he's got to patch himself up, but this is where Knuckle could get the better of Savitar. The grenade is going to be flung. It is going to blow up, but unfortunately for Knuckle, he maybe could have gone out, but again, he was just 1 man standing. And speaking of gone out, our Esports out in the blink of an eye, courtesy of Tunke's big bad gun, the M249.
Now, HH on the other side is also taking advantage of all these commotions, because a little bit of a high ground advantage from the side of Shelter is making them pay, is allowing them to make the other teams pay, as Oro right now is going to be coming into the crosses as well. Enigma to the dead center is still holding to the ground hard as possible, as Punk on the other side is also trying to take things down. How many of these fights are happening every look and corner?
Well, it is going to be a free-for-all over here, ladies and gentlemen, as everyone is going to try and make sure they get as many finishes for themselves. Oh my goodness, Apollo was almost run over. He gets the better of Aladdin over there with his quick reflexes, but Sarang was going to be on hand to make sure he gets to his team's aid. But the problem is, have a look at what's coming from the other side. Amazing smokes deployed over here, as Autobotz are going to be trying to lay anything in their direction, because we know, well, smokes do obscure your vision. However, they aren't really good at blocking bullets.
Now we have to see whether they can come out surviving, because Autobots are pretty much keen in taking down the side of 7C, and all of a sudden we can see the true side of Team 7C coming out in this game. They want to make sure they get as many finishes as possible, relying on their assault power. Oro, a grenade. I really thought the projectile was going to hit him, but Aditya knows exact location of Mr. IGL, and 7C going to be happy as a blessing in disguise. It's going to be the side of Team OR taking down the side of Autobots.
Well, the Autobots are going to come under fire from OR Esports at this moment. However, I like how Aru is getting up close and personal. Grenades are going to be exchanged. Aru gets back in the nick of time. In fact, 2 of them went so close to him, he almost wet his pants, but now he's still going to hold his ground, as the Autobots are doing the same. Now, we did see 7C Esports kind of approach Autobots' position. However, they were thwarted, luckily, thanks to BB, as shots are going to be fired, and it looks like Punk is going to be taken down elsewhere, as Aru now has to basically assert his attention in the other direction. In this entire time, in the meanwhile, it does look like Hyderabad Hydras still down to 1 man, are trying to get the best, because I do believe he just stole a finish from one of the other lads.
Oh no. On the other side, can you see the circle is shifted away in the pockets of Enigma, as Sensei at this point of time can spray hard, and he's going to make sure he takes down 2 players. This is how you use a scope in a close range battle. Eventually only helmets gets taken down and 2 finishes for the side of Team Exo. Sensei is going to be so happy to welcome them in open arms.
Why would OR Esports just stop in the open when you know that you have burning vehicles nearby, and chances are someone could be lurking? But now Autobotz, they do have a little semblance of cover, but in comes Team Exo as they are going to shoot the door down. Park is going to go in. In fact, he's going to be taken down. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Sensei up against Team Autobotz. Now, the thing is, he knows that his teammates are lost, but he also knows that maybe if he gets that one grenade inside, it could be problematic for Autobotz. The grenade goes boom, but before he could do anything, he's going to be taken out in an instance. And for now, Autobotz, boy, they have some guardian angels looking over them.
Obviously, it's the Lady Luck kissing them the hardest on the forehead at this point of time. But how much will they make out of it will be the next question, right? Because all foemen standing, almost having the dead center of the circle, knowing information, knowing about all the other teams around, they will have to rely on their firepower. Will Orva come out in the open with Fox and try to take everybody down, as Enigma at this point of time, having the best spot yet again, is picking up as many finishes as possible. And let's not forget, FS Esports is going to be in the crosshairs of both these teams, and finish is going to be stolen from the side of Eggy.
Well, Avi is going to make sure that he is going to make the enemy pay, as his teammate Eggy, you just mentioned him, is going to be unleashing hell on the boys from Big Brother Esports. Zen OP, well, he was brought down and now he's going to be put in the ground. Now, the thing is, OR Esports, buddy, still survived by one man, could be a little bit of a problem as far as the Autobots are concerned, because one well-placed grenade is going to be everything for them. But again, you know, all that smoke is going to obscure his vision. And there you have it. It's going to be Enigma coming in from the other side, who is out on a little bit of a hunt as the Fox just went down.
Now this is where Aditya can actually strike in, and he does exactly that. He's going to be Orvo. He's going to be picking up one finish for himself and eventually wait out for the opponents to get taken off. That green smoke is going to be confirmation for Aditya that to concentrate on the eastern side of the map. That is to the right side of his map, where he's going to be concentrating on the side of Autobots. They're going to be lofting smokes to make sure they survive a little more better, but Enigma is not going to stop us. They're going to push in with some throwables. Can this connect? Kind of connects. Chip damage.
It does indeed, but now the Autobots, they have got to replenish themselves as they are going to be kept at bay. But my biggest issue are the 2 members from Big Brother Esports. But again, it shouldn't be a problem for Enigma Gaming winning their first chicken dinner, because they do have the lay of the land. In fact, all they need to do is just make sure as soon as anything moves out of that smoke, well, they're going to be there, sending a barrage of bullets their way, and I like that. This is what communication is all about. He ran out of ammunition and does give him something, but coming in from Scream. At this time, he's not going to let his weapon do the talking. In fact, he's going to be raining down shrapnel on the member from Team Enigma's Eggy. Now, the thing is, they are going to be applying the pressure, but this could also be where Aditya decides to hit them from the other side. Now, Enigma Gaming, buddy, they've got to pick their battles. Do they still go for the Autobots, or are they going to focus on Big Brother Esports?
Autobots on the other side is going to be picking up Enigma as they've gone to the vulnerable point. 2 players already down, and Beast OP kind of knows the location of Autobots, as OR Aditya at this point of time has being as patient as possible. An assaulter not holding up, oh my goodness, that is where it's going to be visible. Aditya at this point of time has another finish lurking out here and there. If hell looks out to this side, that is when Aditya can get taken down.
Well, right now, it is going to be the Predator up against the Prey, and if he shows himself, this could be smart. Now he just might see some movement. He's got to make sure he closes that ADS, otherwise it's going to be problematic. There you have it. He does spot him out. He might in fact just steal that little finish for himself. Unfortunately, his shot's not really connecting. He is going to get the better of Fox, though, and as expected, it was OR Esports in the there who was a bit of a thorn in the side. And now
nice.
He's not done yet. He's not done yet. He's going to focus his attention to BB Scream, as he is going to bring them down. Oh my goodness, this guy is literally the wild card in this game, and in fact, if BB do go down, which it does most likely seem like it, he might just get his team a few extra position points.
I strongly feel he's pretty much capable of doing that, and I won't be shocked if he gets a 1v4 against the side of Enigma. Let's not forget that he's the man who had highest number of finishes when it comes to frontal battle. Let's not forget that Goblin has already picked up a very, very big number in front of him, and the next best contender was the side of OR Aditya, as Avi is going to be pushing and getting information. Aditya is still going to wait it out as complete information comes in. Evo is going to be right in front of him. One more finish lying over there for the side of Aditya. He's going to be going in for it, capitalizing on it, but eventually Avi from behind is going to put an end for him, as BSOP survival is going to allow them to get a little more points, as winner chicken dinner goes in the favor of Enigma Gaming.
Well, we were saying that elusive chicken dinner could not be there, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and these lads are going to be a happy bunch of boys because, well, they have had a good day so so far. Even during the league stage, you know, they finally got that chicken right at the end, but with 13 finishes, it means they're going to walk away with 28 points. Now, Big Brothers in second with 19, OR in third with 16. Not a bad outing for both these teams.
Now, OR, how much have they caught up to side of Team Soul in the overall points table will be the next thing to see, because 2 matches we have seen Team Soul getting down with just around 5 to 6 points for themselves, right? So, but on the other side, it's good to see that until the 12th position, somebody has lived up to get at least 2 points for themselves, but INS, Hydra and Esports while at WSF, nothing.
And now what I'm excited about is we saw someone with some amazing sniping action last game around. I wonder if he's going to be the MVP. Yes, he is. It is going to be Eggy from Enigma Gaming, who's going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. 6 finishes, buddy. 1,157 points of damage. Ay, ay, ay.
Now that is where Aditya also comes in, right? With 4 finishes, his survival, the way he has brought his team forward, and also the trigger discipline, everything coming to perfection. 4 finishes, 729 damage. Rex was also doing the damage from the other side. I know that, you know, most of their finishes were stolen by the others, but ultimately Enigma with that winner chicken is going to be happy.
He is going to be happy indeed, and even the boys from BB are going to be happy because they did end the game with 7 finishes to themselves, and of course we did have a look at the point standings. It meant they walked away with 19. That is going to be something that they want to capitalize on the next 3 days. Now, we're going to have a look at the match summary, a few more facts, a few more figures, and I'll tell you one thing, we are going to have some vehicular manslaughter over there because, well, 1 vehicle finish is not what I was expecting because we at least saw 3 different people get run over.
Yeah, but only 1 got finished, right, with the vehicle itself. It's the vehicle finish, not the knock, which might get considered. So, yeah, that is how it is. But, you know, I had a little bit of a confusion regarding this, that every time there's a knock and then finish comes in from somewhere else, it's going to be counted over here. But it's not the case.
I don't mind it because, again, I'm lucky that we did see it, and that's a bit more juicy, right? But now we're going to have a look at the FD graph, and, well, if you are going to be winning the game, if you do have the maximum number of finishes, chances are you're going to have a hell of a lot of more damage compared to everyone else, and that's what Enigma Gaming have done with 2,740 points for themselves. INS, nothing.
Forget about INS. You know which team I'm feeling bad for is Autobotz. You know, 1,767 damage for just 3 finishes. All the hard work is gone off.
Well, speaking of hard work, let's have a look and see what's going to happen because the overall standings are going to pop up on our screen. And, well, there is still a 10-point deficit as far as OR Esports is concerned. Team Soul still numero uno after day 1 with 81 to their name.
Now 6 matches already done. I just can't believe this has happened so fast. We are left out with another 16 matches left out for all these teams. Let's see how well they're going to strategize on that. Enigma Gaming, yet again, with just 1 good winner chicken dinner, are looking strong at the 3rd position. OR on the other side has started to live the ways of Enigma Gaming. And, you know, without winner chicken dinner on the 2nd spot.
Again, you know, they did have a couple of good the first 2 games were pretty decent for them. 46 points coming in from position. Finishes are something that you would expect a lot higher from this team. But again, we still have 3 more days of the grand finals to be played. And, well, in those matches, that is where a victor is going to be decided. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, an early exit for them this time around. They aren't going to be too much of a bother right now because they still have 48 points for themselves. Position points is something they're definitely going to try and work for. But now this is where a little bit of issue, a little bit of pressure is going to start mounting on teams like Team Kinetic at the bottom with 11 points for themselves, and our Esports as well. Game 1, they were kind of showcasing some glimpses, some glimmer, right? But 22 points, not too good.
And let's not forget in the map of Firangal, they were coming in from the southern side. They had the zone for themselves, but still not capitalizing on it. I just hope they will go back to their old ways of prioritizing the zone first and try to place for position points first and then go in for some finish points.
I'm going to say a name, talk about it. 7C Esports, what do you think is going wrong with them?
Now, not placing themselves perfectly is going to be the answer because you saw the firepower, right? With the vehicles, with the crosses, everything they've been getting, right? 20 finishes what they've got. I know that the graph is not something like which has gone up and then down and gone up. It's just that it's a slow pace of a pick-off coming in from the side of 7Cs. And by tomorrow, in case they get at least 2 to 3 games of winner chicken dinner, they'll be again back into the game.
Or basically, if they repeat what they did in week 3 and just, like Fixes love saying, going ham on everybody and just, being a bit ballistic, they could come in with those finishes and then who cares about position points? But of course, you do need those chicken dinners because every single point is going to matter in the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals. But what a lovely day it's been so far. We've seen everyone get a taste of blood. Everyone's got a few chickens for themselves. And, again, we all have to thank, we have a few people to thank for this because it is the biggest tournament in Indian history so far, 2 crore. So once again, a big thank you to BGMI Crofton for making this possible and our lovely sponsors, iQOO, the Neo 6 and Loco for making this all possible, which means for one last time before we call it a night, let's see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, watch, play, stream, repeat is what we are going to be, is our mantra basically, because, we all love doing that as well. And of course, you do need the iQOO Neo 6 to make sure your esport dreams are alive and kicking. And, well, speaking of dreams, all these teams, Arka, that have made it to this stage are winners in their own rights, first of all. The top 16 in India. We did have to say goodbye to 8 of them in the earlier stage. However, man, I think the competition is just getting more exciting because let me just give you a little bit of a case study. Hyderabad Hydras, after 4 games, they were in a single-digit position, single-digit points as far as position was. They were 15th, and suddenly 35 big ones, and now they are in a healthy spot, which means the teams at the bottom can still do it.
Obviously, and when you said that all are winners over here, one thing which all of these teams have gained playing in this tournament is experience, which money can't buy. And I do believe that if they tend to learn from their mistakes and take this experience forward as a positive note, they'll be coming back stronger to probably get the next big trophy.
They will because, in the past as well, as far as BGMI is concerned, we've seen all this glory just slip through the fingers every now and then. I wonder if that's going to be the case this time because, sure, the first couple of days you come out swinging, you make a good lead for yourself. The problem is sometimes, even us, we become a little complacent. And once we do that, and then once the panic starts setting in, once the adrenaline is going through your fingers, coursing through them, and you start shaking, if that happens, that is problematic. But then the other side is, the brighter side is, Hyderabad Hydras, once again, they would have been feeling the brunt of it, not just from us, their fans, even from within, because you have to be your biggest critique, and they came out big in Miramar.
It's just at the beginning or the momentum of the game in the crucial moments, and you start, for example, Hyderabad Hydras in the specific match which when mentioning, they had that finishes initially, and that was the confidence boost which they kept on building up, and that is what you need to capitalize on. You shouldn't let go of that confidence and also that momentum you picked up in a map. 7Cs have been failing that every single time. They build a momentum, it's just that it drops in between. Just in case they also start to build that momentum properly, I think they're going to be on the top.
Like Fixer said, that we did kind of agree because in both the Miramars that we did witness on this day, they were being a little reluctant, a little hesitant in going forward because we've seen the moment they know that the enemy is isolated, they always come up and cut their flanks off. They love doing that. Spray God's going to be at one end, Sarung's going to be at the other, and Aladdin and the boys are going to be doing their little magic in the middle. But again, this time around, they were being just a little too wary, and it did kind of not work out for them. Let's see if they go over because the best thing is, although we have 4 days of the grand finals plays, the thing is you don't have any breaks in between, so all your homework needs to be done in this night.
No, I do believe they're going to pick it up, and the reason for 7C's failure is also where all the teams are prioritizing the zone, right? So everybody wants to stay so close to one another that, you know, if there is any kind of kerfuffle here and there happening, there's going to be third party immediately coming in, and 7C's, because of them staying away from one another so much, that has been affecting them a little.
Now, of course, you know, it's been a long day. We've had 6 games, and let's do one thing and thank all our lovely viewers who have been staying tuned because, well, you might not have been lucky with your Twitter questions, but you might just see your name pop up on the screen because the giveaway winners, as far as the BGMI merchandise is concerned, is going to be coming up on our screens, and I wonder who the first lucky few are. Ooh, I like this. Alrighty, let me have a go at this.
Yeah.
We have Manav Ghosh, we have Parth Oza, Rakesh Biswas, Siddesh Shigwan, Nelson, easy name, Hirday Lamba, Kamal Shah, Vineet Kumar Prajapati, I got that right.
Correct.
Praveen Desai and Varane Garg. Congratulations, boys and girls. You're getting some nice merch heading your way.
I'm going to be keeping it simple. I'm just going to go with the first names because obviously it's going to be hard. But I'll try. It's going to be Patel, Ritesh, Raj Patel, Lanunushki. Oh my God. What's this? Lanunushki. Which is Lanunushki. We're going to keep it that way because that's a beautiful name as well. It sounds different. And we have Prabhat, and then we have Abhishek, we have Paul, we have Jatin, Rahul, Rajdeep, and Alankar Krishna Kannur. Oh,
you got that easy.
Yeah, Kannur, right? That's from Kerala.
So that's from your neck of the woods, eh?
No, not really. But yeah, the best half is from there, right? So that is where it's going to be coming in from the next 10. Please go ahead.
Alrighty, congratulations again are in order for Rahul Shah, Rijol Hake Biswas, Dhruv Puri, Ujjwal Jha, Raj Kumar Meena, Sudhir Kumar Pandey, Sandeep, Ayush Dubey, Raj Gharat, and Gaurav Chakrabarti. I know that is a Bengali name because we know a Chakrabarti on the desk as well.
Eventually, you got some easier names for yourself, but the second one caught my eyes. The second one caught my eyes. Like Rajul.
Again, I love these names, unique names, and that's the beauty because they're people from all over the country.
Now we have Bhargav coming in, then we have Sakinala, and then we have Krishna Kumar.
Wait a second.
Wait. Indra Kumar, Akshit, we have Akash, we have Mehak, we have Ashish, and we have Ocean Sharma. Is it the same person? Yeah, Samira is also going to be coming in. Guys, this proves if you are lucky enough, you are doing the things right, you're going to be named over there. And Ocean Sharma did the right thing.
We were told that, you know, we aren't going to get anything. So, of course, maybe he has a few strings that he's pulling, or could be another Ocean Sharma. There could be a few more than one, but it is such a unique name. But again, I do believe that is going to be it for the winners. Nope, I stand corrected because 10 more are coming in. So congratulations are in order for Kisley Sinha, Indradev Singh, Shamik Bose, Saksha Patel, Naman Vora. I know Naman Vora, of course. I like this. I mean, a lot of common names coming up. Deepak Mishra, Rishabh, Aman Pratap Singh, Ronish Patel, and Tron Venom. Can't decide which one's better, huh? Tron or Venom. He's going to go for both. Congratulations, guys.
I mean, you got the easiest of the names, to be frank, you know, every single time.
I'm just doing my job.
The guy with the golden tongue on the desk right now. I just hope it's there until the final moment of the grand finale itself. I know that, you know, we had a total of 50 names to be told, and I think we have covered up all of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we did all 50 of them. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. This proves that in case you come back tomorrow again and predict the right team is going to be coming on the top, you're also going to get your hands on those beautiful merchandisers and also other giveaways as well.
The best thing is, now that we go out in the city, we all, you know, want to have a good time once this is done and over with. Chances of, you know, walking into people with those amazing BGMI t-shirts is going to be a lot higher because, you know, I love that we come from all walks of life and we are scattered over this beautiful country. And we might just see someone at the mall after this thing is done. So, you know, of course, if you do get all of this your way, well, you better rep it in public with pride.
Obviously, click some selfies and make sure your tag is all in that, you know, we'll know that it has reached the right place, and that proves that every time we give to the community, we give it big. And at the same time, the day has been amazing, right? You know, Sanhok and Vikendi both together was something which we witnessed for the first time, and everything was a game changer.
It was indeed, and you know, we did see plenty of action, plenty of ups, plenty of downs. Team Soul still off to a good start. The question is, Can they do the same on day 2? Because, well, if week 2 is to go by anything, chances are they might have a little bit of a dip. However, Arca, it's been a wonderful time. I love the fact that you and I almost had little fisticuffs and all that, but, you know, it's all part and parcel of the game. So once again, from Arca, from Fixes, from me, from BGMI Crofton, we are going to bid you a good night, but keep one thing in mind, be back tomorrow, because the action is going to continue, and boy, oh boy, is it going to be nail-biting. Good night.
know.